Chapter 3351. The three little fellows could be stubborn in front of Ji Ning Yun, but it was impossible for them to be stubborn in front of Duan Ling Tian. For this reason, they had no choice but to obey Duan Ling Tian. However, while they had no choice but to listen, they still had their own insistence. Big brother Ling Tian, I'm worried that you'll be in danger. If we go with you, we'll be able to take care of each other. That way, you won't have to worry about anyone joining forces to deal with you. Brother Ling Tian, if the fourth elder asks you to persuade us through voice transmission, you can just deal with her. At most, we'll sneak out to meet you after we return to the purgatory battlefield. Brother Ling Tian, I still want to go with you. Duan Ling Tian's heart was filled with warmth when he heard the three little fellows' voice transmission. Think about it yourselves. Duan Ling Tian said to the three little fellows through voice transmission. I won't be leaving the Saint Province realm for the time being. I'll give you 3 years. If you really want to go with me, you can come to the Saint Province realm and look for me within 3 years. Once you're here, we'll set off. Duan Ling Tian did not have anything to worry about when it came to the three little fellows. Although they had not seen each other for more than 200 years, he could clearly feel the feelings that the three little fellows had for him. Compared to the past, not only did their feelings for him not fade with the passage of time, but they had become even stronger. Even if the three little fellows knew about the 5 divine elements, they would not harm him. Duan Ling Tian knew he would not be in danger when he entered the purgatory battlefield. If the three little fellows were willing to go with him, there would only be benefits and no harm. If he were to be selfish, he hoped the three little fellows would sneak out and enter the purgatory battlefield with him while he dealt with Ji Ning Yun. As expected, when the three little fellows heard Duan Ling Tian's voice transmission, a hint of light flashed in the depths of their eyes. They were already tempted. Now, with the indirect support of Duan Ling Tian, they no longer needed to hesitate or consider. Before I came to this mundane realm with you, I communicated with the old man via voice transmission. After the matter in the boundless heaven is over, he will return to the dragons. Ji Ning Yun looked at Xiao He, Xiao Bai, and Xiao Jin and said, So, you can spend some time with your big brother Ling Tian. Yes. In order not to arouse Ji Ning Yun's suspicion, Little Black, Little White, and Little Gold stayed in the Saint Province realm for a period of time. During this time, they had become close friends with Huan Er. After all, no one disliked Huan Er's character. Even Ji Ning Yun got along well with Huan Er. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. After exchanging soul pearls with Duan Ling Tian, the three little fellows left the Saint Province realm with Ji Ning Yun and returned to the Wanshou heaven. Naturally, before they left, they sent messages to Duan Ling Tian, telling him they would return soon. Senior Lian Qiu, Senior Du Xian, what do you plan to do next? After the three little fellows left, Duan Ling Tian asked Lian Qiu and Du Xian. Since he and Huan Er would be entering the purgatory battlefield soon, he had to make sure Lian Qiu and Du Xian were safe before entering the purgatory battlefield. We plan to stay in the Saint Province realm for a period of time, Du Xian replied. Du Xian looked at Duan Ling Tian as though she was a mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law. She was extremely satisfied. We can only talk about the rest after you return from the purgatory battlefield. Although he and Lian Qiu were aware of the dangers in the purgatory battlefield, they were confident in their abilities. However, they were impressed by Duan Ling Tian's confidence. Moreover, Lian Qiu had witnessed Duan Ling Tian injuring Lei Ying, the merciless celestial emperor from the Heavenly Pool Palace, a heaven-grade force in the boundless heaven. After all, Lei Ying was not an ordinary titled celestial emperor. Even Lian Qiu did not know how Duan Ling Tian managed to injure her. For this reason, they were not worried about Duan Ling Tian's safety. Moreover, Duan Ling Tian had asked their daughters to wait for him while he entered the Heavenly Pool Palace alone. Based on this, they knew Duan Ling Tian would not allow their daughters to follow him into the Heavenly Pool Palace if he was not confident. With this thought in mind, they were even more relieved. All right. Duan Ling Tian nodded. In the following days, Huan Er spent most of her time with Du Xian and Lian Qiu. Under Duan Ling Tian's lead, they traveled to every corner of the Saint Province realm. During this time, Huan Er would tell them about Duan Ling Tian's experiences in the Saint Province realm. It was only at this time that Du Xian and Lian Qiu learned about Duan Lingtian's journey to the Saint Province realm was like a miracle. One of them was born in the Phantom Fox clan while the other was born in a prominent clan. After he rose to prominence, he joined the Heavenly Sword Mountain and was accepted as a disciple by a titled celestial emperor there. In just a blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. Duan Lingtian did not see Little Black and Little White. Instead, he saw Little Gold. Brother Lingtian, before I sneaked out, I contacted them. They said the Grand Elder and the 4th Elder of the Dragon's clan are keeping a close eye on them. They don't stand a chance at all. Moreover, they don't dare to make any big moves. If they're discovered, they won't be able to escape. Little Gold said to Duan Lingtian, the Grand Elder told us to wait for them for a year. If they don't show up in a year, they won't be able to escape. At that time, we'll go to the Purgatory battlefield ourselves. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded. He was happy for Little Black and Little White. Based on the current situation, the Grand Elder of the Dragon's clan valued Little Black and Little White more than he had expected. This was a good thing for both Little Black and Little White. He was happy to see it happen. Then, we'll wait for them for a year. Duan Lingtian nodded. However, after a year, Little Black and Little White had yet to show up. Little Gold made a trip to the 10,000 Beasts Heaven to confirm that Little Black and Little White were unable to leave. After that, she had no choice but to travel to the Purgatory battlefield with Duan Lingtian and Huan Er. There were entrances to the Purgatory battlefield in all Devata realms. However, the exit was not fixed. Usually, one would be teleported to the Devata realm where they entered the Purgatory battlefield. Brother Lingtian, that should be the entrance to the Purgatory battlefield, Little Gold said as she looked at Little Gold. In the Jade Emperor territory in the Jade Emperor heaven, Little Gold said to Duan Lingtian as she looked at the 2-story building in front of them. It was Duan Lingtian's idea to use the Purgatory battlefield in the Jade Emperor territory. After all, no matter which Devata realm one was in, the Purgatory battlefield would be the same. All right. Duan Lingtian, Little Gold, and Duan Lingtian saw many buildings that resembled small altars. Currently, some of the altars were placed on top of the altars. After inscribing their names on the altars, they would be transported away. Brother Lingtian, after we carve our names on these stone altars, we'll be teleported to the Purgatory battlefield, Little Gold said to Duan Lingtian. When she was still in the Blood Moon Ridge in the 10,000 Beasts Heaven, she had studied the Purgatory battlefield in detail. If there's someone with the same name as you in the Blood Moon Ridge, you won't be able to use your name. After entering the Purgatory battlefield, if you kill someone in there, your military merits will be increased. If you want to see your military merits, you'll be able to see the ranking in the Purgatory battlefield with just a thought. Of course, apart from your own military merits, you'll only be able to see the top 1,100 people in the Purgatory battlefield. Those who are ranked in the top 1,100 will have the military rank of commander. Those who are ranked behind them will have the military rank of lieutenant. As for those who aren't ranked in the top 1,100, they'll only have military merits but no military rank. Their military ranks are based on the maximum number of military merits they can obtain. Even if they use up all their military merits, their military ranks won't change. Military merits can be exchanged for a chance to enter a secret realm. A large number of military merits can even be exchanged for a chance to enter a secret realm alone. After listening to Little Gold's explanation, Duan Lingtian gained a deeper understanding of the Purgatory battlefield. After all, he only knew a little about the Purgatory battlefield. It seems like it's possible to enter the Purgatory battlefield in groups. At the same time, Duan Lingtian saw groups of 2 or 3 people walking up to the small altars. They wrote down their names at the same time before they were transported to the Purgatory battlefield. It seemed like these people would stay together after entering the Purgatory battlefield. Otherwise, why would they choose to enter the Purgatory battlefield? Little Gold, they'll appear in the same place after entering the Purgatory battlefield, right? Duan Lingtian asked Little Gold. Yes. Little Gold nodded. Then she smiled and said, Brother Lingtian, if we want to appear in the same place after entering the Purgatory battlefield, we'll have to choose the same transportation formation. As long as we don't take more than a breath to finish writing down our names, we'll definitely be transported to the same place. Otherwise we might make a mistake. Duan Ling Tian nodded in realization. Let's go together. Duan Ling Tian and Little Gold went up to one of the stone altars. Then, under Little Gold's guidance, both of them wrote down their names before they were transported to the purgatory battlefield. When Duan Ling Tian's vision turned dark and bright, he discovered he was in a gloomy place. This place was shrouded in a layer of fog, blocking one's vision. One could not see too far ahead. Brother Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian snapped out of his daze when he heard the duo's voices. He tried to recite the words military merit in his heart. His name and military merit appeared in his mind. Duan Ling Tian. 1 military merit. Ranking. 137, 65 th. Apart from that, Duan Ling Tian could see a ranking. There were 1,100 names on the ranking list. Clearly, this was the ranking of the 1,100 people who had military ranks. Chapter 3352. He's ranked 130,000 with only 1 military merit? Duan Ling Tian looked at Little Gold with a slight frown on his face. It seems like not many people have entered the purgatory battlefield. Although the purgatory battlefield was extremely dangerous, it was also filled with fortuitous encounters. Many people who were unable to become celestial emperors under normal circumstances had entered the purgatory battlefield and obtained fortuitous encounters that allowed them to become titled celestial emperors. Some of them had even made a name for themselves in the 9 Serenities battlefield after becoming titled celestial emperors. For this reason, there were many celestial lords who had entered the purgatory battlefield. Naturally, there were more celestial lords in the Devata realms. However, Duan Ling Tian had just entered the 9 Serenities battlefield, and yet, he was ranked 130,000. This meant there were only about 130,000 people who had left their names on the 9 Serenities battlefield's military merit ranking. Brother Ling Tian. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Little Gold shook her head and said with a smile, "We're ranked 130,000 because many people who entered the purgatory battlefield and didn't obtain more than 2 military merit points would be removed from the military merit ranking. Apart from that, if someone didn't enter the purgatory battlefield for more than 100 years after obtaining more than 2 military merit points, their names would also be removed from the military merit ranking. Most of these people had broken through to the Celestial Emperor realm and couldn't enter the 9 Serenities battlefield. For some reason, they couldn't enter the 9 Serenities battlefield within 100 years. If they wanted to enter the 9 Serenities battlefield after 100 years, they would have to start all over again. Currently, we're ranked 130,000. This means there are more than 100,000 people who obtained more than 2 military merit points in the past 100 years. Do you still think the number of people is low?" Little Gold asked with a smile. Upon hearing Little Gold's words, Duan Ling Tian pondered for a moment before realization dawned on him. If that was the case, then it made sense for them to be ranked over 130,000 when they had just entered the purgatory battlefield. It was also enough to show how lively the purgatory battlefield was. "Brother Ling Tian," Little Gold said. Then she continued to say, "Among the 1,100 people who are ranked at the top of the military merit ranking, it's not so bad for the 1,000 people who are ranked at the bottom. However, without exception, the first 100 people all relied on their own strength to kill their way up. Because, from lieutenant to commander, there's a bottleneck in terms of military merits. If Big Brother Ling Tian paid careful attention, it wouldn't be difficult to notice that those ranked 135th to 500th place on the military merits rankings all have the same military merits." When Duan Ling Tian heard Little Gold's words, he could not help but take another look at the military merit ranking. As expected, he noticed that among the 1,100 names on the military merit ranking, there were more than 400 people who had the same military merit ranking starting from the 135th place. This is because they haven't passed the advancement test of the purgatory battlefield. In the purgatory battlefield, when a person accumulates 1,000 points, there will be a bottleneck. Only by passing the purgatory battlefield's advancement test can their military points be raised to 2,000 points. What determines the ranking is the upper limit. If you don't break the upper limit, no matter how many people you kill in the purgatory battlefield, you won't be able to continue accumulating military merits. You can only obtain military merits in exchange for a chance to enter the secret territory. Duanling Tian glanced at the military merit ranking again and discovered that apart from the people ranked 135th to the 500th place who had 1,000 military merit points, the most outstanding among the over 40 people had 2,000 military merit points, while some of them had more than 1,000 military merit points. The 30 people ranked at the top all had 3,000 points. The 20 or so people in front of them all had 4,000 military merits. The 10 people ranked at the top all had 5,000 points. The 10 people ranked at the top all had 6,000 points. Only a few people had accumulated 7,000 military merits. Only 2 of them had accumulated 8,000 military merits. The upper limit of military points is a bottleneck every 1,000 points. Just like the 2 people who are ranked first and second on the military points list. Their military points show that they have 8,000 points, but in reality, they have already accumulated more than 10,000 points, or even more than 100,000 points. Little Gold continued, because they have to pass the Purgatory Battlefield's test to break the upper limit. It's difficult for a group of people. Is the test very difficult? Duanling Tian asked curiously. It gets harder as you progress. Moreover, you can only pass the test by yourself, Little Gold said. Duanling Tian nodded. In the Purgatory Battlefield, the Celestial Lords will also break the upper limit. It's called passing the tribulation. The upper limit is 1,000 points. Once they pass the tribulation, even if they don't make it into the top 100 and become a commander, they're still considered a top lieutenant, and can do whatever they want in the Purgatory Battlefield. Their strength is not much weaker than those commanders who have also broken the upper limit and made it into the top 100. Commanders who have broken the upper limit of 1,000 points are called first-class commanders. Commanders who have broken the upper limit of 2,000 points are called second-class commanders, and so on and so forth. Commanders who have broken the upper limit of 7,000 points are called seventh-class commanders. Little Gold paused for a moment to allow Duanling Tian to digest the information before she continued to say, Rumor has it that the 2 commanders are stronger than most titled celestial emperors. What? A level 7 commander is stronger than most titled celestial emperors. Duanling Tian's pupils rapidly constricted as astonishment appeared on his face. Yes. Little Gold nodded. Then she smiled wryly and said, When I first heard about this, I was shocked as well. After all, even a 7th-class commander is a 10-direction celestial lord at most. No matter how powerful a 10-direction celestial lord is, they won't be able to fuse profundities. How strong can a 10-direction celestial lord be? Upon hearing Little Gold's words, Duanling Tian nodded in agreement. However, Little Gold's eyes glinted as she said solemnly, Some celestial lords can't be judged by the standards of ordinary celestial lords. This is because some celestial lords have heaven-defying abilities. For example, the legendary 5 divine elements and other heaven-defying techniques. Among them, celestial lords who possess high-level 5 divine elements are the strongest. The 5 divine elements. Duanling Tian was shocked when he heard Little Gold mention the 5 divine elements. There were celestial lords who possessed the 5 divine elements in the Purgatory Battlefield? Little Gold continued to say, for example, the 2 commanders who have broken the upper limit of 7,000 points aren't ordinary celestial lords. In fact, ordinary celestial lords aren't even capable of breaking the upper limit of 4,000 points or 5,000 points. Even if a titled celestial lord has comprehended all the profundities from a law to the mastery stage, it's still not enough for him to break through the 1,000 military merit points limit. Unless he's not a human but some other life form with other powerful techniques. Duanling Tian thought to himself. For example, celestial beasts like me, Little Black, and Little White. Of course, if Little Black, Little White, and I have comprehended all the profundities from the law of heaven to the mastery stage and become 10-direction celestial lords, with our strength, it's possible for us to surpass the 2,000 merit points limit. However, I'm afraid only divine beasts like Huan, can break the upper limit of 3,000 points. Little Gold looked Huan, who was standing next to Duanling Tian after she finished speaking. Little Gold continued to say, As for the upper limit, it's impossible for a non-human to break the upper limit. Unless one possesses the 5 divine elements or other similar techniques. Little Gold's eyes shone brightly. Little Gold's eyes lit up. For example, on the Purgatory Battlefield's military contribution ranking, most people suspect that they have the 5 divine elements in them. In fact, many people are trying to find out who they are so they can steal the 5 divine elements. However, it's almost impossible to find out who they are unless they're stupid enough to use their real names. After all, those who possess the 5 divine elements won't use their real names. Under such circumstances, it's impossible to find them outside the purgatory battlefield. As for those in the purgatory battlefield, how many of them are afraid of the 5 divine elements? The purgatory battlefield is their home, and they can use the power of the 5 divine elements as they wish. Moreover, in this purgatory battlefield, as long as you think transform, you can transform into a different appearance. No matter if it's the appearance or the aura, it will undergo tremendous changes. No one can recognize you. Almost as soon as Xiao Jin's voice fell, her entire body had turned into a tall and sturdy stone person with a huge body. Duan Lingtian was still in a daze when Little Gold said softly, "Dispel the transformation." Little Gold returned to her original form immediately. The 5 divine elements. Upon hearing Little Gold's words, Duan Lingtian could not help but ask the world-cleansing divine water in his little world. "Sister Water, why didn't you tell me this earlier? You didn't ask me to enter the purgatory battlefield just so I could obtain some fortuitous encounters, right? You wanted to use this opportunity to upgrade your form as well as theirs, right?" At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally understood the world-cleansing divine water's intention. "Yes. I didn't tell you earlier because I didn't want you to overthink it," the world-cleansing divine water replied. "No matter what, you still have a chance to regret your decision. After all, there are many people in the purgatory battlefield who possess a form of the 5 divine elements. If we join forces, we might be able to deal with a 7th form 5 divine element. However, if it's an 8th form 5 divine element, it'll be difficult for us to deal with it even if we join forces. If we're lucky, we'll be fine." At this point, the world-cleansing divine water's voice turned grave. "Once we're annihilated, you'll definitely be killed by the person who possesses the 8th form of the divine elements. Naturally, there might not be anyone in the purgatory battlefield who possesses an 8th form 5 divine element." Then she added, "However, I can only say that there might not be anyone in the purgatory battlefield who possesses an 8th form 5 divine element." Duan Lingtian's eyes glinted as he looked at Huan and Little Gold and said, "Huan Little Gold, let's go." Chapter 3353. Leave. Both Huan and Little Gold were stunned when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. No matter what decision Duan Lingtian made, she would support him unconditionally. Therefore, she did not have any doubts about his decision at all. However, Little Gold could not help but ask, "Brother Lingtian, what's wrong? Why do you want to leave?" At this moment, the 5 divine elements, including the world-cleansing divine water, thought Duan Lingtian was leaving the purgatory battlefield because he did not want to take the risk. Therefore, they respected Duan Lingtian's decision. Moreover, if Duan Lingtian chose to enter the purgatory battlefield, they would have to take the risk as well. After all, they might encounter 7th form or 8th form 5 divine elements. "I don't want to be the person you said is stupid enough to use my real name." Duan Lingtian looked at Little Gold and shook his head with a smile. "Ha!" Little Gold was taken aback by Duan Lingtian's words. Then her eyes lit up. "Brother Lingtian, do you mean you have the 5 divine elements as well?" "Yes." Duan Lingtian nodded. "Brother Lingtian, why didn't you say so earlier?" "No. I should have told you earlier." Little Gold shook her head with a bitter smile on her face. "How do we leave?" Duan Lingtian asked. "If we want to leave, we'll have to find a transportation point. Just think transportation point in your mind, and we'll be guided there." The reason the purgatory battlefield is so complicated and can't be teleported out with just a thought is to prevent people from leaving the purgatory battlefield if they encounter an opponent they can't defeat, Little Gold said. When Duan Lingtian heard this, the thought of a transportation point immediately appeared in his mind. In the next moment, he noticed that there seemed to be an invisible will guiding him in a certain direction. Over there. The direction Little Gold pointed to was the direction Duan Lingtian had sensed the invisible will was leading them to. With this, Duan Lingtian and the others made their way to the transportation point. Duan Lingtian didn't know what the entire purgatory battlefield was like. He only knew that the place he passed through now was a dim world that couldn't see the slightest bit of light, and it caused one's mood to be unable to help but be slightly oppressed. As time passed, one couldn't help but become slightly irritable. About half an hour later, Duan Ling Tian and his two companions finally arrived at the transportation formation. The stone platform hovering in the air was almost identical to the stone platform that was sent in from the outside. Let's go out. Duan Ling Tian, Duan Ling Tian, Duan Huan Duan Ling Tian's names appeared on the stone table. Duan Ling Tian. Huan Duan Xiao Jin. We only have one military merit now. After we leave, our names will be removed from the military merit list. If we have more than 2 military merits now, it will be more troublesome. We need to not enter the purgatory battlefield for 100 years before our names will be removed from the military merit list. Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian nodded. A few moments later, Duan Ling Tian and the others were transported out of the transportation point. Since they were transported together, they appeared in the same place after leaving the transportation point. Of course, they did not arrive at the teleportation point in the Jade Emperor Weave in the Jade Emperor Heaven that led to the purgatory battlefield. Instead, they appeared in the sky above a wasteland. Moreover, they appeared near 2 celestial emperors who were sparring. As soon as they appeared, the 2 celestial emperors stopped fighting. The sudden appearance of the 3 celestial emperors attracted the attention of the 2 celestial emperors. The 2 celestial emperors were middle-aged men who looked similar to each other. Their eyes were filled with lust when they looked at Huan. Let's go. Duan Ling Tian glanced at the 2 celestial emperors indifferently. Then, he activated his spatial energy and prepared to leave with Huan and Little Jean. Duan Ling Tian was the leader of the 3 celestial emperors. Now that he had activated his spatial energy, it was only natural that the 2 celestial emperors realized he was only a celestial lord. A celestial lord? Brother, why don't you let me choose first this time? I want the white-clad girl, and you can have the golden-clad girl. One of the celestial emperors, a middle-aged man dressed in a green robe, said with a grin on his face. Humph. The green-clad middle-aged man scoffed. In your dreams. This girl in white. I want her. You can have the golden-clad girl. If you're not convinced, you can defeat me first. The green-clad middle-aged man said. The green-clad middle-aged man smiled awkwardly before he said, When you're tired of her, you can give her to me. We'll talk about it then. The green-clad middle-aged man said indifferently. However, let's kill that brat first. It's awkward to have a man around, the green-clad middle-aged man said with a chuckle. The green-robed middle-aged man chuckled again. With a sway of his body, he seemed to have transformed into a ball of flame as he charged toward Duan Ling Tian. Killing intent flashed in Duan Ling Tian's eyes when he heard the conversation between the 2 middle-aged men. His expression darkened when he saw the green-clad middle-aged man making a move. Then, he called out to the 5 divine elements in his little world and borrowed their energy. At the same time, the divine artifact, the 7 orifices exquisite sword, appeared in his hand. It turned into a 7-colored ray of light as it pierced through the air. At the same time, he merged with the 7-colored sword ray. How dare a mere celestial lord like you make a move in front of me? The green-clad middle-aged man who had turned into a ball of fire charged toward Duan Ling Tian. He did not expect a mere celestial lord would dare to make a move against him. However, when he got closer to his opponent, he felt an unprecedented sense of danger. No. Impossible. It must be an illusion. Swoosh. When the 7-colored sword ray collided with the flames, Xiao Jin was shocked to see the 7-colored sword ray pierce through the flames and killed the celestial emperor on the spot. Moreover, after killing the celestial emperor, the 7-colored sword ray continued to charge toward the green-clad middle-aged man. Oh no! The green-clad middle-aged man did not even have the time to think about how a celestial lord could be so powerful when he saw his brother being killed. His first thought was to run away. However, when the thought of running away appeared in his mind, the 7-colored sword ray had already awakened. No, at this moment, he realized that it was impossible for him to run away. He could only take out his celestial artifact and activate all his energy to block the 7-colored sword ray. However, although he was slightly stronger than his brother, he was not that much stronger. His defense was nothing in front of the seven-colored sword light. It was easily broken through. Then, the seven-colored sword light enveloped his entire body. Before he died, he clearly discovered that in addition to the aura of the laws of space, there was also the aura of the laws of the five elements within the seven-colored sword ray. The aura of the law of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth could be felt. How is this possible? Until his death, he still could not figure out how a single person could possess so many different types of laws. It did not make sense at all. After killing the green-clad middle-aged man, the seven-colored sword ray turned around and returned to Huan Er and Xiao Jin's side. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's figure reappeared. His purple robes were spotless. In his hand, the 3-foot-long blade wrapped in rainbow light also merged into his body at the right time. Brother Lingtian, you have 5 types of divine elements? Xiao Jin looked at Duan Lingtian in shock. She was right next to Duan Lingtian. Moreover, Duan Lingtian did not conceal the power of the divine elements. Therefore she could clearly sense the power of 5 different types of laws. It was the aura of the law of the 5 elements. However, her brother Lingtian had comprehended the law of space. The sudden appearance of 5 different types of laws was undoubtedly the aura of the divine elements. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. This is too inconceivable, right? Xiao Jin was dumbstruck. She couldn't imagine that someone could possess all 5 divine elements at the same time. This was something that she didn't even dare to think about. Brother Lingtian, how did you obtain them? Xiao Jin asked curiously. Let's look for the transportation point to the purgatory battlefield first. Let's go, Duan Lingtian said with a smile. At this moment, Xiao Jin noticed the calm expression on Huan Er's face. She was leaning against Brother Lingtian and holding on to his arm. Huan, you already knew? Xiao Jin asked in surprise. Yes. Since Brother Lingtian treated Xiao Jin like a younger sister, it was only natural for her to treat Xiao Jin like a younger sister as well, even if Xiao Jin was older than her. On their way to the transportation point, Duan Lingtian answered Xiao Jin's questions one by one. He had nothing to hide from Xiao Jin since he knew Xiao Jin would not harm him. Brother Lingtian, I didn't think you'd be so lucky. 5 divine elements, and all of them are 6th-form divine elements, are willing to stay in your body. Xiao Jin sighed emotionally. However, you might encounter danger in the purgatory battlefield. Others might not be able to detect the divine elements, but those who also possess the divine elements will be able to detect them. Xiao Jin's expression turned solemn as she spoke. She was worried for Duan Lingtian. I know. Duan Lingtian nodded. Then, he smiled faintly. Don't just worry about me. Why don't you worry about those who possess the divine elements as well? They can steal the 5 divine elements in my body and let the 5 divine elements in their bodies devour the 5 divine elements in my body. Can't I let the 5 divine elements in my body devour the 5 divine elements in their bodies? Although the purgatory battlefield is dangerous, it's also a great opportunity for me. Furthermore, am I really that unlucky to have met someone who possesses the 8th form of the divine elements right from the start? Duan Lingtian shook his head when he reached the end of his sentence. Soon after, the 3 of them arrived at the transportation point to the purgatory battlefield. Chapter 3354. This time, Duan Lingtian did not use his real name. Instead, he changed his name to Xia Feiwu. Xia Feiwu was named after Ke, a member of the Xia clan in the Divine Offering Land. As for Fei, it was a homonym for Li Fei's Fei. As for Wu, it was a homonym for Feng Tianwu's Wu. As for Huan Er, she changed her name to Du Tianling. Naturally, her original surname was Lian after her father's surname. She changed her surname to Du, which was the same as her mother's surname. As for Tianling, it was a homonym for Ling Tian. As for Little Gold, she changed her name to Jean Yu. Her surname was Jean, and her surname was Yu from Blood Moon Ridge, a heaven-grade force in the 10,000 Beasts Heaven. After all, Little Gold could be considered a member of Blood Moon Ridge. Xia Feiwu, Du Tianling, and Jean Yu. Duan Lingtian, Huan Er and Huan Er entered the purgatory battlefield again under their pseudonyms. Their previous rankings had been erased. Naturally, even if they were not erased, no one would be able to see them except for the supreme experts. Of course, even if the ultimate powerhouses were the ones in charge of this game, it was basically impossible for them to look at those at the bottom of the rankings. Let's change our appearances as well, Duan Ling Tian said to Huan and Little Gold. Subsequently, Duan Ling Tian transformed into a young man who was about 16 or 17 years old. He was dressed in a snow-white robe. He had a handsome appearance and an extraordinary temperament. It was as though he was a young scholar who had walked out of a painting. He was completely different from the previous him. At the same time, Huan also transformed into a young girl in a long white dress. She looked to be about 15 or 16 years old. Although she did not have the peerless elegance, she was still very cute and delicate. As for Xiao Jin, she simply transformed into a little girl wearing a light yellow dress. She looked no more than 10 years old and had 2 small braids on her head. She was delicate and cute. Haha, even if Little Black and Little White are here, they won't be able to recognize us. Little Gold laughed. Of course. You've changed so much. Duan Ling Tian also shook his head with a smile, and then said, in the future, let's communicate via voice transmission as much as possible. This was to prevent him from inadvertently revealing information about his original identity. Unless we can ensure the death of all those who have discovered traces of our original identities, there is still a potential threat. Yes, we'll communicate via voice transmission in the future. Xiao Jin responded. As for Huan she naturally had no objections. Little Gold, in this purgatory battlefield, military exploits are awarded. Whoever kills the person gets the military exploits. Duan Ling Tian remembered that Xiao Jin had mentioned this before. Yes. Xiao Jin replied, whoever kills the person gets the military merit. Even if you want to give the military merit, it's best to injure the person to the point where he's on the verge of death and let someone else finish him off. Only then can the latter get the military merit. Otherwise, even if you leave after killing them, the military merit will still be yours. Xiao Jin sent a voice transmission to further confirm. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded. In just a blink of an eye, it had been a month since Duan Ling Tian, Huan and Xiao Jin entered the purgatory battlefield. However, during this month, they had only encountered a few people. Moreover, their opponents did not have much military merit. Although they were all killed by Duan Ling Tian's ranking did not increase by much. In fact, he did not even enter the top 100,000. Little Gold, let's head to the purgatory of myriad changes. Duan Ling Tian said to Xiao Jin. The purgatory of myriad changes was located at the center of the purgatory battlefield. It was also where most of the free secret realms appeared. For this reason, more than half of the people who entered the purgatory battlefield fought in the purgatory of myriad changes. Many people died in the purgatory of myriad changes every day. Of course, it was also because of this that it was the quickest place to gain military merits. The so-called free secret realms refer to secret realms that did not require military merit to enter. They would appear indiscriminately, and those who discovered them would be able to enter as soon as possible. When the number of people who entered the secret realms reached a certain number, the entrance to the secret realms would disappear. Those who entered the secret realms could seek their own fortuitous encounters while exploring the secret realms. In the purgatory of myriad changes, not only were there strong people who wanted to obtain more points, but there were also those who wanted to enter the secret realms to seek their own fortuitous encounters. In short, the purgatory of myriad changes could be said to be the heaven and hell of the purgatory battlefield. One could live or die with a single thought. Brother Ling Tian, why don't we keep a low profile? Although the purgatory of myriad changes is vast, it's denser than other places. If we're unlucky and encounter someone with an 8th form divine element, how are you going to deal with them? Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Xiao Jin disagreed. Based on her words, it was clear she was worried about Duan Ling Tian's safety. If Brother Ling Tian did not possess the 5 divine elements, it would be fine. Even if he was not as strong as he was now, at least he would not be targeted by those who possessed the 5 divine elements. Since Duan Ling Tian possessed all 5 divine elements, those who possessed any of the 5 divine elements would definitely target him, unlike those who possessed the same 5 divine elements as their target. For example, in the purgatory of myriad changes, those who possessed the profound divine metal would only take the initiative to attack those who possessed the same profound divine metal. Those who possessed other 5 divine elements were no different from others in the eyes of the purgatory of myriad changes. After all, the purgatory of myriad changes would not be able to raise the 5 divine elements in their bodies. Moreover, if the purgatory of myriad changes died, it would be impossible for them to reside in the purgatory of myriad changes. The 5 divine elements were extremely prideful, and they were unwilling to reside in the same body with different divine elements. For this reason, Duan Lingtian's case was extremely rare. Naturally, Duan Lingtian's case was due to the fact that he had taken in the 5 divine elements when they were still in their lower forms. At that time, their arrogance had not fully manifested. As for the world-cleansing divine water, it was naturally arrogant as well. However, since the main branch of the divine tree of life in Duan Lingtian's body had absorbed its master, the only divine tree of life in the ruins of a realm of gods, it wanted to leave the ruins of a realm of gods as well. That was why it was willing to reside in Duan Lingtian's body with the other 5 divine elements. Moreover, at that time, she could only be considered as a latecomer. There might not be any 8th form 5 divine elements in the purgatory battlefield. Duan Lingtian said with a smile. Even if there is, so what? Don't tell me that I can't kill its host before it attacks the divine elements in my body? Without its master, it'll lose its master. At most, it'll be able to protect itself, but it won't be able to devour the 5 divine elements in my body. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed coldly when he finished speaking. He had told the world-cleansing divine water about this before. Naturally, it would be very dangerous for him to encounter such a situation. He did not make it sound as casual as he made it sound. Not only did he want to comfort Xiao Jin, but he also wanted to comfort Huan Er. This was because he could feel Huan Er's grip on his arm tighten. She was clearly worried about his safety. How could he tell the truth under such circumstances? I'll deal with whatever comes my way. I, Duan Lingtian, have never faced any difficulties before. Dangers? Fortune comes with danger. If anyone wants to kill me, they'll have to be prepared to die. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's eyes were filled with determination. Purgatory of myriad transformations. With just a thought, the purgatory of myriad transformations would appear in one's mind. It was similar to the teleportation points. Moreover, the closer one got to the purgatory of myriad transformations, the stronger the feeling of being guided. Duan Lingtian, Huan Er, and Little Gold had been discussing this with each other. For this reason, the stronger the feeling, the more cautious they became. At the same time, in only a few days, they had already killed more than 10 people. This was even more than the number of people they had killed in the previous month. This should be the purgatory of myriad transformations. All of a sudden, Duan Lingtian discovered that the dark wasteland he was in had suddenly transformed into a world filled with the color of blood. It was no longer a wasteland, but a mountain range. The towering mountains and steep ridges were covered in blood, as if they were dyed in blood. Brother Lingtian, there seems to be more than one person over there. Xiao Jin's gaze soon fell on the side of the mountain range, behind a mountain that was neither too high nor too low. As a top-notch immortal beast and a rodent immortal beast, Xiao Jin had a sense of smell that was different from ordinary immortal beasts and even divine beasts. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian turned to look. At this moment, a surprised voice rang from the mountain peak in the distance. We've been discovered? Brother Xian, that little girl doesn't seem human. Let alone humans, even ordinary celestial beasts won't be able to discover us. She must be a non-human with a keen sense of smell. As soon as the voices rang in the air, 4 figures appeared from behind the mountain peak. They were 4 young men dressed in identical green robes. Even their appearances were identical. Naturally, in the purgatory battlefield, even if they looked identical, it did not mean they were twins. They could use the purgatory battlefield's illusory technique to disguise themselves. Upon closer inspection, one could see the subtle differences between the 4 young men. Consider yourself unlucky to have encountered the 4 of us, one of the young men said with a grin before he took the lead and stepped out. The other 3 also stepped into the air and followed him like shadows. In the next moment, the 4 of them split into 4 directions and surrounded Duan Lingtian's group of 3. It was as though a strange connection had been formed between them. A formation? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. We don't know who's the unlucky one here. Little Gold asked Duan Lingtian through voice transmission. After confirming that none of them possessed the 5 divine elements, Little Gold was relieved. She smiled at the 4 of them. Chapter 3355. In the Purgatory battlefield, no immortal talismans could be used, including communication immortal talismans. However, immortal weapons and divine weapons could be used. At this moment, the 4 young men surrounding Duan Lingtian and his 2 companions each took out an immortal weapon. 2 of them wielded swords, 1 wielded a saber, and the last one wielded a spear. Wang, wang, whoosh, whoosh. The 4 young men took the initiative to attack. In the Purgatory battlefield, survival was the most important thing. Everything else was meaningless. Therefore, in the Purgatory battlefield, one could either live peacefully or be killed. The 4 young men combined their attacks in a mysterious way. The power they unleashed shocked Duan Lingtian. It was comparable to the full-powered attack of an ordinary celestial emperor. However, this level of attack was nothing to Duan Lingtian. You can only consider yourselves unlucky to have met me. Duan Lingtian glanced at the 4 young men indifferently before he casually took out the 7 orifices exquisite sword. While the spatial energy wreaked havoc, he also unleashed the power of the 5 divine elements. Of course, he hadn't borrowed much of the 5 divine elements' power, so it wouldn't affect his ability to borrow power later on. After all, the 5 divine elements were in his lesser world. With the high-grade heaven and earth spiritual energy from the ruins of the realm of gods, they could recover quickly. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian swung his sword. Without any fancy moves, he simply swung his sword horizontally. A 7-colored light whizzed out and collided with the joint attack of the 4 young men in just a blink of an eye. In the next moment, swoosh! Swoosh! The sword ray that shot out from the 7 orifices exquisite sword in Duan Lingtian's hand was like a 7-colored flood. It was vast and vigorous, instantly destroying the combined attack of the 4 young men. The terrifying energy roared and transformed into a bloody mouth that tried to devour the 4 young men. The law of space and the law of 5 elements? It's the 5 divine elements. 5 divine elements. Based on Duan Lingtian's strange attacks, they were certain Duan Lingtian possessed more than one of the 5 divine elements. Moreover, he possessed 5 of them. However, before they could even open their mouths, the rainbow-colored sword light had already annihilated them, wiping them all out. Brother Lingtian, these 4 young men should have quite a lot of merit points, right? They seem to be quite strong. Little Jean asked Duan Lingtian with a smile on her face. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian looked at his merit points and said, Little Jin's merit points, I've made it into the top 10,000. As for their combined strength, they're comparable to an ordinary celestial emperor. Duan Little Jean. So little? Little Jean was slightly disappointed. Their combined strength is comparable to an ordinary celestial emperor. In the Purgatory battlefield, that's considered quite a feat. I didn't expect the 4 of them to contribute so much merit points to you, Brother Lingtian. You're only able to make it into the top 10,000. They must have just entered the Purgatory battlefield, Duan Lingtian said with a smile. All right, let's take advantage of the terrain and find a place to hide. It's best if we can ambush them, Duan Lingtian said to Little Jean. As for Huan she would follow him wherever he went. The terrain of the Purgatory of 10,000 changes would change every once in a while. Moreover, not everyone in the Purgatory of 10,000 changes would end up in the same place. Sometimes, only 2 groups of people would end up in the same place. Other times, many groups of people would end up in the same place. Just like earlier, Duan Lingtian, and Huan suddenly discovered that the terrain they were standing on had changed. However, the 4 young men's location remained the same. It was Duan Lingtian, Huan and Huan who had entered the terrain where the 4 young men were. Now that Duan Lingtian, Huan and Huan were hiding, they would either be sent to the next terrain or be sent to the next one. As for Duan Lingtian's suggestion of finding a place to hide, it was to prevent anyone from being sent here. However, They did not take advantage of the terrain. They're here. Not long after Duan Tian, little Jean and Huan hid behind a mountain peak. The sharp-eyed little Jean looked to the left and said, "There are two people over there. There's someone over there." Duan Tian, little Jean, and Huan Duan Tian, noticed that there was someone on the right as well. The two groups of people faced each other as soon as they appeared. 1 against 2. Little Jin's eyes lit up. Since he dares to come here alone, he must be strong. I wonder how strong he is and if he's a match for the two young men. We'll find out soon enough. Duan Tian smiled faintly. At this moment, the Chaos Divine Flame's voice rang in Duan Tian's ears. "You're lucky. It's a fifth form Chaos Divine Flame." Upon hearing the Chaos Divine Flame's words, Duan Tian quickly shifted his gaze to the middle-aged man who was standing alone. The middle-aged man was dressed in a long green robe. He had an ordinary appearance and a huge saber appeared in his hands. Moreover, he had also comprehended the law of fire. The other two young men were quite strong as well. Their combined strength was close to that of a celestial emperor. In terms of combat strength, they were considered outstanding among celestial lords. Wang, 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 wang. As soon as the middle-aged man attacked, he unleashed a flaming blade light. At this time, he had not used the power of the chaotic divine flame in his body. "A fifth form chaos divine flame won't be able to detect you?" Duan Tian asked curiously. Although the world-cleansing divine water had told him this before, he only had a vague impression of it. From the beginning until now, the middle-aged man had not looked in Duan Tian's direction at all. It was clear the fifth form chaos divine flame had not detected the 5 divine elements in Duan Tian's body. "Ever since you entered the purgatory battlefield, we've been concealing our auras. Unless you make a move, the 5 divine elements won't be able to detect us," the world-cleansing divine water said. For example, the 5 divine elements will be able to detect the Chaos Divine Flame if they're in the same form as the Chaos Divine Flame. However, only a 7th form Chaos Divine Flame would be able to detect the 4 of us. It's the same for us. A 7th form world-cleansing divine water might be able to detect us, but it won't be able to detect them. Only a 7th form world-cleansing divine water would be able to detect us. The world-cleansing divine water explained in one breath. Duan Tian nodded in realization. Those two young men won't be a match for him. The 5th form Chaos Divine Flame will be able to enhance his strength by quite a bit. The middle-aged man's voice seemed to echo the voice of the Chaos Divine Flame in Duan Tian's little world. Initially, he was at a disadvantage. However, when his opponents let their guard down, he secretly used the Chaos Divine Flame's power and unleashed it at a critical moment. Boom! Rumble! In just a blink of an eye, the two young men were killed by the middle-aged man. Their spatial rings were collected by the middle-aged man. As for the military merit points, they were naturally transferred to the middle-aged man. "Let's go!" Duan Tian called out to Little Gold and led Huan out of the encirclement. He did not want to miss out on this opportunity to gain merit points and help the Chaos Divine Flame in his little world devour the 5th form Chaos Divine Flame. As for the middle-aged man, he had also discovered them immediately. Another 3 people who want to die? After discovering Duan Tian and the other 2, the middle-aged man's eyes flashed like lightning. Without wasting any time, he immediately charged toward Duan Tian and the other 2 before he withdrew his flame energy. The middle-aged man was a 10-direction celestial lord who had comprehended all profundities from the law of fire to the mastery stage. Coupled with the 5th form Chaos Divine Flame, his strength was even stronger than the 4 young men who knew how to cast a joint attack formation that Duan Tian had killed earlier. However, Duan Tian did not seem to care about the Chaos Divine Flame in the middle-aged man's body at all. "Thanks." When the middle-aged man charged forward, Duan Tian grinned at him, revealing a pair of snow-white teeth. At the same time, it caused the middle-aged man to be baffled. "Thanks. What's there to thank me for? Brat, do you think you can take my military merit points just because there are 3 of you?" The middle-aged man said disdainfully. At this moment, Duan Tian had already arrived in front of the middle-aged man. He brandished the 7 orifices exquisite sword in his hand. "No. You've misunderstood. I'm not only thanking you for giving me military merit points. At the same time, I want to thank you for giving me the Chaos Divine Flame. Duan Lingtian grinned. You noticed? The middle-aged man's eyes turned cold. He thought Duan Lingtian had discovered the Chaos Divine Flame in his body. He only realized what was going on when the Chaos Divine Flame in his body cried out. Run! Run! He has a sixth form Chaos Divine Flame in his body. The Chaos Divine Flame in the middle-aged man's body cried out. I can't help you in your battle with him. The middle-aged man was taken aback when the Chaos Divine Flame said anxiously, It's too late. Quick! Kill him now. Kill him before his Chaos Divine Flame devours me. He might not be as strong as you. It was obvious that the Chaos Divine Flame wanted the Chaos Divine Flame in Duan Lingtian's body to lose its host. That way, the middle-aged man would be able to escape. Without a host, the 5 divine elements would not be able to devour the weaker 5 divine elements as long as the latter had a host. This was because the host of the 5 divine elements could do their best to help the 5 divine elements in their body repel the 5 divine elements. A sixth form Chaos Divine Flame? The middle-aged man's expression changed drastically. At the same time, he realized the danger he was in. He quickly attacked with all his might. Flaming sabers shot out and formed a net that shrouded Duan Lingtian. If the Chaos Divine Flame in his body devoured the Chaos Divine Flame in his body, he would definitely die. Moreover, if the Chaos Divine Flame in his body successfully devoured the Chaos Divine Flame in his body, he would not be able to escape death even if he killed the middle-aged man. The Chaos Divine Flame might not choose to reside in his body. If it chose to reside in the bodies of the other two, he would still die. Chapter 3356. Swoosh. Although the middle-aged man had unleashed his full strength from the beginning, his flaming sabers formed a net that shrouded Duan Lingtian. He had comprehended all the profundities from the law of fire to the mastery stage. However, when the sound of a sword whistling in the air rang in the air, the 7-colored sword ray easily cut through the middle-aged man's attack like it was made of paper. Then, the 7-colored sword ray suppressed and annihilated the middle-aged man. The 7-colored sword ray was like a beast that devoured everything in its path. It easily devoured the middle-aged man's flame energy. Heavens! Not only does he have the 6th form Chaos Divine Flame, but he also has the 6th form Profound Divine Metal, the 6th form Clear Sky Divine Wood, the 6th form World Cleansing Divine Water, and the 6th form Chaos Divine Earth. What kind of monster is he? My life is over. When the middle-aged man realized that his attack had been easily crushed, the voice of the 5th form Primal Chaos Divine Flame rang out from within his body. Its voice was filled with shock and disbelief. When the middle-aged man heard its voice, his heart clenched. The person in front of him had 5 divine elements in his body? Furthermore, all 5 of the 5 divine elements were in their 6th form? No. The middle-aged man regained his senses when the 7-colored sword ray mercilessly slashed at him. He tried his best to block the attack. At the same time, he hurriedly called for help from the 5th form Chaos Divine Flame in his body. Help me! Help me! Alas, he did not receive any response from the 5th form Chaos Divine Flame in his body. It could not even take care of itself. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's 7-colored sword ray did not contain the Chaos Divine Flame's energy. The Chaos Divine Flame had already left his body and entered the middle-aged man's body to look for the 5th form Chaos Divine Flame. Since the middle-aged man had a 5th form Chaos Divine Flame, it did not even need the help of the other divine elements. Boom! The middle-aged man's body was quickly destroyed by the 7-colored sword ray. At the same time, the Chaos Divine Flame left the middle-aged man's body and returned to Duan Lingtian's little world. It was obvious the Chaos Divine Flame in the middle-aged man's body had been completely devoured by the Chaos Divine Flame. Wah! After Duan Lingtian killed the middle-aged man, Xiao Jin's surprised voice could be heard. Brother Lingtian, you're now in the top 700. You're now a lieutenant. It seems like the guy you killed was also a military officer. In the Purgatory battlefield, as long as one's military exploits reached the top 1,100, one would be able to obtain a corresponding military rank. Among them, the military ranks of the top 100 were commanders, while the military ranks of the bottom 1,000 were lieutenants. Now, after Duanling Tian killed the middle-aged man and obtained his military merits, he charged into the top 700 in one fell swoop. Xia Feiwu, the name Duanling Tian was currently using, had already appeared in front of everyone in the purgatory battlefield like a dark horse. Of course, dark horses were commonly used in the purgatory battlefield, so Duanling Tian's sudden appearance did not attract too much attention. Moreover, it was only the top 700 after all. If one day Duanling Tian could charge into the top 100, at that time, there would naturally be more people paying attention to him. After all, there were only 100 commanders in the purgatory battlefield. As for lieutenants, there were more than 1,000 of them. Compared to commanders, they were naturally not that rare. However, with his strength, if he continues to grow, it's impossible for him to just be a lieutenant of this rank. He can only blame himself for being too unlucky to have met Brother Ling Tian so early. Xiao Jin had personally witnessed the middle-aged man's strength just now. She knew that with his strength, if he continued to grow, not to mention a top lieutenant, he might even become a commander. It was a pity that he met her brother Ling Tian, and that was the end of it. Brother Ling Tian, you now have more than 800 military merits. You can already exchange them for the opportunity to enter the secret realm. Xiao Jin smiled at Duanling Tian and said, moreover, even if you use up your military merits now, it won't affect the upper limit of your military merits, and it won't affect your ranking on the military merits ranking. Hearing Xiao Jin's reminder, Duanling Tian's mind instantly flashed with a few options. Most of them were to enter the secret realm with others. Of course, this type of secret realm did not require much military merits. In fact, it could even be said that it was very little. The more people entered the secret realm, the less military merits were required to exchange for it. Correspondingly, the less people entered the secret realm, the more military merits were required to exchange for it. A person entering the secret realm alone requires 500 military merits each time? Duanling Tian could not help but click his tongue. The options that appeared in Duanling Tian's mind now were similar to when he was playing games on Earth in his previous life. There were many options for him to choose from. This made him more aware of the reason why the purgatory battlefield was called the game of the strongest. However, although it's a person entering the secret realm alone, as long as the person is willing to exchange for it, they can also bring others in. Soon after, Duanling Tian noticed this. If it was under normal circumstances, he would be interested in entering the secret realm alone. However, with Little Gold and Huan by his side, it was impossible for him to enter the secret realm alone. For this reason, he heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that he could bring his companions into the secret realm after spending 500 military merit points. Huan Xiao Jin, I'm going to use my military merits to exchange for a secret realm. Let's enter together. Duanling Tian informed Huan and Xiao Jin in advance. Then, he began to exchange for the secret realm. Exchange for a personal secret realm. With that thought in mind, Duanling Tian discovered his military merits had been reduced by 500 points. However, there was still a limit. The remaining military merits were still displayed. As 500 merit points were deducted, a prompt appeared in his mind, guiding him to a certain place. Over there. With that, Duanling Tian brought Huan and Xiao Jin along the way. In just a blink of an eye, they had left the purgatory of myriad changes and returned to another region of the purgatory battlefield. After traveling for a day and a night, Duanling Tian finally came to a halt. It's here. At the same time, Duanling Tian's group of 3 appeared in a vast and boundless desert. The desert stretched as far as the eye could see, and there were ruins beneath their feet. The ruins of the ruins seemed to be extremely ancient, and it was as if they were telling everything in the surroundings that they had existed for a long time. Brother Ling Tian, is it under these ruins? Xiao Jin asked. No. Duanling Tian shook his head. It's under the desert beside these ruins. However, we'll have to enter through these ruins. Duanling Tian, Little Gold, and Duanling Tian descended from the sky and entered the ruins. Then, they followed the path in the ruins. Along the way, it was not difficult to see that the path in the ruins had been forcibly opened up by someone. However, after opening it up to a certain point, the person might not have discovered anything. Therefore, Duan Lingtian and the others stopped at this spot. There's no path ahead. Little Jean said. Brother Lingtian, I think there's an illusory formation behind this path. Huan spoke up. Duan Lingtian nodded. After exchanging my points, I'll be guided to the path ahead, including the way to break the formation. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the 7 orifices exquisite sword appeared in his hand in a flash. Then, he immediately cut a path in the dead end in front of him. Moreover, he did not waste any energy at all. While Duan Lingtian and Xiao Jin were clearing the path, they entered an area shrouded by an illusory formation. Even Huan was powerless against the illusory formation here. Brother Lingtian, the illusory formation here is very advanced. I can't break it with my current strength. I have a feeling that even if I become a celestial emperor and unlock my inherited memories, I won't be able to break it. Duan Lingtian nodded. That's normal. Duan Lingtian said with a smile. The purgatory battlefield is a place created by a supreme expert. The illusory formation here is the barrier to the secret realm that we're heading to. It's only natural that it won't allow anyone to break through. Following that, Duan Lingtian used the method to break the formation that appeared in his mind to break the illusory formation. Then, he led Huan and Little Jean through the illusory formation and into a spacious area. That's the palace. At the same time, a palace appeared in front of Duan Lingtian and the other two. The palace was located in the distance, and on the path leading to the entrance of the palace, there were statues standing on both sides of them. There were statues of children, young girls, young men, young women, old men, and old women. Apart from humans, there were also many celestial beasts. These celestial beasts were of various shapes and sizes. There were dragons, tigers, and leopards. We're here. Duan Lingtian said to Little Jean and Huan The palace in front of us is the secret realm. Or rather, the land we're standing on can be considered a secret realm. At this moment, the guidance in Duan Lingtian's mind had completely disappeared. Apart from that, he felt as though he was being struck by lightning. The statues in front of them were most likely a test for them to enter the palace. Perhaps they were a test for the secret realm. Follow me closely. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as the 7 orifices exquisite sword spun around him. After that, he called out to the world-cleansing divine water in his little world. Sister Water, do you see anything special about these statues? As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the world-cleansing divine water's voice rang in his ears. It's the myriad phenomenon formation. The myriad phenomenon formation? Duan Lingtian was stunned. The world-cleansing divine water explained. The myriad phenomenon formation includes both offensive and defensive formations. There are also transformations and illusions. If we want to pass through the myriad phenomenon formation, we'll encounter many problems. Only by resolving these problems will we be able to pass through the myriad phenomenon formation. Moreover, it's impossible to break the myriad phenomenon formation. The world-cleansing divine water replied in a timely manner. Chapter 3357. If that's the case, how am I supposed to pass through the barrier? Duan Lingtian asked the key question. You don't have to worry about this since you're borrowing our strength. Just deal with whatever comes your way. The world-cleansing divine water said, You should know that with our help, it's as though you have the help of a 7th form divine element. In fact, if we join forces, we're even stronger than a 7th form divine element. A formation of this level won't be able to stop you. Moreover, this is only the first barrier. With your strength, if you can't even pass through the first barrier, how are you going to deal with the rest of the trials? Upon hearing the world-cleansing divine water's words, Duan Lingtian realized he had been overly cautious. Of course, the reason Duan Lingtian was so careful was entirely because of his habitual thinking all along the way. He subconsciously felt that this purgatory battlefield was left behind by a supreme powerhouse, and the word supreme powerhouse had an extremely great deterrent force. Following that, Duan Lingtian beckoned to Huan and Little Gold before he led them into the 10,000 elephants formation and made his way to the palace in front of them. Along the way, the lifelike statues were activated one after another to block Duan Lingtian's path. However, The strongest of these statues was only comparable to a 10-direction celestial lord, who had comprehended all the profundities of a law to the mastery stage. Therefore, these statues posed no threat to Duan Ling Tian at all. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian was able to bring Huan and Little Black through the barrier. Following that, the three of them successfully entered the palace. As soon as they entered the palace, Duan Ling Tian's mind seemed to have cleared up. A law he had comprehended in the past suddenly appeared in his mind. This is the law of time? After entering the palace, Duan Ling Tian discovered that everything in the palace seemed to be restricted by time. Whether it was his Little Gold's or Huan Er's, movements were slowed down. Brother Ling Tian, is this the law of time? Huan asked curiously. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded solemnly. Although he had come into contact with the laws of time in the past, he was still lacking an opportunity to comprehend its fundamental profundity, the time elemental profundity. Since he had been focusing on comprehending the laws of space, he had never had the chance to encounter that opportunity. The moment he entered the palace, he realized that his comprehension of the time law seemed to have coincided with an opportunity. Time element. With this thought in mind, Duan Ling Tian raised his hand, and his celestial origin energy extended out and merged with the energy he had just comprehended. This is the time element? At this moment, Duan Ling Tian could clearly feel he had stepped through the threshold of the laws of time. However, the true might of the law of time doesn't lie in the fundamental profundity, the time elemental profundity. Instead, it lies in the combination of the time elemental profundity and other profundities to control the flow of time. In fact, when one's comprehension of the law of time reaches a certain level, one can even stop time in an area. Duan Ling Tian had long known how terrifying the law of time was. He even knew that although the law of time, the laws of space, the laws of life, and the laws of death were the four supreme laws, the law of time was the hardest to comprehend. For example, Duan Ling Tian had yet to encounter an opponent who had comprehended the law of time. Although the law of time was difficult to comprehend, it was also very powerful. Among the four supreme laws, the law of time was definitely an existence that was second to none. If one comprehended the same level of law, the law of time was more than enough to suppress the other three supreme laws. However, although the law of time is powerful, I'll have to start from scratch if I want to comprehend it. My attainments in the law of space don't allow me to waste too much time on the law of time. Once I become a celestial emperor, I'll be able to comprehend the fusion profundity of the law of space through the godheads of supreme powerhouses. Duan Ling Tian knew this very well. For this reason, even though he had accidentally comprehended the law of time, Duan Ling Tian was still as calm as ever. It was as though nothing had happened. Little Gold, what's in a secret realm like this? Duan Ling Tian asked curiously. Celestial fruits and celestial pills that can help celestial lords improve their cultivation bases? His main purpose for coming to the purgatory battlefield this time was to obtain celestial fruits and celestial pills that could improve his cultivation base. After all, he wanted to break through to the celestial emperor realm as soon as possible so that he could further comprehend the law of space. Otherwise, he would not be able to comprehend the fusion profundity of the law of space with the help of the supreme powerhouse godhead because his cultivation base was not high enough. Although the purgatory battlefield was filled with danger, the secret realms left behind by the supreme powerhouses also contained treasures that celestial lords could only dream of. Otherwise, how could a group of celestial lords be attracted to the purgatory battlefield? After all, there was no lack of celestial lords who possessed the 5 divine elements in the purgatory battlefield. If it was not for the treasures that attracted them, why would they take the risk to enter the purgatory battlefield? Brother Ling Tian, Little Gold said with a smile. Whether it's a secret realm or a secret realm, the celestial fruits and celestial pills that can help celestial lords improve their cultivation bases are the most ordinary treasures. In the secret realms of the purgatory battlefield, the more precious treasures are the divine weapons and treasures that contain the comprehension of the laws of space. Of course, there are also some other treasures. These treasures are very useful to non-human beings, but they're useless to humans. However, humans can also use those things to trade with non-human life forms for other things they need. After listening to Little Gold's explanation, Duan Ling Tian realized the celestial fruits and celestial pills that he wanted were not rare in the secret realms of the purgatory battlefield. After passing through the main hall of the palace, Duan Ling Tian and the other two entered a passageway. Once again, they were faced with a sudden test. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Streaks of ghostly black shadows shot out from the shadows of the three people and attacked them directly. Their speed was as fast as lightning. However, even though these black figures were fast, Duan Ling Tian was even faster. Before Huan and Little Gold could react, the seven orifices exquisite sword that was revolving around Duan Ling Tian had already swept past the shadows and easily destroyed them. As they walked through the passageway, they were attacked by a total of 9 waves of black shadows. Moreover, the black shadows that appeared later were stronger. However, under Duan Ling Tian's 7 orifices exquisite sword, the strongest of these black shadows didn't even last a moment. With the 5 divine elements boost to the 7 orifices exquisite sword, Duan Ling Tian's attacks were stronger than most titled celestial emperors. I didn't see any rewards in the first test. Don't tell me there's no reward here as well? Little Gold muttered to herself. If I'm not mistaken, the reward for the first test is comprehending the law of time in the main hall of the palace. Duan Ling Tian shook his head. He had comprehended the law of time's fundamental profundity, the time elemental profundity, in the main hall of the palace. How can the law of time be considered a reward? Little Gold frowned. Isn't that a little too stingy? Only a genius would be able to comprehend the law of time from the main hall of the palace. Indeed, Little Gold was right. If Duan Ling Tian had not come into contact with the law of time in the past, he would not have been able to comprehend the law of time's fundamental profundity, the time elemental profundity. The most important thing is accumulation, Duan Ling Tian said with a smile. After all, you've accumulated a certain amount of comprehension of the law of time. If you encounter such an environment again, you might be able to use it to comprehend the law of time. Since Duan Ling Tian had comprehended the law of time in such a manner, he spoke as though he was an experienced person. Swoosh! As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, a gust of wind blew in the distance, causing Duan Ling Tian to look up. In the next moment, a pill bottle appeared in Duan Ling Tian's hand. This is... Duan Ling Tian instinctively picked up the pill bottle and glanced at the surface of the bottle. To his surprise, the words majestic pill were carved on it. Majestic pill? Huangji pill? Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Little Gold moved closer. Her eyes lit up when she saw the words on the pill bottle. Brother Ling Tian, this Huangji pill can help a celestial lord improve his cultivation base. It's made by a celestial alchemist who's at the royal grade or above. However, a celestial alchemist can only consume 3 Huangji pills at most. After 3 Huangji pills, a 4th Huangji pill will no longer have any effect. Since you don't know what a Huangji pill is, I'm sure you haven't consumed it before, Little Gold said. In the past, Little Gold had consumed the Huangji pill when she was in the Blood Moon Ridge in the 10,000 Beasts Heaven. Therefore, she was very familiar with its effects. Moreover, since she had consumed it in the past, it was no longer effective for her. Improve my cultivation base? Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up. Indeed, he had not consumed the Huangji pill before. In fact, this was the first time he had heard of such a pill. In the past, he had mostly relied on celestial fruits to improve his cultivation base and rarely consumed celestial pills. After all, there were very few celestial pills that could improve one's cultivation base after reaching the celestial lord realm. Even if there were, only celestial alchemists at the royal grade and above would be able to refine such pills. Most heaven-grade forces might not even have such celestial alchemists. Only heaven-grade forces with a long history and a deep foundation would have such celestial alchemists. Naturally, if a heavenly emperor's force wanted such a pill, as long as a heavenly emperor asked, they could ask for it from a heaven-grade force. There's a total of 10 Huangji pills. Duan Ling Tian opened the pill bottle and discovered there were 10 majestic pills inside. He gave 3 to Huan before he looked at Little Gold and asked, Little Gold, how long will it take to absorb the medicinal efficacy of these majestic pills? Chapter 3358. Brother Ling Tian, it won't take long for the Huangji pills to be completely absorbed. It'll only take a few days for 3 pills to be absorbed. For those below the 8 trigram Celestial Lord stage, even those who have just entered the 8 trigram Celestial Lord stage will be able to raise their cultivation base by at least 1 level after consuming 3 pills. In response to Duan Ling Tian's question, Little Gold replied in a timely manner. The Royal Supreme Pill is one of the best celestial pills for celestial lords. Naturally, there are very few celestial pills that can raise a celestial lord's cultivation base. Duan Ling Tian nodded. All right. Upon hearing Little Gold's words, Duan Ling Tian felt much more confident. In that case, Huan and I will consume the Huang Ji pills and cultivate for a few days before we continue exploring the secret realm. Little Gold, you'll stand guard for us. Initially, Duan Ling Tian had thought that if it took too long to digest the majestic pill's medicinal efficacy, he would wait until he passed through the secret realm before consuming the majestic pill to cultivate and raise his cultivation base. However, since Little Gold said it would only take a few days, he decided to consume the Huang Ji pills to raise his cultivation base before he continued exploring the secret realm. All right. Upon hearing Little Gold's words, Duan Ling Tian and Huan sat cross-legged on the ground to cultivate. After consuming the Huang Ji pills, they began to absorb the Huang Ji pills. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian could perfectly control the heaven and earth spirit energy in his little world. He could direct a portion of the heaven and earth spirit energy into Huan Er's body to help her cultivate. At the same time, he could also utilize the heaven and earth spirit energy in his little world to cultivate. After all, the heaven and earth spirit energy in the little world was similar to the heaven and earth spirit energy in other realms of gods. In just 3 days, Duan Ling Tian and Huan Er's cultivation bases had improved significantly. Let's continue. After Duan Ling Tian absorbed the medicinal efficacy of the majestic pill and raised his cultivation base, his aura had more or less undergone some subtle changes. As for Huan her aura seemed more ethereal than before. She looked like a goddess. For the rest of the journey, Duan Ling Tian and the other two smoothly passed through all the tests in the secret realm. During this period, he obtained several spirit fruits that could help celestial emperors improve their cultivation base. Among them, there were 2 spirit fruits that could automatically improve one's cultivation base after consumption. There was no need to cultivate to digest the medicinal efficacy. For Duan Ling Tian, these spirit fruits were tailor-made for him. Why haven't you left yet? After passing through all the palaces in the palace and leaving the palace from another direction, Xiao Jin couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. Under normal circumstances, they should have left the mystic realm by now. There was a voice asking me if I wanted to challenge the 1,000 military merits limit. Just as Xiao Jin was puzzling over this, an ethereal voice sounded in Duan Ling Tian's mind. The voice was neutral and gentle, and it was impossible to tell whether it was a man or a woman. It asked him if he wanted to challenge the test of breaking the previous upper limit. Almost at the same time as he finished speaking, a voice rang out. Both Little Gold and Huan had the same thought. Challenge me. I'll have to challenge him sooner or later. Xiao Jin nodded. Following that, Duan Ling Tian, Huan and Huan stepped into 3 doors that appeared out of thin air. At this moment, Little Gold's voice rang in the air again. Brother Ling Tian, Huan we'll return to this place after we pass the test. At that time, don't wander around. Just stay where you are and wait for us. By the time Xiao Jin finished speaking, she had already disappeared behind the void door. After that, Duan Ling Tian and Huan were led into the spatial door. Breaking the 1,000 military merits limit. If a human 10-direction celestial lord hasn't comprehended one of the 4 supreme laws, even if he has comprehended all the profundities to the mastery realm, it'll still be difficult for him to break the 1,000 military merits limit. On the other hand, if he's not a human 10-direction celestial lord, as long as he has other extraordinary techniques, he'll still be able to break the 1,000 military merits limit even if he hasn't comprehended one of the supreme laws. Those who are capable of breaking the 1,000 military merits limit are, at the very least, a top lieutenant or a first-class commander in the purgatory battlefield. After entering the spatial door, Duan Ling Tian appeared in the air above a sea of flames. Thoughts raced through his mind for a long time. It was only when the sea of flames beneath his feet began to boil that Duan Ling Tian regained his senses. What entered his eyes was a sea of fiery red. Currently, Duan Ling Tian felt as though he was in a boundless sea of fire. Apart from the scorching heat in the air, he could also clearly feel waves of extraordinary auras in the depths of the sea of fire. Moreover, these auras were slightly restless at this moment. Let's end this as soon as possible. 4. Duan Ling Tian. Breaking the 1,000 military merits limit was not difficult at all. When the creatures in the depths of the sea of fire were about to make a move, he had already made the first move. The 7 orifices exquisite sword roared and shot out a 7-colored sword radiance that shot straight into the sky. It was mixed with the power of the 5 divine elements. The brutal power of space was like a shadow that could tear space apart. Swoosh! The 7-colored sword chi shot up into the sky before it fell from the sky like the light of doomsday, splitting the sea of flames into 2. The moment the sword chi entered the sea of flames, a violent energy erupted. Boom! Rumble! A series of muffled explosions rang out from the depths of the sea of flames. Following that, Duan Ling Tian saw the corpses of many creatures rising to the surface of the sea. At the same time, many strange immortal beasts that were covered in flames pounced on him one after another like a suicide squad. Whoosh! 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 The 7-colored sword chi around Duan Ling Tian turned into a rain of swords that easily stopped the immortal beasts that pounced on him. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian made his move again and killed the immortal beasts that rose to the surface of the sea. In less than 15 minutes, Duan Ling Tian discovered that his surroundings had changed. Then, he returned to the empty space behind the palace. Are Huan and Little Gold still not out yet? Duan Ling Tian stared at the empty space for about half an hour before Huan finally came out. After another quarter of an hour, Xiao Jin also came out. Huan you're out so soon? Little Gold was not surprised that brother Ling Tian had come out earlier than her. However, she was surprised that Huan had come out earlier than her. Although she knew Huan was a divine beast, she did not think Huan was stronger than her. Now that Huan had come out earlier than her, it was clear that Huan was stronger than her. Brother Ling Tian, how long did Huan come out earlier than me? Little Gold asked Duan Ling Tian through voice transmission. Not long. Although Duan Ling Tian had not seen Little Gold for a long time, how could he not see Little Gold's desire to compete with him? Therefore, he only gave a perfunctory answer to Little Gold's question. Brother Ling Tian, can you be more specific? Little Gold asked anxiously. How long is not long? 15 minutes. Duan Ling Tian had no choice but to tell Little Gold the truth. He had only said not long to comfort Little Gold. However, it seemed like Little Gold did not appreciate his words. 15 minutes is not long? Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, a sense of defeat rose in Little Gold's heart. However, she quickly regained her composure. It seems like I can't slack off anymore. Huan is much younger than me, but she's stronger than me. Although she's a divine beast, her environment is far inferior to Blood Moon Ridge's environment. Little Gold knew very well that Huan was much younger than her. If Huan had stayed in Blood Moon Ridge for 200 years, with her divine beast foundation, she would not be any weaker than an ordinary titled celestial emperor. For this reason, Little Gold did not think Huan was stronger than her just because Huan was a divine beast. If she had worked harder while she was in Blood Moon Ridge, she might not have been weaker than Huan. Naturally, Little Gold was the only one who knew about her thoughts. If Duan Ling Tian knew what she was thinking right now, perhaps he would be slightly gratified because this was a good thing. After leaving the secret realm, Duan Ling Tian, Huan and Huan returned to the purgatory of 10,000 changes to search for more merit points. It had to be said that the 3 of them were quite lucky. In the following period of time, they didn't encounter any opponents that were too strong. The 3 of them reached the upper limit of 2,000 points one after another. Of course, the 3 of them actually had more than 2,000 points. Huan merit points had just surpassed 2,000 merit points. On the other hand, Little Gold's merit points were close to 3,000 merit points. However, due to the limit, her merit points were only 2,000 merit points. Moreover, she was ranked behind Huan since Huan had reached 2,000 merit points before her. The reason Little Gold's merit points were higher than Huan was due to the person she had killed who had more than 1,000 merit points. As for Duan Ling Tian, He had 6,000 merit points. It's about time. Let's exchange for a secret realm and try to break the 2,000 merit points limit after we enter the secret realm, Little Gold said. Up until now, Duan Ling Tian, Huan and Huan had only entered one secret realm. It was the secret realm that Duan Ling Tian had exchanged 500 merit points for. Following this, the three of them took turns exchanging for secret realms. Naturally, the three of them would enter each secret realm at the same time. After entering the first secret realm, Duan Ling Tian, Huan and Huan successfully broke the 2,000 merit points limit. However, Little Gold had a hard time breaking the 2,000 merit points limit. Brother Ling Tian, I'm afraid my limit will stop at 3,000 merit points. With my foundation, I won't be able to break the 3,000 merit points limit. Little Gold had told Duan Ling Tian about this when they first entered the Purgatory battlefield. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian was prepared for this. Huan on the other hand, did not have to worry about it. After all, she was a divine beast. Let's consume the celestial fruits and celestial pills we've obtained to improve our cultivation bases. Little Gold, you should strive to become a 10-direction celestial lord. At that time, you might be able to break the 3,000 merit points limit. Duan Ling Tian said to Huan and Little Gold. Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, the three of them entered a state of frenzied cultivation. During this time, Little Gold was shocked by the heaven and earth spirit energy in Duan Ling Tian's little world. Brother Ling Tian, after cultivating with you, I don't want to return to Blood Moon Ridge anymore. Chapter 3359. Time flew by. In just a blink of an eye, several decades had passed. Several decades were not long for ordinary celestials in the Devata realms. However, for someone who had just ascended to a Devata realm 200 years ago, it was still a long time. In just a blink of an eye, 300 years have passed. In a dim world, in a stone forest, a figure slowly flew out from one of the huge stone pillars. He looked up at the gray sky and muttered to himself. The figure belonged to a handsome young man dressed in purple. His eyebrows were dashing, and his eyes were bright like stars. At this moment, a hint of nostalgia could be seen in his eyes. A hint of coldness could be seen in the depths of his eyes as he looked up at the sky. It was as though he was thinking of an enemy. Brother Ling Tian. The peerlessly beautiful woman had unknowingly walked out and came to the young man's side. Naturally, she held his arm and asked softly, "Do you miss Sister Ku Sister Fei and Sister Tian Wu?" Huan Duan Ling Tian smiled faintly. "Why are you here?" Brother Ling Tian, I saw you stopped cultivating so I decided to come out. Brother Ling Tian, have you become a 10-direction celestial lord? Huan asked. In recent years, Little Gold and Huan had become 10-direction celestial lords one after another. However, Duan Ling Tian was the last to become a 10-direction celestial lord since his starting point was lower than theirs. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded with a smile. I just had a breakthrough. In recent years, after consuming the first batch of celestial fruits and celestial pills, Duan Ling Tian continued to look for people to obtain more celestial fruits and celestial pills. This was the only reason he had entered the Purgatory battlefield. Later on, Duan Ling Tian encountered a few people who possessed the 5 divine elements in the Purgatory of myriad changes. However, the strongest of the 5 divine elements was only at the 6th form. Duan Ling Tian had never seen anyone with a 7th form 5 divine elements, let alone an 8th form 5 divine elements. Furthermore, the divine elements of those who possessed the 6th form of the divine elements were devoured by the divine elements in Duan Ling Tian's body. The 5 divine elements in Duan Ling Tian's body were originally in the 6th form. After devouring other 5 divine elements in the 6th form, they could directly evolve into the 7th form. Apart from the Chaos Divine Earth, all of Duan Ling Tian's divine elements had reached the 7th form, especially the Primal Chaos Divine Flame. Due to the fact that he had not only devoured a 6th form Chaos Divine Flame, but he had also devoured some 5th form and lower form Chaos Divine Flames. Therefore, he was not far from reaching the 8th form. Big Brother Ling Tian, Huan At this moment, Little Gold had also emerged from the stone forest and flew to Duan Ling Tian and Duan Ling Tian's side. Her eyes lit up when she learned that Duan Ling Tian had become a 10-direction celestial lord. Big brother Ling Tian, should we leave the purgatory battlefield after we become immortal emperors, or should we leave now? Xiao Jin asked. She was very clear in her heart. Whether it was her, brother Ling Tian, or Huan none of them had any intention of competing for higher ranks. Their goal was to use the various resources in the purgatory battlefield to become celestial emperors as soon as possible. Currently, both of them were 10-direction celestial lords. Moreover, both of them were close to breaking through to the celestial emperor realm. In the purgatory battlefield, once one broke through and became an immortal emperor, not only would they be sent out, but their ranking would also be removed. Let's stay here for a while longer. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he said, currently, I've only become a 10-direction celestial lord. Although I still have many celestial fruits in my possession, I'm sure my cultivation efficiency will not be lower than here. However, who's to say I won't be able to obtain better celestial fruits? Duan Lingtian's words were, naturally, directed at Little Gold. In fact, the reason he did not plan to leave the purgatory battlefield for the time being was because of the 5 divine elements in his body. Other than the chaos divine earth that was still in its 6th form, all of the 5 divine elements in his body had advanced to the 7th form. Their strength had risen to a whole new level, and they were no longer the same as before. Even so, they still had a lot of room for improvement. The purgatory battlefield was, without a doubt, a perfect place for them to improve. Now, even if we encounter an 8th form 5 divine element, we won't have to fear it if we join forces. Duan Ling Tian could still hear the world-cleansing divine water's words. For this reason, he wanted to stay in the purgatory battlefield for as long as he could to help the 5 divine elements improve their forms. Currently, Duan Ling Tian's military rank in the purgatory battlefield was a 6th grade commander. As long as he passed a test that broke the upper limit of his military merit, he would be able to improve his military rank. Up until now, there were only 2 7th grade commanders in the purgatory battlefield. Moreover, Duan Ling Tian had yet to encounter one of them. At most, he had encountered 2 6th grade commanders, but both of them were killed by Duan Ling Tian and their 5 divine elements. One of them was a top-tier celestial beast like Little Gold, who possessed a 6th form profound divine metal and a divine artifact. If he did not encounter Duan Ling Tian, there were very few people in the purgatory battlefield who could defeat him. The other person was a divine beast like Huan She also possessed a divine artifact and a 5th form world-cleansing divine water. She was extremely powerful, but she was still killed by Duan Ling Tian. After killing a top-tier celestial beast and a divine beast, not only did Duan Ling Tian obtain a lot of military merit, but he also obtained their divine artifacts and 5 divine elements. Moreover, some of the items in their bodies would be of great help to Huan and Little Gold. All right. Naturally, Little Gold had no objections to Duan Ling Tian's decision. As for Huan she naturally did not have any objections. Let's go to the purgatory of myriad changes. Duan Ling Tian knew he would not be able to stay in the purgatory battlefield for long. For this reason, he did not plan to enter any secret zones. After all, the celestial fruits in his possession were more than enough for him to become a celestial emperor in a short time. The effect of cultivating in the purgatory battlefield was the same as cultivating outside. He did not rely on the heaven and earth spirit energy in the purgatory battlefield or Devata realms. Instead, he relied on the heaven and earth spirit energy from the ruins of realms of gods in his little world. No matter where he was, he would have the best heaven and earth spirit energy to aid his cultivation. Sister Water, is there really no way for Huan and Little Gold to possess the 5 divine elements? Even if it's just one, it's fine. Duan Ling Tian asked the world-cleansing divine water as they made their way to the purgatory of myriad changes. This was one of the questions Duan Ling Tian had asked the world-cleansing divine water at least 5 times over the past few decades. I've told you many times in the past that unless they want to take a risk, I don't recommend them to allow the 5 divine elements to reside in their bodies, the world-cleansing divine water replied. Duan Ling Tian nodded. The host of the 5 divine elements was determined by themselves. Nobody could determine the host for the 5 divine elements. Even the profound divine metal, which had resided in Duan Lingtian's body, had to negotiate with the Chaos Divine Flame to allow it to reside in Duan Lingtian's body and acknowledge Duan Lingtian as its host. If the Chaos Divine Flame was unwilling to do so, nobody could force it to do so. In the Purgatory battlefield, some of the 5 divine elements hosts would choose another host when they were at their wits' end. However, when the host left the Purgatory battlefield and found a more suitable host, the 5 divine elements would abandon their current host and accept a new one. If that happened, not only would the 5 divine elements leave the host, but it would also affect the host. In fact, the new owner of the divine elements would most likely choose to kill the previous owner in order to keep the secret of obtaining the divine elements a secret. Even if the new host did not have the intention to kill the 5 divine elements, the 5 divine elements would still encourage the new host to do so. If it's Huan the 5 divine elements might not choose to leave her. After all, they might not be able to find a better host. However, I can't guarantee that Little Gold will be the same. Although top celestial beasts are rare, they're not rare in the Devata realms. The world-cleansing divine water said. Duan Lingtian fell silent when he heard the world-cleansing divine water's words. This was not his first time hearing such words since he had asked the world-cleansing divine water many times. However, in the end, he still could not make up his mind. In fact, he did not want Huan to take the risk. I think it's better to be conservative. Even if Huan obtains one of the 5 divine elements, her strength won't increase by much. Moreover, with me protecting her, it doesn't matter if she's slightly weaker. As for Little Gold, when she evolves into a divine beast, it will be up to her. The Purgatory battlefield isn't the only place that has the 5 divine elements. There are many celestial emperors in the 9 Serenities battlefield who possess the 5 divine elements as well. When she wants one in the future, I'll enter the 9 Serenities battlefield with her and help her obtain one of the 5 divine elements. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian made up his mind. After returning to the Purgatory of myriad changes in the Purgatory battlefield, Duan Lingtian felt as though he was being bullied by his opponents. In the end, he did not even bother to deal with those who were weaker. Instead, he let Little Gold and Huan deal with them. The 6th form Chaos Divine Earth. The Chaos Divine Earth's childish voice rang in Duan Lingtian's body. Its voice was filled with excitement as it said, "It's finally here. It's finally here." At this moment, 2 figures appeared in front of Duan Lingtian. A tall and sturdy man with a bare upper body and a short and skinny old woman were sitting on the shoulders of the 3-meter-tall man. Chapter 3360. While Duan Lingtian was staring at the 2 people in front of him, the 2 people in front of him were also looking at Duan Lingtian. The burly man's gaze was fixed on Duan Lingtian. On the other hand, the short and skinny old woman stared at Duan Lingtian as though she was looking at a priceless treasure. Her eyes shone brightly, and she looked so excited that she was close to drooling. This was due to the 6th form Chaos Divine Earth in her body. Moreover, the Chaos Divine Earth in her body had already discovered the Chaos Divine Earth in Duan Lingtian's body. "Boy, I want the Chaos Divine Earth in your body." The old woman grinned without any warning. Her smile was extremely sinister, giving people a bone-chilling feeling. Upon hearing the old woman's words, Duan Lingtian merely smiled. "Kill him." The old woman's expression darkened when she saw Duan Lingtian's smile. Then she said coldly, "De Zhuang, I'll leave the 2 girls to you. I'll deal with this young man." At this moment, Duan Lingtian had transformed into a white-clad young man named Xia Feiwu. He did not have any of his original features. "All right." As soon as the old woman finished speaking, she flew up and left the burly man's arm. The burly man seemed to have transformed into a war chariot as he charged toward Little Gold and Huan. His speed was extremely fast, and flames surged out of his body. It was clear he was skilled in the law of fire. "Huan, leave this big blockhead to me. As for the old woman, she's yours." As soon as Little Gold finished speaking, she charged toward the burly man. As soon as Little Gold finished speaking, Huan vanished from her spot and reappeared behind the old woman. After a while, the old woman made her move. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The old woman was skilled in the law of ice, a variant of one of the 5 elemental laws. Her attack was so cold that it seemed capable of freezing everything. Alas, no matter how powerful the ice was, it was easily shattered by Xuan. After a while, the old woman continued to attack. For a moment, the two of them were evenly matched. On the other side, the brawny man and Xiao Jin were equally matched at the beginning. However, with a low roar, Xiao Jin transformed into his original form. A huge golden rat appeared. As it opened its mouth, a terrifying devouring power spread out as if it wanted to swallow the brawny man. Roar! When Xiao Jin transformed into his original form, the muscular man let out a low roar. Then, his entire body swelled up and turned into a towering tree. The branches and leaves on his body swayed and shot out. Waves of power swept out to resist Xiao Jin's power. For a moment, the two of them were evenly matched. Meanwhile, the old woman had also transformed into a giant black eagle. She was brimming with a violent aura. She was a celestial beast, and her body was filled with a violent aura. Wang, 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 wang. The giant eagle immortal beast was also a top immortal beast. When it attacked, sharp blades of light shot out from the tip of its claws in a ferocious manner. Xuan expression remained unchanged when she saw this. So what if he was a top-tier immortal beast? She was a divine beast. Brother Ling Tian, ask the Chaos Divine Earth to attack, Xuan said. A huge silhouette that was the size of a small mountain appeared behind the old woman. It was the silhouette of the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox. As soon as it appeared, the aura of a divine beast caused the giant eagle immortal beast to widen its eyes in shock. Why, you're a divine beast? Upon confirming that Xuan was a divine beast, the old woman's eyes widened in shock. Then, the aura of the Law of Earth surged out of her body. Do you think I don't exist? Alas, the aura of the Law of Earth disappeared as soon as Duan Ling Tian approached the old woman. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian teleported to the old woman's side. Swoosh! At the same time, the eyes of the silhouette of the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox behind Xuan flashed. A strange soul energy spread out and shrouded the giant eagle immortal beast. In that instant, the giant eagle's eyes went blank for a moment. Swoosh! While the giant eagle immortal beast was in a daze, a seven-colored sword chi shot out from Duan Lingtian's hand. The seven orifices exquisite sword shone with the brilliance of a divine weapon. It was so powerful that it felt as though it could cut and annihilate anything in its path. This time, the Chaos Divine Earth seemed to have sensed the threat from the giant eagle. The Law of Earth's aura appeared once again. It was the Chaos Divine Earth, who was inside the giant eagle, and it wanted to protect its host. Hee hee. You can't even protect yourself, and yet, you want to protect your host? Dream on. As soon as the aura of the Law of Earth surged out of the giant eagle immortal beast's body, a childish voice rang in the air. It was the Chaos Divine Earth that had emerged from Duan Lingtian's body. No! When the aura of the Law of Earth disappeared from the giant eagle immortal beast's body, it cried out in despair. At this moment, she knew the Chaos Divine Earth could not even fend for itself. Spurt! The seven-colored sword radiance swept past and directly split the giant eagle's body into two. The violent power instantly blasted the giant eagle's corpse into dust, leaving only two earth and yellow powers that were constantly clashing. They were evenly matched. However, this evenly matched situation did not last for long. Soon after, the other 4-5 divine elements in Duan Lingtian's body made their moves. All of them were seventh-form divine elements, and any one of them was more than enough to crush the Chaos Divine Earth. However, now that all four of them had joined forces, they were able to suppress the Chaos Divine Earth. Seventh form Profound Divine Metal, seventh form Clear Heavens Divine Wood, seventh form Chaos Divine Flame, and seventh form World Cleansing Divine Water? The Chaos Divine Earth in Duan Lingtian's body successfully devoured the giant eagle immortal beast and transformed into a seventh form Chaos Divine Earth. Ha 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 ha! I'm finally in my seventh form. The Chaos Divine Earth's childish voice was filled with excitement. In the past, when the Chaos Divine Earth saw the other four divine elements transforming into their seventh forms, and the Chaos Divine Flame was close to entering its eighth form, it was extremely anxious. Now that it had successfully transformed, it was only natural for it to be excited. Burmese lady. On the other side, The towering tree that Xueqi was fighting with suddenly let out a furious roar after discovering that the giant eagle had been killed. Then, its strength exploded as if it had used 120% of its strength. Even Xueqi was temporarily at a disadvantage. However, when Duanling Tian swung the 7 orifices exquisite sword, the tree did not even last for a moment before it was killed by Duanling Tian. Let's continue. After killing the tree, Duanling Tian, Huan and Little Gold continued to search for opponents in the purgatory of myriad changes. Without exception, all of their opponents were unlucky to encounter them. Among them, there were some who possessed the 5 divine elements. Although there were 3 sixth-form divine elements, none of them possessed the Chaos Divine Flame. Otherwise, the Chaos Divine Flame would have been able to transform into the 8th form, a 7th form world-cleansing divine water. After wandering in the purgatory of 10,000 changes for 10 years, Duanling Tian finally encountered a 6th form divine element. Moreover, it was a world-cleansing divine water. A 7th form world-cleansing divine water? The owner of the 7th form world-cleansing divine water was a middle-aged man dressed in azure robes. He was tall and burly, and his expression was cold and stern. Unconcealable greed could be seen in his eyes when he looked at Duanling Tian. When Duanling Tian's world-cleansing divine water discovered the world-cleansing divine water in the middle-aged man's body, the world-cleansing divine water in the middle-aged man's body also discovered the world-cleansing divine water in the middle-aged man's body. Sister Water, you're quite lucky, Duanling Tian said to the world-cleansing divine water in his body. Don't be careless. At this moment, the world-cleansing divine water's voice suddenly turned solemn as it said, "The 7th form world-cleansing divine water in the young man's body gives me a strange feeling. It's as though there's a connection between the young man and the young man. In fact, it's possible that the world-cleansing divine water has been residing in his body since before he was born. Moreover, he's not human. He might be a divine beast." Upon hearing the world-cleansing divine water's words, Duanling Tian's eyes widened in shock. Divine beast? Up until now, Huan was the only divine beast he had encountered. He had encountered many top-tier celestial beasts, but Huan was the only divine beast he had encountered. However, he had encountered a second divine beast. Moreover, it was an enemy. Brother Ling Tian. He gives me a dangerous feeling. At this moment, Little Gold's voice rang in Duanling Tian's ears. At this moment, Little Gold's voice was no longer casual and frivolous. Instead, it sounded solemn. This was rare for Duanling Tian to see Little Gold acting this way. Duanling Tian knew Little Gold must have noticed something unusual about Duanling Tian. He's a divine beast, Duanling Tian said to Little Gold. What? Little Gold was stunned by Duanling Tian's words. After a while, she regained her senses and stared at Duanling Tian with bright eyes as she said, "Brother Ling Tian, perhaps, I'm going to be lucky today." Lucky? What kind of lucky are you talking about? Duanling Tian asked curiously. Let's get rid of him first, Little Gold said. Brother Ling Tian, Huan said. At the same time, she whispered into Duanling Tian's ears, I sense danger from him. You have to be careful. Although Huan was a divine beast, she specialized in illusory techniques. Her sense of smell was not as sharp as Little Gold's, a top-tier celestial beast. She was just like an ordinary mouse. She was extremely vigilant when it came to danger. Huan he's a divine beast like you, Duanling Tian said. Before Huan could react, Duanling Tian looked at the middle-aged man and said indifferently, You're the first divine beast I've encountered in the purgatory battlefield. Revert to your true form. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't even have a chance to revert to your true form to fight me. Upon hearing Duanling Tian's words, the middle-aged man's eyes widened in surprise. Chapter 3361. You're quite perceptive. You can tell I'm a divine beast. Upon hearing Duanling Tian's words, the middle-aged man looked at Duanling Tian in surprise. Then he sneered disdainfully and said, Although I think you're exaggerating, since you're so eager to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Almost as soon as the middle-aged man finished speaking, his body suddenly shook. Then, A huge shadow condensed around his body and finally completely solidified. It was as though the middle-aged man had completely disappeared at this moment. All that was left was a completely blue, crystal-clear beast. Based on its appearance, it was somewhat similar to the white tiger in the ancient myths and legends on Earth in Duanling Tian's previous life. However, it was even more ferocious. As soon as the middle-aged man reverted to his true form, Little Gold's face turned slightly pale. Then, a silhouette of her true form appeared behind her to resist the middle-aged man's aura. A divine beast had the aura of a divine beast. Swoosh! At the same time, the silhouette of 1,000 phantoms ice fox appeared behind Huan Er. Both Little Gold and Huan Er did not summon their true forms. Instead, they summoned their true forms on their own accord due to the pressure from the divine beast's aura. The blue tiger-type divine beast had a powerful body and a pair of sharp eyes. It looked at Little Gold disdainfully before it shifted its gaze to Huan Er. I didn't expect to encounter 1,000 phantoms ice fox here. A turquoise water divine tiger. Huan Er, who had seen the divine beast's true form, confirmed it was a divine beast through her inherited memories. The turquoise water divine tiger was a divine beast that only appeared once every 100,000 years in the Devata realm's white tiger clan. It was as famous as the dragon clan's 10-clawed divine dragon. Both of them were divine beasts that specialized in killing, unlike the 1,000 phantoms ice fox who specialized in illusory techniques. In terms of offensive techniques, the 1,000 phantoms ice fox was, at most, comparable to top celestial beasts that specialized in killing. Both of you can come at me together. A blue energy surged out of the turquoise water divine tiger's body. At the same time, a painting appeared above its head and slowly unfurled. The painting emitted an ancient aura, emitting an oppressive aura. Even an emperor-grade celestial weapon with an artifact spirit did not have such an aura. Divine artifact. At this moment, it was not difficult for Duanling Tian and his two companions to recognize the scroll was a divine weapon. Little Gold exclaimed in surprise, "This is one of the two divine artifacts of the White Tiger clan, the divine water diagram. I didn't expect the White Tiger clan to give this divine artifact to you when you haven't even become a celestial emperor." The White Tiger clan was also a heaven-grade force. However, their main base was not in the 10,000 Beasts heaven but in another Devata realm. After all, the White Tiger clan was one of the more powerful heaven-grade forces in the Devata realms. They were as famous as the Dragon clan. For this reason, Little Gold had heard about the White Tiger clan and the two guardian divine weapons of the White Tiger clan in Blood Moon Ridge. The White Tiger clan's two great clan guarding divine artifacts. One of them was the Jade Water Diagram. It was said to be able to store all rivers in the world. Once it launched an attack, it would be continuous and unstoppable, possessing boundless power. You're quite knowledgeable. The turquoise water divine tiger glanced at Little Gold indifferently. A hint of surprise could be heard in his voice. The White Tiger clan is really secretive. I've never heard of a turquoise water divine tiger appearing in the White Tiger clan. However, it's understandable. After all, the White Tiger clan wants you to grow stronger so that you won't be harmed by your opponents. Little Gold continued to speak. A divine beast with a divine artifact and a seventh form world-cleansing divine water. If I'm not mistaken, you must be one of the two people who topped the merit ranking, right? Little Gold asked again. The two people who topped the merit ranking had broken the limit of 7,000 military merit points, and were listed at 8,000 military merit points. They were also the only two level 7 commanders in the Purgatory battlefield. By Xueqi? Little Gold asked tentatively. Little girl, you're very smart. The turquoise water divine tiger grinned. His smile was extremely resplendent. The power that had fused with the laws of water surged out from his body like a tidal wave, constantly reverberating through space. It was vast, ready to be unleashed at any moment. However, it's a pity that all of you will have to stay here today. As soon as he finished speaking, the turquoise water divine tiger's eyes flashed coldly, and he made a move. Let's test it. When it's careless, we'll attack it with all our strength. Duanling Tian heard the world-cleansing divine water's voice. Upon hearing this, Duanling Tian did not dare to waste any time. He immediately summoned the godly image phenomenon of the pine willow divine tree. The energy of the 5 divine elements also surged into the godly image phenomenon of the pine willow divine tree. As for the spatial energy and the 7 orifices exquisite sword, they followed suit and merged with the pine willow divine tree. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The willow branches swung out like giant pythons in the air. They opened their bloody mouths and lunged at the turquoise water divine tiger. Huan little gold, the two of you just need to hold the fort, Duan Ling Tian said to Huan and little gold. At the same time, the turquoise water divine tiger was also swept by the willow branches. However, the azure energy on its body coiled around its body, causing it to be like a loach. As the willow branches swept past its body, they were all deflected and did not cause any harm to it. Naturally, this was only a probing attack from Duan Ling Tian. The 5 divine elements' power was concealed, so the turquoise water divine tiger did not notice anything amiss. Is that all you've got? The turquoise water divine tiger sneered. The turquoise water diagram above his head shone with a brilliant azure light. A torrent of energy surged out of the diagram and formed a waterspout that charged toward Duan Ling Tian. To be more precise, it was charging toward Duan Ling Tian's divine image celestial body of the pine willow divine tree. Brat, you should let these 2 girls help you. The turquoise water divine tiger laughed maniacally. Although the 3 of them were not weak, they were not weak. However, the strength of the 3 of them was not strong. If the 7th form world-cleansing divine water was in the 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox's body, he might have been wary. However, since it was in the body of a human, there was nothing for him to be wary of. Even if the human had a divine artifact and the 7th form world-cleansing divine water, he would still be able to crush the human. As for the 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox, he was not afraid at all. This was because his divine water portrait was not only an offensive divine artifact, but also the nemesis of illusions. No matter how many illusions the 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox threw at him, as long as he had the divine water portrait, he would not be afraid. The 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox was no different from an ordinary celestial beast without its illusions. You're not worthy of the 3 of us joining forces. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian could hear the arrogance in the turquoise water divine tiger's voice. He knew it was time. Let's try to kill him in one blow. Duan Ling Tian communicated with the 5 divine elements in his body and Huang the sword soul of the 7 orifices exquisite sword. Then, he urged the pine willow divine tree to fly through the air and use its branches to propel itself toward the turquoise water divine tiger. That was right. He was going to throw it at the turquoise water divine tiger. The pine willow divine tree's godly image was extremely condensed. When it flew out, it was as though a giant tree had been uprooted and thrown at the turquoise water divine tiger. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. The turquoise water divine tiger laughed disdainfully. With a sway of his body, he left a trail of azure light in the air. At this moment, the sky was no longer dark. It was replaced by an azure light that accentuated the beauty of heaven and earth. Boom! Rumble! A vast flood gushed out from the painting of the divine water. It was as if there was no end to it. One wave after another. The pine willow divine tree's godly image dharma body was instantly destroyed and turned into nothingness after 3 waves of attacks from the divine water painting. Too weak. The turquoise water divine tiger laughed disdainfully. Then, he sent a voice transmission to Duan Ling Tian. Brat, you're about to die. As for the world-cleansing divine water in your body, I'll gladly accept it. Ha ha ha. The turquoise water divine tiger laughed maniacally. It was as though the world-cleansing divine water in Duan Ling Tian's body was already in his bag. As long as I kill this brat and take his world-cleansing divine water, the world-cleansing divine water in my body will evolve to its 8th form. The turquoise water divine tiger was excited when he thought about this. At the same time, a cruel gleam flashed in his eyes as he stared at the purple-clad figure in the distance. Brat, a man's wealth is his own fault. If you want to blame someone, blame it on the fact that you have the world-cleansing divine water in your body. Otherwise, I wouldn't have bothered to kill you. Throughout his journey, the turquoise water divine tiger had encountered many weak humans. However, he did not bother to kill them and take their merit points. He only targeted those who were stronger. Although the purple-clad young man in front of him was considered strong among humans, he was still pitifully weak. Shameless boasting. Duan Lingtian's eyes turned cold as he unleashed his space energy. Following that, he teleported behind the turquoise water divine tiger. Naturally, the turquoise water divine tiger had already turned around at lightning speed. The divine artifact, the divine water diagram, that was hovering above his head, emitted a majestic aura as a vast blue energy surged out of it. "Brat, I'll send you on your way now," the turquoise water divine tiger shouted. The energy from the turquoise water diagram was like a ray of light that could destroy the world. In just a blink of an eye, the entire dark world was shrouded by the blue light. Not a single corner was spared. The purple-clothed youth's figure seemed extremely small in front of this world-destroying azure energy. Because he was so small, he was drowned by the azure light in the blink of an eye. He was like a lone boat capsized in the middle of the ocean, unable to withstand a single blow from the raging waves. Just when the turquoise water divine tiger thought he had won, swoosh! A rainbow-colored speck of light suddenly flashed in this azure world. It was like a star that wanted to compete with the entire world for glory. Chapter 3362. This is, under the turquoise water divine tiger's astonished gaze, the 7 colored specks of light that appeared in the azure senior sister under his control started to expand even more rapidly. In the beginning, it was only a small speck of light. Then, it grew larger and larger until it was the size of a baby's fist. It continued to grow larger and larger. "No, we can't let him turn the tables." The turquoise water divine tiger's eyes turned cold as he called out to the world-cleansing divine water in his body. In just a blink of an eye, the turquoise water divine tiger's divine weapon, the divine water diagram, shone brightly as a vast energy poured down like the Milky Way. In just a blink of an eye, the 7-colored speck of light dimmed significantly. "Sister Water, it's done." Duan Lingtian, who was surrounded by the 7-colored sword Qi, smiled faintly as he called out to the world-cleansing divine water in his little world. The world-cleansing divine water had been waiting for this moment. Although the turquoise water divine tiger was also in its 7th form, the turquoise water divine tiger was a divine beast. Moreover, the world-cleansing divine water had been in the turquoise water divine tiger's body ever since it was in its mother's womb. For this reason, the turquoise water divine tiger and the world-cleansing divine water could borrow each other's strength. Moreover, the world-cleansing divine water could borrow each other's strength without affecting the other party too much. However, even if it did not affect the other party too much, it would still affect the other party. "Old Flame, lend me a hand. As for the 3 of you, do your best to help little Tian kill the turquoise water divine tiger." After the world-cleansing divine water called out to the chaos divine flame, it turned to the profound divine metal, the clear sky divine wood, and the chaos divine earth and said, "Let's see who can kill the turquoise water divine tiger first." As soon as the world-cleansing divine book finished speaking, the 7-colored sword Qi on Duan Lingtian's body grew even brighter. No matter how hard the turquoise water divine tree tried to suppress it, it still shone brightly. At this moment, the turquoise water divine tiger was shocked to discover that the 7-colored sword Qi was too powerful. The 7-colored light was too powerful. There was no way to suppress it. "Go!" Duan Lingtian's eyes turned cold as the 7-colored sword Qi shot toward the turquoise water divine tiger like a phantom. Even though this azure world was controlled by the turquoise water divine tiger, it still couldn't stop him from advancing. Seeing this, the turquoise water divine tiger's pupils shrank. A trace of panic flashed in the depths of his eyes, but he quickly suppressed it. "Condense!" As the turquoise water divine tiger narrowed his eyes, a boundless power swept out from his body. It was like a domain, enveloping the azure world in the blink of an eye. In the next moment, the azure world gradually dissipated. More accurately speaking, all of the azure energy in this azure world had been enveloped by the jade water divine tree's energy, compressed, and stored in the jade water divine tiger's mouth. The turquoise water divine tiger opened its gaping maw, and bright blue energy converged to form an energy ball that looked as if it could explode at any moment. Bright blue lightning crackled around it. Whoosh! The rainbow-colored sword light flew out and sliced through the air. It was especially dazzling in the dusky world, like a ray of light in the darkness. Roar! In the face of the rainbow-colored sword light, the turquoise water divine tiger let out a deafening roar. In an instant, the entire world was filled with the turquoise water divine tiger's roar. The void trembled, and terrifying spatial ripples rippled through the void. At this moment, even Huan and Little Gold were pushed back a few steps before they could regain their footing. Whoosh! Whoosh! The painting of the divine water hovered above the turquoise water divine tiger's head. Boundless power poured out from it, enveloping the turquoise water divine tiger's body. Finally, it entered the energy ball in the turquoise water divine tiger's mouth. Boom! With a loud bang, the painting of the divine water activated the energy ball in the turquoise water divine tiger's mouth like a fuse. In an instant. Boom! Rumble! Space trembled as if it was about to explode. The energy ball in the mouth of the jade water divine tree transformed into an extremely condensed waterspout, bringing with it a terrifying might as it clashed with the rainbow-colored sword light. Let's go! As soon as the world-cleansing divine water shouted, an azure power and a fiery red power swept out side by side. It was like a combination of fire and water. When the two forces crossed each other, the waterspout that originated from the jade water divine tiger immediately lost a portion of its power. Fortunately, the seventh form world-cleansing divine water in the waterspout withdrew its energy. This was because the world-cleansing divine water had launched an attack to devour it. A primal chaos divine flame that's close to the eighth form? The turquoise water divine tiger's world-cleansing divine water was willing to fight against a seventh form world-cleansing divine water. In fact, it had a high chance of winning. However, when the world-cleansing divine water attacked, it was shocked to discover that the world-cleansing divine water had a world-cleansing divine water. The world-cleansing divine water had a helper with it. Although the world-cleansing divine water was also in the seventh form, the primal chaos divine flame was close to the eighth form. It was even stronger than the world-cleansing divine water. Primal chaos divine flame. This is a battle between the world-cleansing divine water. Please don't interfere. The world-cleansing divine water in the turquoise water divine tiger's world-cleansing divine water was afraid. It was confident it could even devour the world-cleansing divine water. However, with the help of the primal chaos divine flame, it had no chance of winning. It could only hope that the world-cleansing divine water would not interfere. However, the primal chaos divine flame ignored it. It joined forces with the world-cleansing divine water and suppressed the world-cleansing divine water in just a blink of an eye. Senior. The world-cleansing divine water in the turquoise water divine tiger's world-cleansing divine water was in danger, but there was nothing it could do to help. Not to mention the fact that the other party's seven-colored sword light was coming at him menacingly. Even if the other party didn't have the seven-colored sword light, he couldn't help the world-cleansing divine water. At most, he could let the world-cleansing divine water borrow his strength to a certain extent and convert it into its own strength. At this moment, the rainbow-colored sword light finally collided with the turquoise water divine tiger's waterspout. In the beginning, everything was calm. However, after a short while, an earth-shattering sound suddenly rang out. It shook the 9 heavens, causing the entire world to tremble violently at this moment. Boom! Rumble! A loud roar resounded as the 7-colored sword light submerged the waterspout in an instant. Impossible! The turquoise water divine tiger didn't expect a human to be able to display such terrifying strength after losing the help of 2 of the divine elements. However, he soon discovered something. The other party's power didn't just contain the power of a divine artifact and the power of space. There were also 3 other powers that emitted the aura of the law of metal, the law of wood, and the law of earth. It's over. Brat, you're really unlucky to have met a monster. That human brat possesses all 5 of the divine elements. On top of that, all 5 of them are in the 7th form of the divine elements. While the turquoise water divine tiger was stunned by the power displayed by the human before him, the despairing voice of the world-cleansing divine water came from within his body. Goodbye, little white. I'll wait for you downstairs. The words of the world-cleansing divine water vanished in the blink of an eye. As for the turquoise water divine tiger, after coming back to his senses in a hurry, he felt his scalp go numb. Then, his eyes turned crimson red, and his blood chi surged. He had given it his all. He knew he had no choice but to give it his all. If he had to give it his all, he would have no choice but to accept his death. As a divine beast, the turquoise water divine tiger naturally had his own means to protect himself. At this moment, he had completely activated the bloodline power in his body. Drops of blood essence began to burn as though they had no regard for their own lives, causing the bloodline power in his body to boil. His blood qi surged out of his body and merged with the waterspout in an attempt to block Duan Lingtian's seven-colored sword qi. At this moment, he managed to block Duan Lingtian's seven-colored sword qi. Swoosh! The seven-colored sword ray's speed began to slow down, but it was not completely blocked. It was still traveling at an extremely fast speed, but compared to before, its current speed was more than half of what it was before. Swoosh! At this moment, the red light around the seven-colored sword qi intensified. It was as though a layer of flames had ignited around it. The primal chaos divine flame had returned. In just a blink of an eye, the speed of the seven-colored sword qi increased again. No! With a cry of despair, Duan Lingtian became one with his sword. The seven-colored sword qi pierced through the turquoise water divine tiger's glabella. The turquoise water divine tiger's voice came to an abrupt halt. Regardless of whether it was the energy from the law of water or the bloodline power, it was completely annihilated. Big brother Lingtian, get out of the way! When Duan Lingtian killed the turquoise water divine tiger, Little Gold's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. I'm going to devour it! Duan Lingtian turned around and saw Little Gold's true form. At the same time, she opened her mouth and released a powerful suction force that enveloped the area around the turquoise water divine tiger's corpse. Even Duan Lingtian could feel the powerful suction force. Swoosh! With just a thought, Duan Lingtian sent the seven-colored sword qi out of Little Gold's range and returned to Huan Er's side. At the same time, Huan Er withdrew her silhouette. Duan Lingtian and Huan Er watched as Little Gold's true form devoured the turquoise water divine tiger's corpse. Following that, Little Gold's bloodline power surged. Big brother Lingtian, Huan Er, protect me! I want to see if I can use the turquoise water divine tiger's power to break through my bloodline shackles and evolve into a divine beast. Little Gold's voice rang in Duan Lingtian and Huan Er's ears again. If I can evolve into a divine beast, I'll be able to become a 9-depths god-slaying rat. At that time, I'll be able to do whatever I want in Blood Moon Ridge. I'll smash the Blood Moon Ridge Master's treasures, and he won't dare to punish me. At the end of Xiao Jin's words, there was some yearning and anticipation. Chapter 3363. As soon as Little Gold finished speaking, she closed her eyes again. At the same time, her huge body was shrouded by a surge of blood qi. At this moment, Duan Lingtian and Huan Er could not tell what was going on with the blood qi. They did not know what was happening to the blood qi. However, even then, Duan Lingtian knew that Little Gold had encountered a good thing and not a bad thing. Even if Little Gold failed, she would still be stuck in the same spot. Once she succeeded, according to Little Gold's words, she would evolve into a divine beast. Huan Er. Duan Lingtian could not help but ask, is it possible to evolve into a divine beast like Little Gold? Doesn't that mean there's a chance for a top-tier celestial beast to evolve into a divine beast by killing a divine beast? In Duan Lingtian's opinion, there must be a record of this in Huan Er's inherited memory. Brother Lingtian, Huan Er said as she shook her head. Only a few top-tier celestial beasts have the ability to devour a divine beast's bloodline. Most celestial beasts and even top-tier celestial beasts don't have this ability. Little Gold happens to be one of those top-tier celestial beasts. Naturally, a top-tier celestial beast like Little Gold can only evolve into a divine beast by devouring a divine beast's bloodline. If she devours other top-tier celestial beasts, she won't be able to evolve into a divine beast no matter how much she devours. Duan Lingtian nodded. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was filled with anticipation. He sincerely hoped Little Gold would be able to evolve into a divine beast. Little Gold. Duan Lingtian did not expect the little gold mouse he met in the mundane realm would have grown so much. She even had a chance of evolving into a divine beast. He did not even dare to dream about this when he first met the little gold mouse. Meanwhile, Little Gold was in closed-door cultivation after devouring the turquoise water divine tiger's bloodline. Duan Lingtian and Huan or were by her side to protect her. They did not continue to look for other enemies. Naturally, they were in the purgatory of myriad changes. Even if they did not look for other enemies, they would still come knocking on their door. But so what? Duan Tian could even kill one of the two strongest rank 7 commanders in the purgatory battlefield. Why would he be afraid of others? No matter how many came, they would all be destroyed. At this time, many people who were paying attention to the military merit rankings discovered that one of the two people at the top, Bai Xuehan, who was ranked 2nd, had disappeared from the military merit rankings. Bai Xuehan was the alias of the turquoise water divine tiger who had died at the hands of Duan Tian in the purgatory battlefield. His real name was not Bai Xuehan. Her name was Bai Ning. Bai Xuehan was just his alias. Though he was a divine beast that only appeared once every 100,000 years in the White Tiger clan and could command the entire clan to protect him, Bai Ning didn't dare reveal his identity in the purgatory battlefield. Once the fact that he possessed one of the 5 divine elements, the world-cleansing divine water, was exposed, he and the entire White Tiger clan would become the target of public criticism. At that time, even the White Tiger clan could not protect him. The allure of the 5 divine elements, especially the high-form 5 divine elements, was too great. A 7th form world-cleansing divine water was enough for many heaven-grade forces and even heavenly emperor forces to fight for it. The White Tiger clan was strong. However, how could it defend itself against 10, dozens, or even hundreds of heaven-grade forces and heavenly emperor forces that were not weaker than the White Tiger clan? Heavens! That 7th-level commander Bai Xuehan was killed just like that? Who killed him? I don't know. There hasn't been a second rank 7 commander. Obviously, Bai Xuehan was either killed by another 7th-level commander or by someone else. The latter had yet to pass the test of breaking the upper limit of military merits to become a 7th-level commander. Bai Xuehan, who was ranked 2nd on the military merit rankings and one of the 2 rank 7 commanders in the purgatory battlefield, had died just like that. For a time, the entire purgatory battlefield was in an uproar. No one knew that Bai Xuehan had died at the hands of Duan Tian, who was also a rank 6 commander under the alias of Xia Feiwu. Although the purgatory battlefield prohibited the use of celestial talismans. However, if the person who entered the purgatory battlefield died, his soul pearl outside the purgatory battlefield would react accordingly. Bai Ning, who was a rank 7 commander under the alias of Bai Xuehan, was like a fish in water in the purgatory battlefield. Naturally, his soul pearl had shattered after he was killed by Duan Tian. Of course, Bai Ning's soul orb was only discovered a few hours after it was shattered. The entire White Tiger clan was shocked. The main clan of the White Tiger clan was located in a Devata realm called the Wanderlust Heaven. The White Tiger clan's base was located in a mountain range that stretched for 10,000 miles. And now, in various places of the 10,000 miles Tsong Mountain, there were figures rushing out like lightning towards the center of the 10,000 miles Tsong Mountain. All of these people were high-ranking officials in the White Tiger clan. Soon after, the high-ranking officials of the White Tiger clan gathered in the meeting hall of the White Tiger clan's base. Bai Ning is dead. The patriarch of the White Tiger clan, a burly man with a curly beard dressed in a white robe, said with a grim expression on his face, "I've already said that Bai Ning shouldn't have gone to the purgatory battlefield." An elder of the White Tiger clan said in a deep voice. He had white hair and a youthful complexion, and his eyes were as bright as the stars. Bai Ning is a turquoise water divine tiger that only appears once every 100,000 years in the White Tiger clan. How could he have died in the purgatory battlefield? Is it possible that he was killed after he left the purgatory battlefield? Another elder of the White Tiger clan asked. Impossible. A graceful and beautiful woman dressed in a white robe with golden edges said in a deep voice. Bai Ning would always send me a voice transmission before he left the purgatory battlefield. The last time I received a voice transmission from him was before he entered the purgatory battlefield. The beautiful woman was none other than Bai Ning's master's wife, the wife of the Grand Elder of the White Tiger clan. She was also the 7th Elder of the White Tiger clan, a rare female titled Celestial Emperor in the White Tiger clan. With Bai Ning's strength, he's invincible in the purgatory battlefield. With the painting of the divine water and the world-cleansing divine water, who would be a match for him? No matter what, Bai Ning is dead. Bai Ning is the hope of the White Tiger clan. If he becomes a celestial emperor in the future and comprehends the fused profundities, he'll definitely be able to lead the White Tiger clan to the top of the Wanderlust heaven. Damn it! If I find out who killed Bai Ning, I'll tear that person into 1,000,000 pieces and burn their bones to ashes. The high-ranking officials of the White Tiger clan were furious. They were furious and helpless at the same time. If Bai Ning had died in the purgatory battlefield, the chances of them finding the murderer were close to zero. We still have to investigate this matter. This matter is too suspicious. The patriarch of the White Tiger race said in a low voice. Maybe Bai Ning didn't send a message to the seventh elder when he left the purgatory battlefield and forgot? That's right. We have to investigate this matter. Although the White Tiger clan knew their chances were slim, this matter concerned Bai Ning's death and the painting of the divine water, the clan's most treasured divine artifact. It was impossible for Bai Ning to come back to life. However, if they could find out who killed Bai Ning, there was still a chance for them to retrieve the painting of the divine water. Naturally, Bai Ning was more important to the White Tiger clan than the painting of the divine water. However, now that Bai Ning was dead, the painting of the divine water was still the top priority of the White Tiger clan. Avenging Bai Ning was secondary. After all, even if they avenged Bai Ning would not come back to life. In the Wanderlust Heaven's Wanderlust territory, the powerhouses of the White Tiger clan began to investigate. Naturally, Duanling Tian was unaware of all this, and it was impossible for him to know. Even if he knew, he would not care. No one would know he was the one who killed Bai Ning unless he admitted it himself. Time flew by like a white steed flitting by a crack. In just a blink of an eye, another 10 years had passed. In the purgatory battlefield, Duanling Tian and Huan were still guarding Little Gold. And now, the bloodline power around Little Gold's body had condensed into a blood-red cocoon-like thing that wrapped around it. Duanling Tian and Huan had no idea what was going on inside the cocoon. All they knew was that they had to protect Little Gold until it came out of closed-door cultivation. Over the past 10 years, many people had come to their doorsteps to be killed by Duanling Tian and Huan. Among these people, there were some who possessed the 5 divine elements. Naturally, they were only low-level 5 divine elements. Even so, with enough divine elements, some of the 5 divine elements in Duanling Tian's body had successfully transformed into the 8th form. The Chaos Divine Flame was the first to evolve to the 8th form. Now that the Chaos Divine Flame had evolved to the 8th form, it was much more helpful to Duanling Tian than before. In fact, it could even form a fire clone and stay outside for a while. Naturally, it could not stray too far away from Duanling Tian. Sister Water, you're very knowledgeable. Do you know about Little Gold's current situation? Is it possible for her to evolve into a divine beast? Duanling Tian asked the world-cleansing divine water curiously. In his opinion, the world-cleansing divine water had followed the divine tree of life in a realm of gods for many years. It was only natural that it was knowledgeable. Based on the current situation, it's very likely. The world-cleansing divine water replied. After all, 10 years have passed. If it fails, it won't be possible for it to last so long. Sister Water. When Little Gold comes out of closed-door cultivation, I'll leave the purgatory battlefield. Duanling Tian said, even if you stay here, you won't be able to improve much. It's a waste of time. Although Duanling Tian had encountered many 5 divine elements and helped the Chaos Divine Flame evolve to the 8th form, the world-cleansing divine water and the other divine elements did not improve much. The reason the Chaos Divine Flame was able to evolve further was because of its previous accumulation. After I leave, I plan to become a celestial emperor first before entering the purgatory battlefield. Duanling Tian's eyes shone brightly as he thought to himself, I'm sure there are many celestial emperors who possess the 5 divine elements in the purgatory battlefield as well. Chapter 3364. Smack. After waiting for a few years, a loud noise suddenly rang in the air, attracting Duanling Tian and Huan Er's attention. Under the gazes of the two, a crack suddenly appeared on the huge blood cocoon that enveloped Xiao Jin. As soon as the crack appeared, the cracks on both sides of the blood cocoon began to spread. In just a blink of an eye, they covered the entire blood cocoon. Bang! As the cracks around the blood cocoon spread out like spider webs, a loud bang rang out, and the blood cocoon shattered. Naturally, Duanling Tian and Huan did not pay much attention to this. Their attention was focused on the blood cocoon. Inside the blood cocoon, a dark golden meatball that looked like a small hill suddenly stretched out and revealed its true appearance. A gigantic dark golden rat the size of a mountain appeared before Duanling Tian and Huan Er's eyes. Apart from being dark gold in color, this giant rat had razor-sharp claws and two terrifying fangs protruding from its mouth. In addition, its pair of blood-red eyes made one feel fearful just by looking at it. Little Gold. Duanling Tian only regained his senses after a while as he looked at the giant rat's body that had undergone an earth-shattering transformation. He asked instinctively, Did you succeed? Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Little Gold laughed heartily in response to Duanling Tian's question. A bright smile appeared on Duanling Tian's face when he heard Little Gold's laughter. It's done. Little Gold has succeeded. Brother Ling Tian, Little Gold's current form is no different from the nine-depths god-killing rat in my inherited memories. Huan Er's voice rang in Duanling Tian's ears, further confirming Duanling Tian's suspicions. After devouring the turquoise water divine tiger, Little Gold had successfully evolved into a divine beast, the nine-depths god-killing rat. Little Gold, you're amazing. I didn't expect you to succeed. Duanling Tian looked at Xiao Jin's huge body and said with a smile. At the same time, his gaze became somewhat absent-minded. The scene of him meeting Xiao Jin for the first time in the past was still vivid in his mind. At that time, Xiao Jin was still just a little thing. But now, it had grown into a giant beast, and a divine beast at that. Whoosh! Just as Duanling Tian was distracted, a dark golden light flashed around Xiao Jin's huge body and disappeared without a trace. She was replaced by a little girl in golden clothes, who looked like she was carved from jade. She was Little Gold, who had changed her appearance after entering the purgatory battlefield. Big Brother Ling Tian, when are we leaving this purgatory battlefield? I can't wait to return to the Wanshou heaven and look for Little Black and Little White in the dragons. As Xiao Jin spoke, his eyes sparkled. He was still a little excited. What? Do you want to show off your current divine beast form in front of them? Duanling Tian asked with a smile. Ha, ha ha. Having been seen through by Duanling Tian, Xiao Jin smiled awkwardly. In the purgatory battlefield. When Duanling Tian first heard about the purgatory battlefield, the first thing that came to his mind was the Purgatory Palace in the Heavenly Pool Palace's Thousand Chains prison in the boundless heaven. However, although the Purgatory Battlefield was named after the Purgatory Battlefield, it had nothing to do with the Purgatory Battlefield. After all, the Purgatory Battlefield had existed for a long time. The Purgatory Battlefield had only appeared after the Purgatory Battlefield. The Purgatory Battlefield was a battlefield for celestial lords. The Nine Serenities battlefield was a battlefield for celestial emperors. In fact, many titled celestial emperors had made a name for themselves in the heavens path, causing many people to tremble in fear. Xiao Jin's current form was the divine beast Nine Serenities God-slaying rat. The Nine Serenities God-slaying rat was closely related to the Nine Serenities battlefield. Because in the history of this world, the first Nine Depths God-slaying rat was born in the Nine Depths battlefield. All of this was recorded in Xiao Jin's memories after she had evolved into a divine beast, the Nine Serenities God-slaying rat. Duanling Tian and Huan followed Xiao Jin to the 10,000 Beasts Heaven, a Devata realm where humans were rare and celestial beasts were rampant. Little Jin, aren't you going to return to the Blood Moon Ridge first? Duanling Tian was taken aback when he heard Xiao Jin's words. She was from the Blood Moon Ridge, after all. She had not returned to the 10,000 Beasts Heaven for a long time. It was not appropriate for her to go to the dragons instead of the Blood Moon Ridge, right? Moreover, Xiao Jin had also said the Grand Elder of Blood Moon Ridge treated her like his own granddaughter. Brother Ling Tian, let's go to the dragons first before going to the Blood Moon Ridge. Xiao Jin was so focused on showing off in front of Little Black and Little White that she did not have time to return to the Blood Moon Ridge. Of course, these were the thoughts in her heart. She couldn't say them out loud. Following Xiao Jin's lead, Duanling Tian and Huan arrived at the estate of the dragons, the oldest heaven-grade force in the 10,000 Beasts Heaven. Since Xiao Jin had informed Little Black and Little White beforehand, Little Black and Little White were already waiting for them outside. Brother Ling Tian. Huan Er. Little White was, naturally, happy to see Duan Ling Tian and Huan Er. As for Little Black, his eyes were filled with joy as well. Little Black, Little White. I've improved recently. Let's go to the Dragon's Arena and have a spar. Before Duan Ling Tian could say anything to Little White and Little Black, Little Gold had already invited Little Black and Little White to the Dragon Clan's arena to spar with them. Who do you want to spar with? Little White glared at Little Gold. Little Gold's strength had always been inferior to hers, let alone Little Black, who was the strongest among the three of them. Both of you, come at me together. Little Gold raised her head proudly and said nonchalantly, Are you crazy? Little White reached out to touch Little Gold's forehead. Something's not right. You don't have a fever? Go. Little Gold slapped Little White's hand away. Then, she grabbed Little White's hand and pulled her into the Dragon's arena. Let's go. Little White. Let's spar. Duan Ling Tian could not help but shake his head when he saw this. Brother Ling Tian, Huan Er, come with me. At the same time, Little Gold and Little White disappeared into the distance. Meanwhile, Little Black, Duan Ling Tian, and Huan Er followed them to the arena in the Dragon Clan. Along the way, Duan Ling Tian and Little Black recognized the dragon's disciples who were patrolling the area. Therefore, they did not stop Duan Ling Tian and the others. The dragon's arena occupied a vast area. Many people were already sparring with one another. Some were sparring in their human forms while others were in their true forms. For this reason, not only were the sounds of people sparring, but the dragon's roars could also be heard from time to time. Duan Ling Tian, Huan Er, you're here. The fourth elder of the dragons, Ji Ning Yun, appeared not long after Duan Ling Tian and Huan Er arrived at the arena. Duan Ling Tian quickly greeted her. Senior, did you really go to the purgatory battlefield? Ji Ning Yun asked. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded. We just came out. Little Gold, did she go as well? Ji Ning Yun asked again. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded again. It seems like Little Gold has gained a lot in the purgatory battlefield. Otherwise, she wouldn't have come to the dragons to spar with Little White as soon as she returned. Ji Ning Yun shook her head and smiled when she saw Little White and Little Gold hovering above the arena. Although she had guessed Little Gold must have gained a lot in the purgatory battlefield, she did not regret not letting Little White and Little Black go with her. She subconsciously felt that even if Little Gold had improved more than Little Black and Little White during this period of time, it would not be much better. Mother. Soon after, another figure appeared in front of Duan Ling Tian. It was a valiant woman who addressed Ji Ning Yun, the fourth elder of the dragons, as mother. Duan Ling Tian immediately guessed the woman's identity. She was the fourth elder of the dragons, Ji Xiang. Previously, when Duan Ling Tian reunited with Little Black, Little White, and Little Gold, he learned from the three little ones how they came to the Wanshou Heaven. Little Gold was taken away by Meng Yao from Blood Moon Ridge, a heaven-grade force in the Wanshou Heaven. Little Black and Little White were taken away by Ji Xiang, the youngest elder of the dragons in the Wanshou Heaven. Ji Xiang was the only daughter of Ji Yunyan, the first elder of the dragons, and Ji Ning Yun, the fourth elder of the dragons. She could be said to be the crown prince of the younger generation in the dragons. Xiang Er. This is Duan Ling Tian and Huan Er. Duan Ling Tian and Ji Xiang greeted each other after Ji Ning Yun introduced them. Ji Xiang seemed to have expected Huan Er's reticence and did not show any displeasure. Duan Ling Tian, it seems like Little Gold has improved a lot. She actually wants to spar with Little White. In the past, she lost to Little White many times, but she refused to spar with Little White. Ji Xiang shook her head and smiled. At this time, her gaze also fell on the two women who were standing in the air above the arena. A woman wearing a snow-white robe and a woman wearing a golden robe stood facing each other. Little Gold isn't here to spar with Little White. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled when he heard Ji Xiang's words. Ji Xiang and Ji Ning Yun were stunned by Duan Ling Tian's words, but Duan Ling Tian continued to say, she's here to spar with Little Black and Little White. Yes, she wants to fight Little Black and Little White at the same time. As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, Ji Ningyun and Ji Xiang fell into a daze. They did not regain their senses for a long time. Little Black, why are you still standing there? Hurry up and join forces with Little White to spar with me. It's unfair for me to spar with Little White alone. You join forces with her. It was only when Little Gold's voice rang in their ears that they snapped out of their daze. Little Gold, even if you had a fortuitous encounter in the purgatory battlefield, don't you think you're too arrogant? Xiao Jin's words caused Little Bai, who had always had a good temper, to become a little angry. Don't forget, in the past, you were my defeated opponent. Chapter 3365. Little White did not wait for Little Black to join forces with her before she attacked Little Gold. Her comprehension of the profundities from the laws was on par with Little Gold, and her cultivation base was on par with Little Gold as well. However, since she was one of the dragons, she had the advantage over Little Gold even though she was a top-tier celestial beast like Little Gold. For this reason, Little Gold was no match for her every time they sparred. It was not that Little Gold's innate talent or cultivation base was not high enough, it was just that there was a gap between them. Even if Little White did not revert to her true form, the gap between them could be clearly seen in her human form. Boom! Rumble! Little White's figure flickered as she pushed her palms out. A vast white palm seal shot out toward Little Gold. At the same time, her figure continued to follow him like a shadow. She was like a goddess who had descended from the 9 heavens. She was indomitable, lofty, and inviolable. Little White, you're no match for me. Little Gold fearlessly countered Little White's attack. In just a few seconds, she had neutralized Little White's attack. You've become a 10-direction celestial lord? In the past, Little Gold's cultivation base was on par with Little White's. However, now that Little Gold had become a 10-direction celestial lord, her expression darkened slightly. Indeed, Little Gold's strength was not inferior to hers now that she had become a 10-direction celestial lord. However, she was puzzled by Little Gold's ability to neutralize her attack. What's that energy? Why does it feel like Little Gold's own energy? In the past, Little White knew very well how strong Little Gold was. However, the power that Xiao Jin had displayed today had already exceeded her understanding of Xiao Jin. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. After a few more exchanges, Little White was still at a disadvantage. Even if she didn't reveal her true form, she was still at a disadvantage even after giving it her all. On the other hand, Little Gold seemed calm as though she was taking a stroll in the park. Roar! In the end, Little White reverted to her true form. She was a 9-clawed white dragon with white scales all over her body. She gave off a gentle aura like a spring breeze. It's useless. However, even though Little White had reverted to its original form, Little Gold was still very powerful. In just one exchange, it displayed an even stronger strength and once again suppressed Little White's attacks. This is, when Xiao Jin further displayed its hidden strength, the 4th elder of the dragons, Ji Ningyun, who was standing beside Duanling Tian, seemed to have sensed something and her pupils shrunk slightly. At the same time, a look of shock and disbelief appeared on her face. This little guy is actually walking faster than Little White and Little Black? Mother, Xiao Jin seems to be. At this moment, Ji Xiang, who was beside Ji Ningyun, seemed to have noticed something as well. She withdrew her disbelieving gaze from Xiao Jin and looked at Ji Ningyun immediately. Seeing her nod, Ji Xiang also realized that her feeling was not wrong. At the same time, even Xiao He, who was standing not far from Duanling Tian, realized that something was wrong. A rare look of astonishment appeared on his cold face. Even if it was him, if he did not transform into his true form, he would not be Little White's match. And now Little Gold, without transforming into its true form, was actually able to suppress Little White, who had transformed into its true form. This also meant that Little Gold's current strength was not only above Little White's, it was even above his. Xiao He, go and help Little White, Duanling Tian said to Xiao He. At the same time, Ji Ningyun also looked at Xiao He. However, before she could say anything, Xiao He had already moved out immediately after hearing Duanling Tian's words and joined forces with Little White to fight against Little Gold. However, even if Little Gold did not transform into its true form, she was still evenly matched with Little White and Xueqi, who had transformed into its true form. Awesome! Awesome! Little Gold, who was now fighting to her heart's content with her two companions, could not help but laugh heroically like a heroine. After this laughter, there was also a sense of relief. In the past, she had never been able to defeat either Xueqi or Little White. Every time her strength increased, she thought that she could defeat Xueqi and Little White, but the latter's strength also increased by a lot. In the end, she was still not a match for the latter. Until today. She was not at a disadvantage when fighting against two people alone. Moreover, she had yet to transform into her true form. Little Gold, how did you become so strong all of a sudden? When Little White, who had transformed into her true form, spoke again, her voice was filled with shock and disbelief. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. She knew Little Gold's strength very well. What exactly had happened in the past few decades that allowed Xiao Jin to possess such strength? Purgatory Battlefield. Little Gold said proudly. Purgatory Battlefield? Little White was stunned. Xueqi, transform into your true form. At this moment, the fourth elder of the dragons, Ji Ningyun, spoke again to Xueqi. Xueqi also realized that if he did not transform into his true form, it would be difficult for him to defeat Little Gold even if he joined forces with Little White who had transformed into her true form. Upon hearing Ji Ningyun's words, he no longer hesitated and transformed into his true form. He was a 9-clawed demon dragon that was covered in black dragon scales. His entire body was shrouded in black fog, and he had a murderous aura. It was a stark contrast to Little White's pure and holy true form. You transformed into your true form? Little Gold's eyes lit up when she saw Little Gold transforming into her true form. However, she did not transform into her true form as she wanted to fight Xueqi and Little White who had transformed into their true forms. However, after a while, Little Gold was at a disadvantage. Forget it. I don't want to play with you anymore. Little Gold laughed. Now let's end this. As soon as she finished speaking, Little Gold finally transformed into her true form under Little Black and Little White's shocked gazes. Moreover, it was a form that Little Black and Little White had never seen before. It was a huge rat that was as big as a mountain. Its entire body was covered in dark golden fur, and its sharp claws gleamed coldly. Its eyes were bloodshot as it appeared before everyone's eyes. Xueqi, take this. The huge rat suddenly opened its mouth and called out to the 9-clawed demon dragon that was descending. Then, it transformed into a dark golden bolt of lightning and charged toward the 9-clawed demon dragon. Its body seemed huge and cumbersome, but when it moved, its speed was ridiculously fast. Bang! Before the 9-clawed demon dragon could react, it was sent flying by the huge rat's slap. It crashed heavily on the side of the arena and scraped across the ground. It was battered and exhausted. Little White. After a while, when the 9-clawed white dragon moved again, the huge rat transformed into a bolt of lightning and charged toward it. If the 9-clawed demon dragon was not on guard, the 9-clawed white dragon was definitely on guard. However, even if it was on guard, it was useless. As soon as it moved, the huge rat, which had transformed into a dark golden bolt of lightning, had already swept past it and swiped at it with its claw. Bang! The huge rat's claw landed like a small mountain and smashed into the 9-clawed white dragon's body, sending it flying. Xueqi, Xiaobai, you guys can't do it. The huge rat stood in the air and said proudly. Little Gold, this girl, is a little arrogant. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. Meanwhile, Ji Ningyun and Ji Xiang, mother and son, were stunned. When they saw Little Gold's true form, they felt their scalps go numb. Mother, this looks like a 9-depths god-slaying rat? Ji Xiang asked in a daze. Yes. Ji Ningyun said with some difficulty. The 9-depths god-slaying rat was a divine beast that was not inferior to the 10-clawed divine dragons. Moreover, it was known to kill gods. It was said that the 9-depths god-slaying rat had not become a god yet, but it could use its innate ability to kill ordinary gods by surprise. Once it became a god, it would be the bane of gods. In the past, Little Gold's true form was not as strong as a 9-clawed divine dragon. However, her true form was stronger than a 10-clawed divine dragon to a certain extent. Naturally, it was only strong in a certain aspect. If they were to fight, a 10-clawed divine dragon would not be weaker than a 9-depths god-slaying rat. At the same time, the Dragon Clan members who were sparring in the Dragon Clan's arena all stopped and stared at the giant dark golden rat in the air. Is this a divine beast? She must be a divine beast. If she's not a divine beast, how could she defeat the 2 9-clawed divine dragons? She's only a 10-direction celestial lord. The 2 9-clawed divine dragons are both 9 palaces celestial lords, but there's still no match for her even after joining forces. She must be a divine beast. Many of the members of the dragons could vaguely guess that Little Gold's true form was a divine beast. Little Gold, you've evolved into a divine beast? If one were to ask who could clearly feel Xiao Jin's current strength, it would be Xiao He and Xiao Bai. They were incomparably certain of this. Both of them knew Little Gold very well. If Little Gold did not evolve into a divine beast, it would be impossible for her to defeat them. Xiao He, Xiao Bai, join forces. I'll give you a chance, Little Gold said with a grin. Xiao He and Xiao Bai were twins. Their minds were connected. Once they joined forces, it would not be as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Let's join forces. Xiao Bai glanced at Xiao He. Soon after, both of them understood each other's thoughts. Both of them flew out and joined forces to attack Little Gold. Roar! However, although Little White and Little Gold's joint attack was powerful, when Little Gold's main body opened its mouth, an extremely powerful devouring power swept out and directly swallowed their attacks. In just a blink of an eye, Little Gold's stomach swelled up before it caved in again. At the same time, energy surged out of Little Gold's pores. It was as though it had released a portion of the energy it had devoured after burping. The members of the dragons felt their scalps go numb when they saw this. What divine beast is this? Isn't this too much? She's heaven-defying. I remember she had sparred with Duan Xiao Bai many times in the past, but she lost every time. This time, not only did she defeat Duan Xiao Bai, but she even defeated Duan Xiao Bai and Duan Xiao He, who's even stronger than Duan Xiao Bai. I don't remember her true form being like this. Did she evolve into a divine beast? She seems to be a prodigy from Blood Moon Ridge. Chapter 3366. They were no match for Little Gold even after joining forces. Naturally, Little White and Little Black felt defeated. Little White and Little Black felt a little disappointed when they returned to their human forms. Little White and Little Black had always been inferior to them. Now that Little White had suddenly become so powerful and could even defeat them when they joined forces, they felt very conflicted. They were happy for Little White, but they were also sad that they were too weak. Of course, they felt even more disappointed. Little Gold, I didn't expect you to evolve into a divine beast. What's your true form now? Little White sighed and could not help but ask curiously. A 9-depths god-slaying rat, Little Gold said with a grin. Although the conversation between the two was not loud, it was not soft either. It was heard by many of the Dragon Clan members in the arena. For a moment, they were in an uproar. A 9-depths god-slaying rat? I remember. The founder of Blood Moon Ridge was a 9-depths god-slaying rat? That's right. The current mountain master of Blood Moon Ridge is the descendant of the founder of Blood Moon Ridge, isn't he? I didn't expect a second 9-depths god-slaying rat to appear in Blood Moon Ridge. When Xiao Jin mentioned that his true form was a 9-depths god-slaying rat, many of the Dragon Clan members were shocked. Although they had already known that Xiao Jin's true form was a divine beast, they did not expect it to be a 9-depths god-slaying rat. The 9-depths god-slaying rat was considered one of the best among the divine beasts. Little Gold, you've evolved into a 9-depths god-slaying rat? How did you do it? Little White asked, dumbfounded. Little Gold was about to reply when Ji Ning Yun interrupted her. Little Gold, you've traveled a long way here. I'll arrange a place for you to stay first. We'll talk about other things later. Ji Ning Yun interrupted Little Gold at this crucial moment because she was worried Little Gold would say that it had evolved in the Purgatory battlefield. If that was the case, many of the dragons would enter the Purgatory battlefield to take the risk. As the fourth elder of the dragons, it was only natural that she did not want to see that happen. However, after Ji Ning Yun arranged a place for Duan Ling Tian, Little Gold, and Little Gold to stay, Little Gold answered Little White's question. I evolved into a 9-depths god-slaying rat in the purgatory battlefield. Speaking of which, I was quite lucky. After Big Brother Ling Tian killed the turquoise water divine tiger of the White Tiger clan, I swallowed the turquoise water divine tiger and assimilated its blood. That's how I evolved into a 9-depths god-slaying rat. Xiao Jin did not hide anything from Little White and Little Black. Even if Ji Ning Yun was present, she didn't hide anything from her. There was no need to, and Ji Ning Yun wouldn't harm her. In addition, the Wanshou Heaven's White Tiger clan had some enmity with the Wanshou Heaven's dragons. Although the two clans were not irreconcilable enemies, they did not interact much. Jade Water Divine Tiger? Both Ji Ning Yun and Little White were shocked by Little Gold's words. Only Xiao Hei didn't know what the turquoise water divine tiger represented, so he wasn't too surprised. However, he could guess that it was a divine beast. Otherwise, Xiao Jin wouldn't have been able to evolve into a 9-depths god-slaying rat after devouring it. Really didn't expect that the White Tiger clan actually produced a Jade Water Divine Tiger. The Jade Water Divine Tiger belonged to the White Tiger clan, just like the 10-clawed divine dragons. Therefore, Ji Ning Yun knew this very well. She looked at Duan Ling Tian in shock. She did not expect Duan Ling Tian would be able to kill a divine beast. However, when she recalled how Duan Ling Tian had severely injured a titled celestial emperor from the Heavenly Pool Palace, a heaven-grade force in the boundless heaven, right in front of her, she felt relieved. No matter how strong the Jade Water Divine Tiger was, it was only a 10-direction celestial lord. Even if it was a divine beast and possessed a divine artifact, its strength was only comparable to an ordinary titled celestial emperor. With such strength, it was only natural that Duan Ling Tian was capable of killing it. Little Gold, you're too impulsive. Ji Ning Yun frowned and said, you shouldn't have exposed that you've evolved into a 9-depths god-slaying rat in front of so many people. I'm guessing that news of you, the prodigy of the Blood Moon Ridge, evolving into a 9-depths god-slaying rat should have spread by now. A hint of fear could be seen on Ji Ning Yun's face when she spoke. While Duan Ling Tian was puzzled by Ji Ning Yun's concern, Ji Ning Yun looked at Little Gold and continued to say, Blood Moon Ridge isn't keeping a low profile in the 10,000 Beasts Heaven. In fact, you've made many enemies over the years. In the past, Blood Moon Ridge was not a big deal. The enemies of Blood Moon Ridge only attacked the disciples of Blood Moon Ridge when they met them. However, now that you've evolved into a divine beast, the balance between the Blood Moon Ridge and the Blood Moon Ridge's enemies has been broken. Most importantly, you're not an ordinary divine beast. You're a 9-depths god-slaying rat, the most powerful divine beast in the history of the Blood Moon Ridge. Once you've fully matured, the Blood Moon Ridge will reach a new peak. At that time, as long as the Blood Moon Ridge wants to, it'll be easy for them to annihilate their enemies. Under such circumstances, do you think the Blood Moon Ridge's enemies will allow you to grow? In my opinion, now that they've received the news, they'll definitely send some experts to kill you when you return to the Blood Moon Ridge. Ji Ning Yun's expression turned even graver when she finished speaking. Earlier, I've already sent a message to my old man and asked him to inform the Blood Moon Ridge's Lord of the Blood Moon Ridge. I'm sure the Blood Moon Ridge's Lord of the Blood Moon Ridge has learned about this. As soon as Ji Ning Yun finished speaking, a glint flashed across her eyes as she continued to say, I've just received a message from my old man. The Blood Moon Ridge's Lord has asked the dragons to take good care of you for the next few days. He'll personally come to pick you up. You'll have to stay in the dragon's residence for the next few days. Don't go out. Ji Ning Yun said. Yes, Senior Ning Yun, Little Gold quickly replied. Xiao Jin hurriedly responded, and a hint of fear appeared on her face at the right time. She didn't think so much before, and only wanted to show off her new body in front of Xiao Hei and Xiao Bai. She did not expect there would be so many things involved. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian's expression turned slightly grave. He did not expect there would be so much trouble after Little Gold's new body was exposed. In the next few days, Duan Ling Tian accompanied Little Gold to stay in the dragon's residence until the Blood Moon Ridge's Lord arrived. The Blood Moon Ridge's Lord was a young man dressed in a blood-red long robe. There was a blood-red flame between his eyebrows. If one looked closely, One could see the flame burning. The young man had a handsome yet devilish appearance. His eyes were as sharp as lightning. He did not exude the aura of a superior cultivator. He looked more like an ordinary sectless cultivator. However, when he stood there, he exuded a unique aura. It was as though he was an azura bathed in blood. He was indomitable and peerless. Little Gold, I didn't expect you to evolve into a 9-depths god-killing rat. Xueqi, the Blood Moon Ridge's lord, laughed as he looked at Little Gold. His gaze was gentle as he said, "Initially, I planned to bring the Grand Elder with me. However, he happened to be in closed-door cultivation, so I didn't inform him. If he knows that you've evolved into a 9-depths god-killing rat, he'll definitely be happy and proud of you." Xueqi's smile was so wide that he could not close his mouth. His cold and aloof image was completely destroyed. At this moment, he was like a man who had just become a father for the first time. "It's all thanks to my brother Ling Tian." Little Gold did not forget to mention Duan Ling Tian. "If he didn't help me in the purgatory battlefield, I wouldn't have evolved into a divine beast." A hint of surprise flashed in Xueqi's eyes when he looked at Duan Ling Tian. Then, he inadvertently glanced at Huan who was standing next to Duan Ling Tian, and a hint of surprise appeared on his face. His eyes widened in shock as he asked, "Why, you're a divine beast as well?" Huan is a 1,000 phantoms ice fox that appears only once every 1,000,000 years in the Phantom Fox clan, Little Gold replied. Xueqi nodded. "A 1,000 phantoms ice fox?" Xueqi nodded. Then he looked at Duan Ling Tian and said, "Brother Ling Tian, thank you for helping Little Gold become a divine beast. Little Gold is my sister. It's only natural for me to help her. There's no need to thank me, Lord Ling Tian." Duan Ling Tian shook his head. "Even so, Little Gold's evolution into a divine beast is of great significance to the Blood Moon Ridge. When she grows stronger, the Blood Moon Ridge will regain its former glory," Xueqi said with a hint of yearning in his eyes. When his ancestor, the 9-depths god-killing rat, founded the Blood Moon Ridge, it was also when the Blood Moon Ridge was at its peak. At that time, even the heavenly palaces in the Devata realms did not dare to provoke the Blood Moon Ridge. At that time, his ancestor even challenged the heavenly emperor of the 10,000 beasts heaven and killed him in just 3 moves. After that, he became the new heavenly emperor of the 10,000 beasts heaven and led the Blood Moon Ridge to its peak. After that, his ancestor went to a realm of gods. Although the Blood Moon Ridge did not decline, it was still declining. Without the 9-depths god-killing rat, the Blood Moon Ridge's strength was far from its peak. Although there were many powerhouses in the Blood Moon Ridge, without a strategic powerhouse like the 9-depths god-killing rat, it was difficult for the Blood Moon Ridge to regain its former glory. Now that a 9-depths god-killing rat had appeared in the Blood Moon Ridge, it was undoubtedly a sign that the Blood Moon Ridge could regain its former glory. Fortunately, the Blood Moon Ridge and the Dragon Clan don't have any conflicts. Although they're not allies, we've always been at peace with each other. Otherwise, Little Gold wouldn't have survived until now, Xueqi thought to himself. He knew if the dragons had any conflicts with the Blood Moon Ridge, they would not have allowed Little Gold, the 9-depths god-killing rat, to live. Elder Yunyan, the Blood Moon Ridge will remember this favor from the dragons. Xueqi looked at Ji Yunyan, the Grand Elder of the Dragons, and said solemnly, "Thank you for taking care of Little Gold these few days." Chapter 3367. You're welcome. In the face of Xueqi's thanks, Ji Yunyan shook his head and smiled. "That girl Xiao Jin has a good relationship with the 2 little guys from our dragon clan. It's only right that we take care of her. Does the Mountain Lord plan to take her back now, or do you plan to stay in our dragon clan for a while before returning?" Ji Yunyan asked. As the first elder of the dragons in the Wanshou Heaven, Ji Yunyan naturally knew that Blood Moon Ridge had many enemies in the Wanshou Heaven, including many heaven-grade forces. Blood Moon Ridge was not afraid of a single heaven-grade force. However, what would happen if a few heaven-grade forces joined forces? Now that Blood Moon Ridge had a 9-depths god-slaying rat, the heaven-grade forces that were hostile to Blood Moon Ridge would definitely think of ways to kill the 9-depths god-slaying rat to prevent future trouble. If he was the leader of a heaven-grade force that was hostile to Blood Moon Ridge, He would definitely kill the 9-depths god-slaying rat at all costs. Let's go back now, Xueqi said. How could Xueqi, the Ridge Master of Blood Moon Ridge, not know what Ji Yunyan was talking about? In his opinion, he could not waste too much time on the dragons. He had to bring Little Gold back to Blood Moon Ridge as soon as possible. How many people did you bring? Ji Yunyan asked. The 2 guardians of Blood Moon Ridge, the 2nd elder, and the 3rd elder. Xueqi replied. Ji Yunyan's eyes narrowed slightly when he heard Xueqi's words. At the same time, Little White's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. Brother Lingtian, the strongest person in Blood Moon Ridge is the Ridge Master, the 2 guardians, the 1st elder, the 2nd elder, and the 3rd elder. It can be said that the Ridge Master of Blood Moon Ridge has brought the backbone of Blood Moon Ridge with him. Only the Great Elder is left to guard Blood Moon Ridge. Little White's words made Duan Lingtian realize that Xueqi had made a big fuss when he came to get Little Gold. Otherwise, he would not have mobilized so many powerhouses. So many experts. Are the enemies of Blood Moon Ridge so powerful? Duan Lingtian asked. Let's not talk about those ordinary forces. Blood Moon Ridge has offended many of the top heaven-grade forces in the Wanshou Heaven. For example, the Heavenly Ape Clan, the Water Phoenix Clan, and the Kuanping Clan. These 3 clans are all equally as powerful as the Blood Moon Ridge. Even if they are not as powerful as the Blood Moon Ridge, they are not that far behind. Whitey said, if they know that a 9-depths god-slaying rat has appeared in the Blood Moon Ridge, they will definitely spare no effort to kill Little Gold. When Little White reached the end of its sentence, a hint of fear promptly surfaced in its eyes. The 9-depths god-slaying rat is truly terrifying once it grows up. If the founding ancestor of Blood Moon Ridge didn't go to the realms of gods, even the Heavenly Emperor ranked first on the Heavenly Emperor ranking of heavens might not be a match for him, Xiaobai said. Therefore, the hostile forces of Blood Moon Ridge, except for those who only have some small conflicts with Blood Moon Ridge, those who have big conflicts with Blood Moon Ridge won't allow the 9-depths god-slaying rat to grow in Blood Moon Ridge. Little White continued to speak. Aren't they worried that the founding ancestor of Blood Moon Ridge will seek revenge from them? Duan Lingtian asked. In his opinion, since the founding ancestor of Blood Moon Ridge had become a god and was a 9-depths god-slaying rat, the hostile forces of Blood Moon Ridge were not worried that the founding ancestor of Blood Moon Ridge would leave the realms of gods and seek revenge from them after the second 9-depths god-slaying rat was destroyed. Of course, they're not worried about that, Little White said. Put aside the fact that the founding ancestor of Blood Moon Ridge might not return. Even if he does, he won't interfere in the affairs of the Devata realms. If he makes a move, he'll be breaking the rules. At that time, the powerhouses of the other forces who have gone to the realms of gods will return and seek revenge for their juniors. If revenge breeds revenge, there's no end to it. Moreover, the powerhouses who return from the realms of gods are all gods. If they make a move, Blood Moon Ridge might be annihilated. Upon hearing Little White's words, Duan Lingtian came to a realization. Everyone had a backer. Therefore there were rules and restrictions. Whoever broke the rules first would be annihilated. Senior. After Little Gold introduced Duan Lingtian to Xueqi, the sect leader of Blood Moon Ridge, for the first time, Duan Lingtian spoke to Xueqi directly. Due to his relationship with Little Gold, Xueqi was very polite to Duan Lingtian. He did not put on airs at all. Little brother Lingtian, is there anything I can help you with? Senior, are you confident you'll be able to bring Little Gold back? Duan Lingtian asked Xueqi without beating around the bush. Xueqi was stunned for a moment before he shook his head. No one dares to say they're 100% confident. After all, I'm not sure how many people those forces will send to kill Little Gold. In other words, if many people come, and they're all experts, you might not be able to bring Little Gold back to Blood Moon Ridge safely. Duan Lingtian asked again. Under normal circumstances, I'm 90% confident. Xueqi replied. 90%? Duan Lingtian shook his head. Senior, if you're not 100% confident, I don't want Little Gold to go with you. Little Gold is my younger sister. I don't want anything to happen to her even if the chances of her being harmed are low. Duan Lingtian said solemnly. I can understand your feelings, Xueqi said. Xueqi said, however, since Goldie has evolved into a 9-depths god-killing rat, we must let her stay in the Blood Moon Ridge and not leave her outside. Otherwise, no one can say for sure that she won't encounter danger outside. Based on Xueqi's words, it was clear he was determined to bring Little Gold back to Blood Moon Ridge. Brother Ling Tian. At this moment, Little Gold said to Duan Ling Tian through voice transmission, "If possible, I don't want to go back." Based on the Ridge leader's attitude, it seems like he's planning to put me under house arrest after I return to Blood Moon Ridge. Duan Ling Tian did not reply to Little Gold. Instead, he looked at Xueqi and said, "Senior, if you trust me, I'm confident I'll be able to bring Little Gold back to Blood Moon Ridge." Xueqi's eyes brightened. What's the plan? Although it's possible for Little Gold to stay in the dragons, it'll return to square one in the end. No, she won't stay in the dragons. Duan Ling Tian shook his head. If I'm not mistaken, you'll use the transportation formation in the dragons to bring Little Gold back to Blood Moon Ridge. However, most of the people who want to stand up and kill her in Little Gold City are waiting outside Blood Moon Ridge. Although I'll use the transportation formation in the dragons to bring Little Gold back to Blood Moon Ridge, I'll be bringing her to another Devata realm. Duan Ling Tian said. What Devata realm? Xueqi was stunned. It's not convenient for me to tell you now. However, I can promise you I'll bring Little Gold back to Blood Moon Ridge in one piece. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and said, "The fewer people who know about this, the better. What do you think, Senior?" Xueqi muttered to himself for a moment before he shook his head and said, "I believe you're doing this for Little Gold's sake. However, what if she encounters danger in another Devata realm? Moreover, you said those people will be waiting outside Blood Moon Ridge. Even if you want to return to Blood Moon Ridge, you'll have to do it under their watch." Xueqi said in one breath. Even if that's the case, how can they have so many powerhouses waiting outside Blood Moon Ridge? After some time, I'm sure many of them will leave. Duan Ling Tian said, "At that time, we can send a message to you and ask you to lead a group of powerhouses from Blood Moon Ridge to help us. Do you think we'll be afraid of those people? Moreover, I can promise you Little Gold won't be in any danger if she follows me." Duan Ling Tian said confidently, "As long as she's by my side, I'll definitely protect her." Xueqi fell silent again upon hearing this. To be honest, he believed Duan Ling Tian's words to a certain extent. However, he did not want to take the risk. Even if he had to take the risk, he did not want someone else to risk Little Gold's life. "Ridge Master." At this moment, Little Gold said, "I want to leave the dragons with Brother Ling Tian and return to Blood Moon Ridge later." When Xueqi looked at Little Gold, he saw the determination in Little Gold's eyes. She did not waver at all. In the end, although Xueqi was reluctant, he had no choice but to agree to Little Gold's request. "Little Brother Ling Tian, if you send Little Gold back to Blood Moon Ridge safely in the future, we won't mistreat you," Xueqi said solemnly to Duan Ling Tian. "Senior, you're treating me like an outsider." Duan Ling Tian shook his head. "I've said before that Little Gold is my sister. As long as it's within my means, I'll do anything to help her." "Brother Ling Tian, where are we going?" After Xueqi, the Ridge Master of Blood Moon Ridge, left the dragons, Duan Ling Tian prepared to leave with Huan and Little Gold. As for Little Black and Little White, they were still under house arrest. Although they knew Little Gold had only evolved into a divine beast after entering the purgatory battlefield with Duan Ling Tian, they were not allowed to leave. The solitary destructive heaven. Duan Ling Tian said to Little Gold through voice transmission. Then, he brought Little Gold to the transporting formation in the Dragon Clan's estate. Little Black and Little White watched on as they left. The solitary destructive heaven? While Little Gold was still in a daze, she, Duan Ling Tian, and Huan had already arrived at the Cloud Platform Mansion in the Solitary Destructive Heaven's Solitary Destructive Territory. The Cloud Platform Mansion was the closest place to the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven in the Solitary Destructive Territory. "Senior Meng Chuan, we've arrived." Upon arriving at the Solitary Destructive Heaven, Duan Ling Tian immediately sent a message to Meng Chuan. He had decided to bring Little Gold to the solitary destructive heaven because Meng Chuan had sent him a message asking him to go to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Meng Chuan had also said that the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven regarded him as a true disciple and had been looking for him for many years. Chapter 3368. Wansho Heaven. Dragons. After Little Black and Little White saw their big brother Ling Tian and the other two leave, there was reluctance and unwillingness in the depths of their eyes. They were reluctant to part with their big brother Ling Tian. He was unwilling, but he was unwilling to stay in the Dragon Clan. Let's go back. Although Ji Ning Yun and Ji Yunyan, the Grand Elder of the Dragon Clan, were not around, the elders on duty at the transporting formation were not allowed to leave. Little Black called out to Little White. He knew there was nothing he could do about it. Although Ji Ning Yun, the fourth elder of the Dragon Clan, and the Grand Elder, Ji Yunyan, were not around, the elders on duty at the transporting formation were not allowed to leave. Little Black, I think we should have followed Big Brother Ling Tian to the Purgatory battlefield. Look, Little Gold followed him to the Purgatory battlefield. How much has she improved? If we had gone in together, we might have become 10-clawed divine dragons by now. On the way back, Little White sent a voice transmission to Little Black. Xiao Bai, Xiao Jin's situation is special. It's not like you don't know? Needless to say, the 10-clawed divine dragon might not be a problem, but there's a good chance that his cultivation would rise to a level on par with Little Gold. Xiao Hei shook its head and said, Xiao Jin could evolve into a divine beast in the Purgatory battlefield because Xiao Jin's body could devour higher-level beasts to evolve. Although the 9-clawed divine dragons could also devour the corpses of divine beasts, it was almost impossible for them to evolve into divine beasts. Unless he could swallow a few divine beasts, then there was still a possibility. Little Gold's true form was a rodent immortal beast that devoured immortal beasts. It could maximize the conversion of the various essences in the bodies of the beasts it devoured to improve itself. Because of this, even though Xiao Jin had followed Duan Ling Tian into the Purgatory battlefield and evolved into a divine beast when he came out, he didn't think that Xiao Hei and Xiao Bai would have such a situation after following him into the Purgatory battlefield. If it was just a quick increase in cultivation, she and the dragons would not let Little Black and Little White take the risk. After all, the dragons had basically confirmed that the next 10-clawed dragon would appear between Little Black and Little White. The appearance of every 10-clawed divine dragon was related to the future rise and fall of the dragons. The higher-ups of the dragons, from the clan leader to the ordinary elders, would not allow anything to go wrong. That's right. Little Gold, before entering the Purgatory battlefield, his cultivation was one level lower than ours. But now, he's a level higher than us. Little White rolled her eyes and said, Little Black, why don't we sneak away? Sneak away? Little Black shook his head. When Little Gold brought Brother Ling Tian and Huan to the Purgatory battlefield, we tried to sneak away. However, the Grand Elder and the Fourth Elder didn't give us a chance. Not only did they not give us a chance, they even talked to the clan leader. It's said that the clan leader has personally banned us from leaving. If anyone fails to supervise us properly and lets us escape, they'll be in big trouble. Under such circumstances, how could it be easy to escape? Little Black sighed. You're right. Little White nodded. Then, her eyes glinted as she said expectantly, Now, I just hope Brother Ling Tian can use the name of the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven to invite us from the dragons after he goes to the Solitary Destructive Heaven. Before Duan Ling Tian left the dragons, he had informed Little Black and Little White of his whereabouts through voice transmission. Little White had also asked Duan Ling Tian to ask the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven to allow her and Little Black to leave the dragons if he could get the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven to help them. The dragons did not allow them to leave because they were worried about their safety. However, if they went to the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven, they would be safer than the dragons. I hope so. Little Black was also looking forward to it. He could not help but sigh. I didn't expect the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven to be from our hometown, the mundane realm. Moreover, he's the master of the 7 Absolute sect that Ling Tian has never met. Speaking of which, I'm also looking forward to meeting the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven, Feng Qingyang. I heard he once tortured the clan leader. The patriarch's strength is much stronger than the great elders. Little White said excitedly. This was not the first time Duan Tian had come to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. However, the last time he came, he was stopped at the entrance. This time, the Jade Rainbow Celestial Emperor, Meng Chuan, was already waiting for him at the entrance. At this moment, there was another person standing in front of him. He was a tall and burly middle-aged man with a face full of curly beard. He stood there motionless like a pine tree, towering like a mountain. He's here. When Duan Tian saw Meng Chuan from afar, Meng Chuan also saw him. His eyes lit up as he hurriedly greeted the curly-bearded burly man in front of him. Big brother, Duan. Young master is here. Originally, Meng Chuan subconsciously wanted to call Duan Tian by his name, but just as he said the word Duan, he heard the bearded man in front of him snort in displeasure. He immediately changed his words. He knew clearly in his heart. His elder brother treated the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven as his master, and respected the heavenly emperor very much. He even treated the disciple whom the heavenly emperor valued as his young master. Whoosh! Whoosh! When Duan Tian saw the burly man in front of Meng Chuan, he felt the two people in front of him disappear and appear in front of him in the blink of an eye. A gust of wind blew gently against the Duan Tian's purple robes. Behind the bearded man, Immortal Emperor Jade Rainbow, Meng Chuan, followed closely. Meng Luo greets the young master. When the bearded man appeared, he bowed respectfully at Duan Tian. At the same time, Duan Tian guessed his identity. He was none other than the heavenly savage celestial emperor, Meng Luo. Greetings, young master. Meng Chuan bowed as well. His attitude was completely different from when he faced Duan Tian. In the past, he did not know how important Duan Tian was to the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. For this reason, he did not treat Duan Tian with respect. However, after learning from his big brother Meng Luo about the status of the person in front of him in the eyes of the heavenly emperor, he knew that he must be respectful to the person in front of him in the future. Otherwise, not only would the heavenly emperor be unhappy, even his big brother, Meng Luo, would not let him go. His elder brother, Meng Luo, had been saved by the Lord Heavenly Emperor many times and regarded the Lord Heavenly Emperor as his master. Even he, his younger brother, was not as important as the Lord Heavenly Emperor. Furthermore, the Heavenly Emperor was the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, the strongest person in the solitary destructive heaven. Senior Meng Chuan, you're too polite. Although Duan Tian knew Meng Chuan would not treat him the same way he did in the past, he could not help but sigh inwardly when he saw Meng Chuan treating him so respectfully. In this world where the strong were respected, this was the reality of life. If one was strong and had a strong backer, others would respect them. This must be Senior Meng Luo, right? After greeting Meng Chuan, Duan Tian looked at the bearded man standing in front of Meng Chuan. Greetings, Senior Meng Luo. I'm Duan Tian. Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor, was the strongest general under the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. In the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, he was second only to Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. He was on par with the grand elder of the dragons, Ji Yunyan. Naturally, that was all in the past. Many years ago, Meng Luo, a rising star, was able to fight Ji Yunyan to a draw. Now that so many years had passed, with Meng Luo's innate talent, he should have long surpassed Ji Yunyan. Young master, you can just call me Meng Luo. Meng Luo was flattered by Duan Tian's greeting. He quickly bowed and greeted Duan Tian, but a hint of admiration could be seen in the depths of his eyes. As expected of the heavenly emperor. Not only was Meng Luo talented, but he was also very polite. He was not arrogant at all. Young master. Little Gold's eyes lit up when she regained her senses. She knew about Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor. He was a famous titled celestial emperor in the solitary destructive heaven. Even the grand elder of Blood Moon Ridge in the 10,000 Beasts heaven said he would only be able to fight to a draw if he fought Meng Luo. Brother Tian, Meng Luo isn't a simple person. Many years ago, he was able to fight to a draw with the grand elder of the dragons. Currently, He's as strong as the clan leader of the dragons. Little Gold sent a voice transmission to Duanling Tian. It seems like Senior Feng Qingyang, the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven, really thinks highly of you. Otherwise, Meng Luo wouldn't be so respectful to you and even personally welcome you. Little Gold had spent some time in the 10,000 Beasts Heaven's Blood Moon Ridge. Naturally, she knew how important it was for a powerhouse like Meng Luo to personally welcome him. Even if the clan leader of the dragons came to the heavenly palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven, Meng Luo would not personally welcome him. Young master, please follow me back to the heavenly palace. After Meng Luo greeted Duanling Tian, he led the way for Duanling Tian to the heavenly palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. The heavenly palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven was the holiest place in the entire Solitary Destructive Heaven. It was surrounded by clouds and mist. From afar, it looked like an otherworldly paradise. Just a glance at it was enough to make one feel refreshed. Young master, ever since Hua Lao arrived, Lord Heavenly Emperor has been talking about you a lot. After entering the heavenly palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven, Meng Luo said to Duanling Tian with a smile. Hua Lao. Duanling Tian was taken aback by Meng Luo's words. Then, he recalled 300 years ago when he was in the Saint Province realm. The Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was a top-tier spirit weapon from the Devata realm. The Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda had an artifact spirit, and he called the artifact spirit Hua Lao. Hua Lao was the three-legged golden crow on the first level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. According to Hua Lao, he was a top-tier celestial beast. Naturally, this was only what he knew in the past. After coming to the Devata realm, he had gained a deeper understanding of many things. Whenever he thought about the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, he was certain it was an Emperor-grade celestial weapon with an artifact spirit. Hua Lao was the artifact spirit of the Emperor-grade celestial weapon. Senior Meng Luo, is Hua Lao the Exquisite Pagoda's artifact spirit? Duanling Tian stared at Meng Luo with bright eyes. Chapter 3369. Hua Lao. He was the artifact spirit of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Previously, when Duanling Tian was still in the Saint Province realm, he had thought Hua Lao and the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda had perished to save him. However, later on, after he gained a deeper understanding of the celestial artifact, he found out that not only was the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda not so easily destroyed, but even Elder Hua would not die so easily. For this reason, the disappearance of Hua Lao and the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda had gradually become a mystery to him. If he could, he naturally wished that Elder Hua was still alive. To him, Elder Hua was a respectable elder. He had helped him a lot during his growth and had even saved his life several times. Hua Lao is in the heavenly palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven? Duanling Tian found it difficult to understand. Even if Hua Lao was still alive, why would he be in a Devata realm? Why would he be in the Solitary Destructive Heaven? Moreover, why was he in the heavenly palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven? Yes. Initially, Duanling Tian thought the elder Hua Meng Luo mentioned was someone else. However, when Meng Luo spoke, he was certain the elder Hua Meng Luo mentioned was the elder Hua he had met before. I've already sent a message to Hua Lao. Hua Lao is currently on his way here, Meng Luo said. Duanling Tian nodded. As soon as Meng Luo finished speaking, a scorching aura surged toward Duanling Tian. In just a blink of an eye, the silhouette of a huge golden crow appeared and transformed into an old figure. The old figure was an old man dressed in a fiery red robe. Although they had not seen each other for 300 years, Duanling Tian recognized the old man as Hua Lao, the pagoda spirit of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Hua Lao. After so many years, seeing Hua Lao again, Duanling Tian was so excited that his body trembled, and a glimmer of light involuntarily appeared in his eyes. Although he had long guessed that Hua Lao was not dead, he had a completely different feeling when he saw Hua Lao with his own eyes. Hua Lao was standing right in front of him. Ling Tian brat. I really didn't expect that in a short 300 years, you would have already grown to such an extent. Seeing Duanling Tian again, Hua Lao's cloudy eyes lit up. He was just as excited. Before it came into contact with Duanling Tian, it had never spent so much time with anyone. Therefore, to a certain extent, he had long regarded Duan Ling Tian as his family. Many years ago, Kuang Ling, the sword soul of the solitary destructive flaming heavenly sword, sent by the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, had brought him away from the mundane realm. When he arrived at the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, he was worried about Duan Ling Tian. In the beginning, everything was fine. However, when the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven was forced to enter the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms, Kuang Ling, the sword soul of the solitary destructive flaming heavenly sword, died, and the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven was replaced. At that time, Duan Ling Tian was no longer under the surveillance of Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Naturally, he did not know about Duan Ling Tian's situation. Since he could not see Duan Ling Tian, he was naturally worried. "Walao, you're finally out." Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath to calm himself down before he congratulated Walao with a smile on his face. "Congratulations, Walao." Previously, when Walao was trapped in the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, Duan Ling Tian had told Walao that he would return Walao's freedom after he repaired the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Later on, Elder Hua and the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda disappeared together, and this matter was left unsettled. After 300 years, Duan Ling Tian could not help but sigh when he saw Hualao had left the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Duan Ling Tian's promise to Hualao was still fresh in his mind. 300 years had passed in just a blink of an eye. "It's all thanks to Lord Heavenly Emperor," Hualao said with a smile. "Of course, it's all thanks to you as well." "Hualao, is your disappearance related to Senior Feng Qingyang as well?" Duan Ling Tian asked curiously. He was still very curious about Elder Hua's disappearance back then. Even though he had some guesses now, he still couldn't help but want to know what happened from Elder Hua. "That's right." Hualao nodded. "Back then, it was Lord Heavenly Emperor who sent Kuang Ling, the sword soul of his divine weapon, the solitary destructive flaming heavenly sword, to the mundane realm to take me away. Lord Celestial Emperor's original intention was not for my existence to interfere with your growth. With me around, you'll be under less pressure. He hoped you'd be able to bear more pressure and grow in adversity. Only then will you be able to attain the great Tao." Hualao briefly explained what had happened back then. As expected, Duan Ling Tian's eyes glinted. This was exactly as he had expected. He could not help but feel excited. So, Senior Feng Qingyang had been paying attention to him when he was still in the mundane realm? After taking a deep breath, Duan Ling Tian introduced Huan and Little Gold to Hualao. "Divine beasts?" Hualao looked at Huan and Little Gold before he gasped when he realized the 2 young women were divine beasts. Although he was a 3-legged golden crow, he was only a peak immortal beast. He was not far from becoming a divine beast. However, he might never be able to surpass this gap. "Senior Meng Luo." Duan Ling Tian looked at Meng Luo and asked curiously. "Senior Feng Qingyang told me that you and Senior Feng Qingyang left solitary destructive heaven together. Now that you're back, Senior Feng Qingyang should be back as well, right?" "No." Meng Luo shook his head. "Lord Heavenly Emperor sent me out of Azura Hell ahead of time because I couldn't withstand the pressure there. Lord Heavenly Emperor's law avatars are currently in there as well. They're trying to rescue his true body." He could not help but sigh when he reached the end of his sentence. "Azura Hell?" Duan Ling Tian's expression changed drastically. "Senior Feng Qingyang hasn't come out of Azura Hell? Didn't he come out and kill the successor of the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven and reclaim his position? Only one of Lord Heavenly Emperor's Law of Earth avatars returned." Meng Luo shook his head. "It seems like Senior Feng Qingyang has really ascended to godhood," Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself. Then he looked at Meng Luo and asked, "Senior Meng Luo, Senior Feng Qingyang has already ascended to godhood, but he still can't come out of Azura Hell." "It's very difficult." Meng Luo sighed and said, "Lord Heavenly Emperor has tried many times over the years, but he's still lacking. However, this time, Lord Heavenly Emperor should be able to rescue his true body in one go. After all, Lord Heavenly Emperor has entered Azura Hell many times, so he knows the place like the back of his hand." That's why he brought me in, so that I can use the law of death and the law of destruction in Azura Hell to further comprehend the two profundities. After listening to Meng Luo's words, Duan Ling Tian realized Meng Luo was skilled in the law of death and the law of destruction. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian was disappointed to learn that Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, had yet to come out of Azura Hell. After all, he had come to the solitary destructive heaven in hopes of meeting Senior Feng Qingyang. In the depths of his heart, he only recognized Feng Qingyang as his master. After I came out of Azura Hell, I returned to the solitary destructive heaven. I heard from my younger brother that you were here, so I asked him to bring you here. Based on Meng Luo's words, it was clear Meng Luo had just returned to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Ling Tian, although Lord Heavenly Emperor hasn't returned yet, according to Meng Luo, he'll be back soon. You should cultivate well in the heavenly palace and wait for him to return, Hua Lao suggested with a smile on his face. Moreover, as Lord Heavenly Emperor's only true disciple, you'll enjoy the best resources in the heavenly palace. It's better for you to cultivate here than outside, Hua Lao added. That's right. Meng Luo nodded. Young master, you can cultivate in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. If you need anything, just say the word, and the heavenly palace will do its best to fulfill your request. From the beginning until the end, Meng Luo was very respectful to Duan Ling Tian. This made Duan Ling Tian realize how loyal Meng Luo was to Feng Qingyang. All right. Duan Ling Tian nodded. I'll stay in the heavenly palace and wait for Senior Feng Qingyang's return. Meng Luo arranged a place for Duan Ling Tian and the other two to cultivate. It was not far away from Elder Hua's cultivation place, and it was not far from his own cultivation place as well. Now, I'll focus on my cultivation and become a celestial emperor. After all, only after I become a celestial emperor can I further comprehend the law of space's fused profundities with a supreme powerhouse divinity. Breaking through to become a celestial emperor was a top priority for Duan Ling Tian. Naturally, it was the same for Huan as well. In the Divine Offering Land. In the Xia clan. Qing Yan, the Xia clan will give you an explanation when Xia Jie returns. Xia Yi, the clan leader of the Xia clan, sat at the head of the table in the main hall of the Xia clan's estate. The young man was dressed in a long green robe. He was handsome and had a hint of wickedness in his eyes. Upon hearing Xia Yu's words, he smiled faintly and said, "Uncle, you must be joking. Since the third master has released those people, let them go." After 700 years, the spatial tunnel from the Divine Offering Land to the Devata realms will reopen. At that time, I'll send people to capture them if I need them. I came here this time mainly to say hello to you, Uncle. I want to send someone to bring my cousin back from the planar battlefield. It's too dangerous in there. The green-clad young man was none other than Yun Qingyan, the great young master of the Yun clan in the Divine Offering Land. The realm battlefield is too big. Looking for that girl is like looking for a needle in a haystack. I've already sent many people to the realm battlefield to look for her. When she heard Yun Qingyan mention her daughter, Shaya's expression turned gloomy as if she was about to cry. There's strength in numbers. Yun Qingyan smiled. Qingyan, you came to look for me because of this? Xia Yi asked. There's one more thing. Yun Qingyan's eyes flashed as he said, I don't think my cousin is aware that the third master has sent those people away. We can't communicate in the realm battlefield. I want to find her and bring her back to the Yun clan before she learns about this. Please allow me to do so, Uncle. Chapter 3370. In the Solitary Destructive Heaven. In the Solitary Destructive Territory. The Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect was a 4th-grade sect. Moreover, it was an all-female sect that only recruited female disciples. In the Solitary Destructive Heaven, the majority of celestials were sword celestials. This was due to the influence of the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. Although the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect was only a 4th-grade sect, it was popular to practice swordsmanship. In fact, 99% of the disciples in the sect were sword celestials. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect's estate was located in a vast canyon. At this moment, the sound of swords whistling in the air could be heard from the side of a mountain. A graceful and beautiful figure was practicing her swordsmanship halfway up the mountain at the side of the canyon. Her sword was like a dragon, extremely swift and fierce. The dazzling swordlight was even more dazzling and eye-catching. At the same time, another graceful figure stood at the side, watching the woman practicing her swordsmanship. The woman was dressed in a fiery red robe. She was extremely beautiful, and her eyes were as sharp as lightning. However, when she looked at the woman practicing her swordsmanship, her gaze softened. Swoosh! Swoosh! There was a small waterfall halfway up the mountain. The woman practicing her swordsmanship arrived in front of the small waterfall in just a blink of an eye. Swoosh! As the sword swept out, the sword glow seemed to have transformed into an arrow that had left the bow and landed on the waterfall. Immediately, the waterfall splashed in all directions, and a loud sound rang out in a timely manner. At the same time, most of the water splashed toward the woman practicing her swordsmanship. In the blink of an eye, the woman's eyes widened. Her hand that was holding the sword shook, and a strange energy spread out from the sword. In just a blink of an eye, it shrouded a small area around her. At this moment, in a small area around the sword-practicing woman, the air stopped moving and the water droplet floated motionlessly in the air. Apart from the woman practicing her swordsmanship, everything else in the area seemed to have stopped moving. Swoosh! The sword in the woman's hand was like a dragon as she swung it in the air. In just a blink of an eye, the hundreds of water droplets that were floating in the air were cut in half. Then, the space seemed to return to normal, and the water droplets fell to the ground. Even the air returned to its original rhythm. Ceiling, your time law's stillness profundity has improved again. At some point in time, the woman who was watching from afar had also caught up. She couldn't help but exclaim in admiration when she saw the former slash apart all the water droplets in the air. Aunt Wu! The woman sheathed her sword and stood straight. She was wearing a light purple dress, and her appearance was beautiful. There was a bit of heroic spirit between her brows, which added a bit of contradictory charm. She had the demeanor of a heroine. If Duan Ling Tian was here and saw this sword-wielding woman, he would definitely be surprised to find out that she was a woman. This woman was as beautiful as a flower. Her eyebrows were somewhat similar to his, and her other features were similar to his wife, Ker. This woman was none other than Duan Ling Tian and Ker's daughter, Duan Xiling. As for Aunt Wu, she was referring to Feng Tianwu. It had been close to 300 years since Xia Jia, the third master of the Xia family, had sent him away from the divine offering land. At that time, after Feng Tianwu and Duan Xiling were sent away from the divine offering land, they arrived at a mundane realm called the Great Desolation Realm. Since both of them had been baptized by the heaven and earth spirit energy in the divine offering land, their innate talent had been reborn, allowing them to cultivate much more efficiently. Not long after, both of them left the Great Desolation Realm and ascended to a Devata realm. Naturally, the Devata realm they ascended to was not the solitary destructive heaven or the Jade Emperor heaven. Both of them stayed in the Devata realm for a long time until Feng Tianwu became a celestial duke. At that time, both of them brought Duan Xiling to the solitary destructive heaven. There was a reason they came to the solitary destructive heaven. At that time, Feng Tianwu had heard that the former heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, Feng Qingyang, had returned to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven and killed the new heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. As far as she knew, Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, was the master of her elder brother Duan and the former sect leader of the Seven Absolute sect in the Saint Province realm. Her elder brother Duan later inherited Feng Qingyang's Misty Rain lineage and became the only successor of the Seven Absolute sect's Misty Rain lineage. Yun Qingyan, who abducted Ker, said he sent someone to deal with Senior Feng Qingyang because Senior Feng Qingyang had left his legacy to elder brother Duan. That's why Senior elder brother Duan is his disciple. For this reason, when Feng Tianwu heard that Feng Qingyang was forced to enter the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms, she was certain Yun Qingyan had sent someone to force Feng Qingyang into the Azura Hell. Moreover, the timing was right. At that time, Feng Tianwu had a feeling her elder brother Duan, Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, would accept him as a disciple. This was the only way she could find her elder brother Duan in the Devata realms. For this reason, after she had become a celestial duke, she had come to the solitary destructive heaven and joined the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect, a fourth-grade sect that only accepted female disciples. She had stayed in the solitary destructive heaven for more than 100 years. Currently, both Feng Tianwu and Duan Xiling had become celestial kings one after another. The reason they were able to improve so much in such a short period of time was not only because of their talent, but also because they were treated very well in the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect. Both of them were considered outstanding in the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect. In fact, they could be considered monstrous geniuses. Currently, Duan Xiling was a disciple of the sect leader of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect, while Feng Tianwu was a disciple of the supreme elder of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect. As a fourth-grade sect, the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect had a titled Celestial Lord. The titled Celestial Lord was Feng Tianwu's teacher, the supreme elder of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect. Over the years, both of them had lived a good life in the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect. After all, the Devata realms were filled with danger. 100 years ago, Feng Tianwu had asked her teacher to bring her to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. She wanted to know if her elder brother Duan had arrived at the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, and had become a disciple of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. However, when they arrived at the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, the people there were unaware of her elder brother Duan's existence. Moreover, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven was not in the heavenly palace at that time. "Aunt Wu? What's on your mind?" Duan Xiling asked curiously when she saw Feng Tianwu in a daze. During these years, Duan Xiling and Feng Tianwu had been relying on each other for survival. She had long regarded Feng Tianwu as her mother and sister. It could be said that the time Duan Xiling spent with her parents was less than the time she spent with Feng Tianwu. "I wonder if your father has arrived at the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven after 100 years. Feng Tianwu regained her senses and looked at Duan Xiling with a doting expression in her beautiful eyes. Over the years, she had treated Duan Xiling as her own daughter because she loved Duan Xiling. Whenever she obtained something good, she would give it to Duan Xiling first. Due to this, Duan Xiling's cultivation base was about to catch up to Feng Tianwu. If Duan Xiling was not sensible and did not reject Feng Tianwu's good intentions, Duan Xiling's cultivation base would definitely be higher than Feng Tianwu's. "Father." Duan Xiling fell silent when she heard Feng Tianwu's words. Back then, when she left her father, although she was still young, she was already sensible enough to know what her father and mother looked like. "Aunt Wu, I miss my father and mother so much." After a moment of silence, Duan Xiling's body trembled violently. After a while, she threw herself into Feng Tianwu's arms and burst into tears. She was not even 300 years old. However, it had been more than 200 years since she last saw her father and mother. If it was not for the fact that she had been thinking about her father and mother all this time and had even drawn a portrait of them, she might have even forgotten how they looked like. Feng Tianwu patted Duan Xiling's back gently. She did not know how to comfort her. At the same time, she regretted bringing up her elder brother Duan. "Oh, who's bullying our Xiling?" Duan Xiling was sobbing in Feng Tianwu's arms when a voice rang from afar. Following that, a beautiful woman dressed in white flew over from afar. In just a blink of an eye, she arrived next to Feng Tianwu and Duan Xiling, senior sister. After Feng Tianwu and Duan Xiling parted ways, they quickly bowed and greeted the woman. Duan Xiling followed suit and bowed as well. "Teacher." The woman was none other than Yu Wenqing, the sect leader of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect. Apart from being the sect leader of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect, Yu Wenqing was also the second strongest person in the sect. Her strength was second only to the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect's titled Celestial Lord. "Senior sister, are you looking for us?" Feng Tianwu asked Yu Wenqing. Yu Wenqing didn't even have the time to speak when a wave of swift whistling of the wind resounded. After that, a thin old woman in a loose black robe with an aged and cold appearance appeared and descended from the sky. "Teacher." Feng Tianwu bowed when she saw the woman. A hint of confusion could be seen on her face. Why was her teacher here with the sect leader of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect? She had been in the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect for more than 100 years, but this was her first time encountering such a situation. "Junior aunt. Junior grand aunt." Yu Wenqing and Duan Xiling bowed at the old woman. A hint of sadness could be seen in the depths of Yu Wenqing's eyes while Duan Xiling's eyes were filled with confusion. It was obvious she shared the same thoughts as Feng Tianwu. Teacher, why are you here with senior sister? Feng Tianwu looked at her teacher. Yu Bai Feng, the supreme elder of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect and the strongest person in the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect. Yu Bai Feng was the pillar of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect. She was a titled celestial lord. Go ahead. Yu Bai Feng greeted Yu Wenqing. A hint of reluctance could be seen in her eyes when she looked at Feng Tianwu again. Upon seeing this, Feng Tianwu narrowed her eyes. An ominous feeling rose in her heart. Chapter 3371. In Feng Tianwu's memory, her teacher had never lost her composure like this ever since she had shown her outstanding talent during the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect's recruitment test more than 100 years ago and became her teacher's disciple after she revealed her shocking talent. The reluctance in Yu Qing's eyes made Duan Ling Tian shudder. She knew Yu Qing would not act in such a manner if nothing had happened. After taking a deep breath, Feng Tianwu shifted her gaze to Yu Wenqing, the sect leader of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect. At the same time, Duan Xiling shifted her gaze to Yu Wenqing. Yu Wenqing's expression was solemn as she faced Feng Tianwu and Duan Xiling's gazes. She said, previously, the young master of the Cold Drizzle Celestial sect came to propose marriage to Xiling. At this moment, Yu Wenqing looked at Duan Xiling with a gentle expression on her face as she said, Xiling rejected him. Since Xiling was unwilling, the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect couldn't force her. For this reason, I bluntly rejected him. Moreover, the young master of the Cold Drizzle Celestial sect is a womanizer. I don't know how many women he has harmed. I see Xiling as my own daughter. Yu Wenqing paused for a moment before she continued to say, after I rejected the young sect leader of the Cold Drizzle Celestial sect, there was nothing he could do. He had no choice but to return empty-handed. However, early this morning, the elder of the Cold Drizzle Celestial sect came to the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect and bluntly said that the old ancestor of the Cold Drizzle Celestial sect had come out of closed-door cultivation a few days ago. He even said that if the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect doesn't know what's good for us, he doesn't mind annihilating the sect. Yu Wenqing's expression turned unsightly as soon as she finished speaking. On the other hand, Duan Xiling and Feng Tianwu's expressions changed drastically. They did not expect the Cold Drizzle Celestial sect would go so far. Isn't it normal for me to reject your proposal because I don't want to marry you? How could the old ancestor of the Cold Drizzle Celestial sect vent his anger on the entire sect? Duan Xiling's expression darkened when she heard Yu Wenqing's words. However, does he think that our Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect will compromise? A cold light flickered in Yu Wenqing's eyes. She sneered and said, back then, we didn't even refuse a first-grade force's proposal. Of course, there was one more thing Yu Wenqing didn't say. Although they had rejected the marriage proposal from the Grade 1 force, the other party had no intention of forcing them. Otherwise, it would be a disaster for the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect. Martial uncle and I have come this time mainly to send you off. Yu Wenqing looked at Duan Xiling and Feng Tianwu with a solemn expression on her face as she said with a faint smile. At that time, I'll announce that you've left the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect. At that time, if the Cold Drizzle Celestial sect dares to act recklessly, the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect isn't a pushover. Yu Wenqing's words were full of conviction. Teacher, Duan Xiling said solemnly, as far as I know, the current sect leader of the Cold Drizzle Celestial sect isn't as bad as the previous sect leader of the Cold Drizzle Celestial sect. Even if I leave, he won't let the Cold Drizzle Celestial sect go. Let me stay. I don't want to marry him, but I can kill myself in front of them. Duan Xiling's eyes were filled with determination. In her opinion, if she left, she might not be able to appease the previous sect leader of the Cold Drizzle Celestial sect. However, if she died, she would be able to appease the previous sect leader of the Cold Drizzle Celestial sect. There was no way she would marry the previous sect leader of the Cold Drizzle Celestial sect. However, she did not want to leave just like that. She could not let down her teacher who had treated her like a daughter. She could not let down the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect, which was like her home. No. Yu Wenqing and Feng Tianwu stopped Duan Siling in unison. Little Siling at this moment, Yu Baifeng, the only titled celestial lord in the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect, spoke up. She looked at Duan Siling kindly. Don't worry, you and Tianwu can leave. The Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect will be fine. Junior Ancestral Aunt has already contacted her friends. Many of them are celestial emperors. She has asked them to come and help at any time. It won't be easy for the Cold Drizzle Celestial sect to harm the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect. Yu Baifeng said to Duan Siling, Junior Ancestral Aunt, are you confident? Duan Siling asked solemnly as she looked at Yu Baifeng. Of course. Yu Baifeng nodded. However, Feng Tianwu, who was standing next to Duan Siling, hesitated to speak. In the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect, she and Yu Wenqing, the sect leader of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect, knew Duan Siling the best. However, it was not appropriate for her to say anything now. She knew Siling's temper very well. If Siling knew the truth, she would definitely refuse to leave. If something happened, how would she explain it to her elder brother Duan? After sending Siling away, I'll go to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven to try my luck. It's been 100 years. Perhaps, elder brother Duan is already in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven? Even if he's not in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, I can still ask Senior Feng Qingyang for help. If Senior Feng Qingyang isn't in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, I'll send Siling away and return to help the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect fend off the Cold Drizzle Celestial sect. At this moment, Feng Tianwu had already made up her mind. Duan Siling had feelings for the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect, but so did she. All these years, her teacher, Yu Baifeng, had taken good care of her and treated her like a mother. Although Yu Baifeng did not say much, Duan Siling knew her teacher wanted her to leave the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect so they would not have to face the threat of the Cold Drizzle Celestial sect. Duan Siling was clearly not confident. Siling, since your junior granduncle said so, I'm sure he won't lie to you. In that case, we won't be a burden anymore. Let's go. Let's go, Feng Tianwu said to Duan Siling. Duan Siling wanted to say something, but the three of them had already reached a consensus. Naturally, they did not give her any room to hesitate. Soon after, Yu Baifeng and Yu Wenqing personally escorted Duan Siling and Feng Tianwu to the transporting formation of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect. Teacher, I'll return after sending Siling away. Before they stepped into the transporting formation, Feng Tianwu sent a voice transmission to Yu Baifeng. Yu Baifeng's eyes widened, and her expression changed drastically. At this moment, Feng Tianwu and Duan Siling's figures had already disappeared from her sight. Junior Aunt, what's wrong? Yu Wenqing was taken aback when she saw Yu Baifeng's sudden change in expression. Yu Baifeng smiled bitterly. Tianwu knows me too well. She saw through me. She said she'll come back to the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect after sending Siling away. Yu Wenqing's expression changed drastically when she heard Yu Baifeng's words. How can that be? We're counting on them to avenge us in the future. If the Cold Drizzle Celestial sect is bent on destroying the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect, there are only hope. Swoosh. At the same time, Yu Baifeng raised her hand and erased the mark on the transporting formation. She was shocked. They're going to the Heavenly Palace again? Feng Tianwu and Duan Siling were heading to the mansion closest to the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. Previously, when Feng Tianwu had asked Yu Baifeng to escort her to the Heavenly Palace, they had also been transported to the Heavenly Palace before making their way to the Heavenly Palace. It seems like Tianwu wants to try her luck there. However, what will happen in 100 years? Perhaps, the Heavenly Emperor hasn't returned yet. As for Siling's father, if the Heavenly Emperor hasn't returned, the Heavenly Palace might not accept him even if he goes to the Heavenly Palace. Yu Baifeng shook her head inwardly. She felt her disciple, Feng Tianwu, was doomed to fail this time. However, she knew her disciple had made the right choice. If she were in her disciple's shoes, she would have done the same even if the chances were slim. No. I'll immediately send a message to junior sister Tianwu. She mustn't return. Yu Wenqing said solemnly before she sent a message to Feng Tianwu. Earlier, Yu Baifeng had indeed brushed Duan Siling off. Perhaps, She had a few titled celestial lords and a few celestial emperors. However, she was only acquainted with a few of them. If it was an ordinary matter, they might be willing to help. However, if a second-grade sect like the Cold Drizzle Celestial sect wanted to deal with the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect, it was impossible for them to help. After all, if they came to help, they would offend a second-grade sect. They were either wandering cultivators, or they had forces behind them, but none of them could compare to a second-grade sect. Naturally, they would not be willing to risk their lives and fortune, and even the rise and fall of the forces behind them just because they were acquaintances with you by phone. Junior sister Tian Wu. You and Si Ling Tian have extraordinary talents. Your future is limitless. You mustn't return. If the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect survives this ordeal, I'll send a message to you within 3 days. If you don't hear from me within 3 days, take Si Ling and hide as far away as you can. Don't come back. Come back when you're strong enough to avenge me, Junior Aunt, and the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect. You and Si Ling are the hope of me and Junior Aunt. You're also the hope of the entire Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect. There's only hope if you're alive. When Feng Tianwu and Duan Si Ling arrived at the Cloud Platform Mansion, which was near the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, Feng Tianwu received a message from Yu Wenqing, the sect leader of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect. Yu Wenqing's tone was solemn. She was trying to persuade Feng Tianwu not to return to the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect. If you return now, with your cultivation base, you won't be of any help to the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect. However, if you return, you'll be able to avenge the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect even if the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect is destroyed. The Cold Drizzle Celestial sect is a second-grade sect after all. If you can't avenge the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect, don't come back. Yu Wenqing seemed to be leaving behind her last words, explaining her last will. Chapter 3372. Within 3 days? Initially, Feng Tianwu was not certain when the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect would be in danger. However, after hearing Yu Wenqing's words, she was certain. The Cold Drizzle Celestial sect would come to the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect to force the marriage between the two sects within 3 days. At that time, with Si Ling's absence, the notorious and bloodthirsty old sect leader of the Cold Drizzle Celestial sect would definitely not let the matter rest. Senior sister, initially, Feng Tianwu had made up her mind to send Duan Si Ling to a safe place and return to the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect if her trip to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven was fruitless. However, when she received a message from Yu Wenqing from the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect, she could not help but hesitate. Yu Wenqing's words made sense. If she returned to the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect, she would not be able to save the sect. However, if she did not return to the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect, she and Duan Si Ling might be able to kill their way to the Cold Drizzle Celestial sect and avenge the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect. Duan Si Ling was not even 300 years old, and Duan Si Ling was barely 300 years old. However, both of them were already celestial kings. Even if they were given a few thousand or 10,000 years, they would still be able to become celestial emperors. Senior sister. Teacher. Feng Tianwu's eyes were red, but she did not dare to let Duan Si Ling see it. Even so, Duan Si Ling could sense something was amiss. Aunt Wu, are you sure the sect will be fine? Initially, Duan Si Ling trusted the supreme elder of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect. However, after calming down, she began to feel that something was amiss. Was the supreme elder of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect really able to find a friend to resolve this crisis? Si Ling, don't worry. Feng Tianwu had spent more time with Duan Si Ling than anyone else. Naturally, she knew Duan Si Ling's temper. If Duan Si Ling knew the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect was in danger because of her, she would not leave the sect. Feng Tianwu sighed inwardly. Brother Ling Tian, your daughter is very kind. Where are you now? Is he in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven? With this thought in mind, Feng Tianwu said to Duan Si Ling, Si Ling, let's hurry to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Now that 100 years have passed, your father might be in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Father. Duan Si Ling's expression froze for a moment before a nostalgic expression appeared on her face. Although it was a distant memory, she could still clearly remember her father's appearance. Father is resourceful. With him around, we won't have to fear the cold drizzle celestial sect, Duan Siling muttered to herself. Based on her words, it was clear she was confident in her father, Duan Lingtian. Upon hearing Duan Siling's words, Feng Tianwu could not help but smile wryly. Although she knew her elder brother Duan was always able to catch her off guard, she did not think her elder brother Duan would be able to continue his legend in the mundane realm. If Duan Siling and Duan Siling had not been baptized by the heaven and earth spirit energy in the divine offering land in the realms of gods, their innate talent would not have improved so much. Therefore, she subconsciously felt that even if she met her elder brother Duan in the Devata realm, her elder brother Duan's cultivation base might not be as high as hers and Duan Siling's. Unless their elder brother Duan also had fortuitous encounters in the Devata realms, it would be impossible for him to catch up to them or even surpass them. Whoosh! Whoosh! Feng Tianwu and Duan Siling sped toward the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven with the sound of wind whistling in the air. 100 years ago, Feng Tianwu had been brought to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven by her teacher, Yu Bai Feng, the supreme elder of the cloudy sunbow sword sect. I hope elder brother Duan is here. If elder brother Duan isn't here, I hope senior Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, is here. I hope senior Feng Qingyang is willing to lend a helping hand. Feng Tianwu prayed as she led Duan Siling to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Naturally, she was prepared for the worst-case scenario. As a second-grade celestial sect, the cold drizzle celestial sect had many celestial emperors. Although there were no titled celestial emperors in the sect, they were still considered overlords in the surrounding areas. As the saying went, when the tiger is absent, the monkey will be king. I really didn't expect someone from the tiny cloudy sunbow sword sect to have comprehended the law of time. After all, the law of time is the hardest law to comprehend among the 4 supreme laws. It's also the most powerful law among the 4 supreme laws. The cold drizzle celestial sex estate was located in a vast valley. The valley was filled with beautiful scenery, birds chirped, and flowers bloomed. A white-haired old man dressed in a gray robe could be seen sitting in front of a table in a secluded courtyard. Hee hee. It is also because of this that your grandson wants to marry her. In front of the gray-robed old man stood a young man in a luxurious green robe. The young man's appearance was ordinary. If it weren't for his small eyes that resembled those of a mouse, he could barely be considered handsome. The young man was none other than Lan Jinyan, the young master of the cold drizzle celestial sect. The position of sect leader of the cold drizzle celestial sect was not destined to be passed down through the generations. However, the previous sect leader, the old man sitting at the stone table, had given birth to a good son who was peerless among the younger generation. Therefore, it was only natural for him to become the next sect leader. Lan Kongxian, the current sect leader of the cold drizzle celestial sect, was none other than Lan Jinyan. However, compared to Lan Kongxian, Lan Hang, and Lan Jinyan, the former sect leader of the cold drizzle celestial sect, paled in comparison. In Lan Jinyan's generation, there were many people who were more outstanding than him. Basically, he would not be the next clan leader. For this reason, both the sect leader of the cold drizzle celestial sect, Lan Kongxian, and the former sect leader of the cold drizzle celestial sect, Lan Hang, hoped to find Lan Jinyan a wife with high innate talent and potential. Up until now, they had not found a suitable candidate. The prodigies from other Grade 2 and Grade 3 forces did not take a liking to Lan Jinyan at all. As for those from Grade 4 forces, they would not take a liking to them unless they were outstanding. However, the female disciple from the cloudy sunbow sword sect that Lan Jinyan had his eyes on was different. Although the female disciple was a disciple of the sect leader of the cloudy sunbow sword sect, it was not a big deal to them. After all, the cloudy sunbow sword sect was only a Grade 4 sect. What they cared about was the female disciple's innate talent and the law she had comprehended. She was not even 300 years old, but she was already a celestial king. If nothing went wrong, she would definitely become a celestial emperor in the future. Moreover, the law she had comprehended was one of the 4 supreme laws, the law of time, which was said to be the most difficult law to comprehend. It was said that as long as one of the spouses comprehended the law of time and gave birth to a child, there was a 50% chance the child would comprehend the law of time as well. Because of this, not only was the female disciple of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect a good match for Lan Jinyan, but she was also a good match for Lan Jinyan's father and grandfather. However, even though the sect leader of the Cold Drizzle Celestial sect was not weak, he could not bring himself to force a marriage between Duanling Tian and the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect. In his opinion, the Cold Drizzle Celestial sect was a second-grade sect. Forcing a fourth-grade sect to marry Duanling Tian was no different from bullying the weak. It wouldn't sound good if word got out. Haha. Nian, don't worry. Grandfather will follow you to the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect and marry that little girl for you. Lan Heng laughed and said to Lan Jinyan, prepare the betrothal gifts in these 2 days. Although it's only a 4th-rank sect, we shouldn't be impolite. Back then, I just needed to prepare some worthless things. As soon as Lan Heng finished speaking, a disdainful smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. In his opinion, Lan Heng's grandson was already giving face by marrying a 4th-grade sect's disciple. She did not have the right to accept expensive betrothal gifts. Grandfather, I'm afraid the sect leader of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect won't agree. Back then, when my father proposed to her, she chased him out of the sect. Lan Jinyan smiled bitterly. Humph. Lan Heng scoffed and said disdainfully, your father is a good man, but he worries too much. It's just a 4th-grade sect. If they don't cooperate, I'll just destroy them. The day after tomorrow, I'll follow you to the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect. If the sect leader of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect dares to refuse again, I'll annihilate her and the entire sect. Lan Heng's words were domineering. It was as though he had everything under his control. Indeed, he had the right to be domineering. There were a few celestial emperors in the Cold Drizzle Celestial sect, but Lan Heng was the strongest among them. Although he was still a distance away from becoming a titled celestial emperor, he was invincible in the Cold Drizzle Celestial sect. 4th-grade sect? As long as he wanted to. He alone would be enough to destroy them. Thank you, grandfather, Lan Jinyan said excitedly. Lan Jinyan replied excitedly. At the same time his eyes lit up. Deep in his eyes, there was a hint of passion and greed. Although he had only met Duan Si Ling, the female disciple from the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect, he was captivated by her beauty. Moreover, not only was her innate talent high, but she had also comprehended the law of time, the strongest of the 4 supreme laws. She was a perfect match for him. If she becomes my wife, even if I can't become the sect leader of the Cold Drizzle Celestial sect, who would dare to offend me? With her innate talent, she'll definitely become a celestial emperor if she's given enough time. The most important thing is, she's so pretty. Now, Lan Jinyan seemed to have already seen the scene of that woman begging for mercy under his crotch on the night of the wedding night as she became his wife. His eyes shone brightly. He was so excited that he could barely contain his excitement. 2 days later, a group of people flew out of the Cold Drizzle Celestial sect's estate and made their way to the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect. The 3 people in the lead were respectively riding on a completely snow-white immortal beast that was extremely similar to a tiger or leopard, and they were majestic and insufferably arrogant. One of them was Lan Jinyan, the young master of the Cold Drizzle Celestial sect. The other person was Lan Heng, the former sect leader of the Cold Drizzle Celestial sect. The last person was a middle-aged man with a solemn expression. He had a sheathed long saber in front of him. His expression was indifferent. Chapter 3373. I didn't expect that. Grandfather would even hand martial Uncle Lei over. Lan Jinyan sat cross-legged on the back of the immortal beast. He carefully stole a glance at the middle-aged man and thought to himself. The middle-aged man's name was Lei Zhenshan. He was the last disciple of his grandfather, Lan Heng. Although he was only slightly older than Lei Zhenshan, he was already a celestial emperor. Moreover, he was the strongest celestial emperor in the Cold Drizzle Celestial sect, second only to his grandfather, Junior Uncle Lei. In the Cold Drizzle Celestial sect, apart from my grandfather, the other elders also said that you have a high chance of becoming a titled celestial emperor in the future. Looking at Lei Zhenshan, Lan Jinyan squeezed out a radiant smile and asked, "Are you confident?" When Lei Zhinshan heard Lan Jinyan's words, he turned to look at Lan Jinyan and said indifferently, "Within 3,000 years, I will obtain my own title in the title temple. I believe in martial Uncle Lei." Lan Jinyan nodded his head like a chick pecking rice. In front of Lei Zhinshan, he didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Although his grandfather Lan Heng was stronger than Lei Zhinshan now, Lei Zhinshan would definitely be stronger than his grandfather in a few hundred or 1,000 years. Moreover, whether it was his grandfather or his father, because they were family, no matter how strong they were, they couldn't hurt him, so he didn't feel anything. However, although Lei Zhinshan was not an outsider, they were not blood-related. If it wasn't for his grandfather, Lei Zhinshan wouldn't even bother to look at him. Lan Jinyan took a deep breath as he thought to himself, "Fortunately, Junior Uncle Lei joined the sect late. Otherwise, my father wouldn't have become the sect leader of the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect." Not long after Lei Zhinshan joined the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect, Lan Heng relinquished the position of sect master to his son, Lan Kongxian. In fact, many people in the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect were skeptical. The reason why Lan Heng was in such a hurry to step down from the position of sect head was because he was worried that his disciple, Lei Zhinshan, would grow up and take away the sect head position that should have belonged to his son. If he stepped down from the position of sect head now, the position of sect head would definitely not belong to his son, and would definitely belong to Lei Zhinshan. Although Lan Heng was strong, and he was the strongest person in the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect, it was impossible for him to go against the rules of the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect by oppressing disciples who were more outstanding than his son. Therefore, he stepped down early. With this, it was only natural that Lei Zhinshan would not be able to compete with Lan Kongxian for the position of the sect leader of the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect. Haha. This time, I, Lan Jinyan, will soon have my own wife. Moreover, he's someone who has comprehended the law of space and possesses extraordinary talent. Lan Jinyan looked back at the 6 people who were carrying the wedding burden as his heart raced. What the 6 people were carrying were the betrothal gifts. Even though everything could be stored in the storage ring, it was impossible to store anything in the storage ring. However, in order to set off the atmosphere, many people would do something similar when they went to deliver the betrothal gifts. My soon-to-be wife is even more talented than Martial Uncle Lei. Her future achievements might not be below Martial Uncle Lei's. Lan Jinyan thought to himself as he stole a glance at Lei Zhinshan. The Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect was not far from the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect. Therefore, it only took a few hours for the people from the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect to arrive at the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect. The Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect's Lan Heng has brought his grandson, Lan Jinyan, to the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect to propose marriage. The people from the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect stopped outside the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect's estate. Lan Heng, one of the 3 people in the lead, was the first to speak. His voice seemed to contain magic as it reverberated through the entire Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect. A commotion instantly broke out in the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect. The people from the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect? Lan Heng? Isn't he the former sect leader of the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect, one of the celestial emperors in the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect? He brought his grandson, Lan Jinyan, to propose marriage? Who is he going to marry? Isn't Lan Jinyan a playboy? Who in the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect would fancy such a person? Let's go. Let's have a look. That's right. I want to see which female disciple is so bold as to marry Lan Jinyan. At this moment, the elders and disciples of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect rose into the air and made their way out of the sect's estate curiously. What's going to happen has finally happened. Yu Wenqing, the sect master of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect, who was cultivating in her own cultivation ground, sighed when she heard the voice. Although she wanted to hide, she knew that it was useless. The other party would not let her off easily. After a while, Yu Wenqing left her place and made her way to the source of the commotion. Along the way, Yu Wenqing saw an old woman flying toward her. The old woman's expression was unsightly. Junior aunt. The old woman was none other than Yu Wenqing's junior aunt, Yu Baifeng, the supreme elder of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect. If Lan Heng doesn't give us a chance to live, we'll do our best to keep his grandson, Lan Jinyan, alive. A hint of madness could be seen on Yu Baifeng's face. Even if the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect was going to be annihilated, she would make Lan Hang pay the price. Understood. Yu Wenqing's eyes flashed with a hint of bloodlust. Even a dog would jump over a wall in desperation, let alone a human. Even an ordinary person could do crazy things if they were forced into a corner. What more a celestial with divine abilities? The sect leader is here. The supreme elder is here. When Yu Wenqing and Yu Baifeng appeared in front of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect's estate, the elders and disciples of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect who were already there saw them and greeted them respectfully. Not only were the two people with the highest positions in the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect, but they were also the two strongest people in the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect. Greetings, Sect Leader Lan. Greetings, Senior Lan Heng. Under the watchful eyes of the elders and disciples of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect, Yu Baifeng and Yu Wenqing bowed at the newcomer. At the same time, their eyes widened in shock when they saw the middle-aged man standing next to the old woman. I didn't expect Lei Zhinshan to be here as well. Yu Baifeng's voice trembled slightly when she sent a voice transmission to Yu Wenqing. Although Lei Zhinshan had just made a name for himself, he was one of the strongest celestial emperors in the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect. A hint of despair could be seen in Yu Wenqing's eyes. If Lan Hang was the only person from the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect who was present today, and the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect was determined to annihilate the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect, they might be able to drag Lan Jinyan down with them. However, with Lei Zhinshan and two celestial emperors from the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect here, the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect would not be able to harm Lan Jinyan at all. Lan Hang glanced at the two of them indifferently before he looked at Yu Wenqing and said, "You're the sect leader of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect, right? I've sent someone to inform you of my arrival. I'm sure you're prepared. Summon your disciple, Duan Xiling. Since the betrothal gifts have arrived, she can return to the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect with us. Two celestial emperors from the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect are here to welcome her." Although Lan Heng's tone was nonchalant, there was no room for doubt. He looked at Yu Wenqing as though he was certain Yu Wenqing would win. Upon hearing Lan Heng's words, an uproar immediately. Duan Xiling? Miss Xiling is going to marry Lan Jinyan? Heavens! Is this for real? As far as I know, the sect leader of the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect came to ask for junior sister Xiling's hand in marriage. However, he was rejected. No wonder the sect leader and the supreme elder's expressions are so unsightly. It seems like the people from the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect are here to force a marriage. The expressions of the elders and disciples of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect changed drastically when they regained their senses. Their eyes were filled with hostility as they looked at the people from the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect. Senior Lan Heng. Yu Wenqing shook her head and sighed. Coincidentally, 2 days ago, my disciple, Duan Xiling, committed a grave mistake and was expelled from the sect. I've sent my junior sister, Feng Tianwu, to capture her, but there's still no news from her. Your grandson. Before Yu Wenqing could finish her sentence, Lan Heng interrupted her angrily. Yu Wenqing, you little girl. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? Do you think I'll believe your words? Lan Heng's celestial emperor aura surged out of his body, causing some of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect's disciples to retreat. Sect leader Yu Wan. At this moment, Lan Jinyan opened his mouth and said with narrowed eyes, I came here with sincerity. I know junior sister Xiling is the disciple you love the most, but if she marries me, I'll definitely love her dearly. Yes, I have a bad reputation in the past, but I'll change it in the future. Although Lan Jinyan spoke in a friendly manner, there was a hint of coldness in his eyes. The corners of his mouth also curled up in disdain at the right time. It's better if you summon her here. Don't tell me you want us to go in and look for her? Lan Jinyan said as he looked at Yu Wenqing meaningfully. Yu Wenqing. Before Yu Wenqing could say anything, Lan Heng said angrily, I'll give you 15 minutes to summon Duan Xiling here. If she's not here in 15 minutes, I'll kill a person from the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect every 10 breaths. It was clear Lan Heng had completely fallen out with the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect. The expressions of the people from the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect changed drastically. They did not expect the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect's Celestial Emperor to be so overbearing. Was he trying to bully the weak and force them to marry him? Senior Lan Heng. Yu Wenqing sighed. Do you think I'm lying? If you don't believe me, you can search the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect and see if my unfilial disciple, Duan Xiling, is still in the sect. If you can find her, you can take her away. The Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect won't stop you. Yu Wenqing said. Young sect leader Lan. Yu Baifeng looked at Lan Jinyan with a mocking smile on her face. If you want to marry Duan Xiling, you can find her yourself. She's no longer a disciple of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect. Chapter 3374. At this moment, even the elders and disciples of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect could not help but shudder when they heard the sect leader and grand elder's words, let alone Lan Heng and Lan Jinian. The sect leader and grand elder clearly wanted to go against the person in front of them. They had witnessed how much their sect leader doted on her disciple, Duan Xiling. They had also witnessed Duan Xiling's character since she had been in the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect for 100 years. Duan Xiling would never do anything to betray their sect leader or the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect. She would never do anything that would cause her to be expelled from the sect. Therefore, they unanimously believed that the sect leader and the Supreme Elder were protecting Duan Xiling, sect leader, Supreme Elder. Don't you know that doing this will destroy our Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect? Many elders of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect sighed in their hearts. However, at this moment, they also knew that the matter had already been decided, and it was useless to say anything more. However, the disciples of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect did not share the same sentiments. They whispered among themselves, expressing their dissatisfaction. Are the sect leader and the grand elder really going to sacrifice the sect for one person? You want us to die with Duan Xiling? You didn't even ask me? Why should I be buried with her? Although junior sister Duan Xiling is a good person and has a good reputation in the sect, there's no need for us to die with her, right? Why don't we just leave the sect? At this moment, many Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect disciples even thought of leaving the sect. Ha 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 ha. Not long after Yu Baifeng finished speaking, Lan Jinyan's face turned green. Lan Heng was stunned for a moment, but he couldn't help but laugh out loud. However, although Lan Heng was smiling, his eyes were filled with a sharp and vicious aura as he looked at Yu Baifeng. Grandpa, they must have sent Duan Xiling away. Lan Jinyan looked at Lan Heng and said with an unsightly expression on his face, not only are they not giving face to the cold drizzle celestial sect, but they're also not giving face to you, grandfather. After all, before coming here today, grandfather, you had already sent someone to deliver a letter saying that you would come with me to propose marriage. But now they sent him away. Grandpa, it doesn't matter if I don't get married. I'm not angry. But if they don't give you face, I can't stand it. I can't take it anymore. Lan Jinyan's tone was not only high, but his face had also turned red. When he glanced at Yu Baifeng and Yu Wenqing from the corner of his eyes were filled with hatred. It was as if he wanted to tear them into pieces. Don't worry. Grandfather will give you an explanation for this. At this moment, Lan Heng stopped laughing and looked at the people from the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect coldly. I'll ask you one last time. Is Duan Xiling still in the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect? Don't use other excuses to brush me off. I just need you to answer me. Is Duan Xiling still in the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect? Lan Heng's eyes glinted coldly. Everyone from the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect could feel Lan Heng's rage. It was clear that he was still suppressing his anger and could explode at any moment. Once it erupted, they might all die without a burial ground. Upon hearing Lan Heng's words, the elders and disciples of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect instinctively turned to look at Yu Wenqing, the sect leader of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect. After all, Duan Xiling was Yu Wenqing's disciple. Naturally, Yu Wenqing was the one who knew best if Duan Xiling was still in the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect. Senior Lan Heng, don't tell me you don't believe me? Yu Wenqing asked with a slight frown on her face. However, a hint of determination could be seen in the depths of her eyes. Humph! Lan Heng scoffed when he heard Yu Wenqing's words. His eyes flashed coldly as he said, Since you're so stubborn, don't blame me for falling out with you. As soon as Lan Heng finished speaking, the expressions of the elders and disciples of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect changed drastically. Then, He extended his divine consciousness and shrouded the entire cloudy Sunbow Sword sect's estate. In the next moment, Lan Heng's voice that contained his celestial origin energy reverberated in the cloudy Sunbow Sword sect's estate. Members of the cloudy Sunbow Sword sect, listen up. Your sect leader is willing to sacrifice all of you for her disciple, Duan Xiling. You'd better persuade her to hand Duan Xiling over to me. I'll give you 30 minutes. If I don't see Duan Xiling in 30 minutes, the cloudy Sunbow Sword sect will be annihilated. Don't even think about escaping. My divine consciousness has already shrouded the entire cloudy Sunbow Sword sect's estate. If anyone dares to leave the cloudy Sunbow Sword sect's estate, I'll be able to detect them and kill them instantly. I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Lan Heng, the former sect leader of the Cold Drizzle Celestial sect, a four-phenomenon celestial emperor. After he finished speaking, he looked at Yu Wenqing with a mocking smile on his face. Yu Wenqing, you asked for it? Yu Wenqing did not expect Lan Heng to do this. His actions had undoubtedly pushed her, the sect leader of the cloudy Sunbow Sword sect, into the opposition of everyone in the sect. Sect leader. When the elders and disciples of the cloudy Sunbow Sword sect heard Lan Heng's words, they were stunned for a moment before they snapped out of their daze and looked at Yu Wenqing. Many of the cloudy Sunbow Sword sect's disciples fell to their knees. Sect leader, you can't be so selfish. Are you going to give up the entire sect for one person? Sect leader, your actions will make you a sinner of the cloudy Sunbow Sword sect. Sect leader, please hand Duan Xiling over. As the disciples of the cloudy Sunbow Sword sect knelt down one by one, the remaining disciples followed suit. Even the elders of the cloudy Sunbow Sword sect knelt down. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. At the same time, a large group of people flew out of the cloudy Sunbow Sword sect's estate. These people were the elders and disciples of the cloudy Sunbow Sword sect. After they left the estate, most of them fell to their knees and begged Yu Wenqing, the sect leader of the cloudy Sunbow Sword sect, to hand Duan Xiling over to them. I, Yu Wenqing, hereby announce that I'm leaving the cloudy Sunbow Sword sect. From now on, I have nothing to do with the cloudy Sunbow Sword sect. Yu Wenqing said with a sigh. Her voice that was laced with celestial origin energy echoed in the air. I, Yu Baifeng, am leaving the cloudy Sunbow Sword sect. Yu Baifeng, the supreme elder of the cloudy Sunbow Sword sect, spoke up when the group of cloudy Sunbow Sword sect's elders and disciples were stunned by Yu Wenqing's words. At the same time, she looked at Lan Heng and sneered. Lan Heng, how despicable of you to be a celestial emperor. You're despicable. Love has always been about mutual consent. What's the difference between your actions and kidnapping a woman in the secular world? I was the one who sent Xiling away. If you're angry, you can take it out on me. Yu Baifeng said in a deep voice. No. Yu Wenqing stepped forward and looked at Lan Heng coldly. Duan Xiling is my disciple. I'm the one who sent her away, not my junior uncle. Senior Lan Heng, if you have any resentment or anger, please direct it at me. Yu Wenqing said. At this moment, the elders and disciples of the cloudy Sunbow Sword sect fell silent. After all, their sect leader was a thing of the past. However, at this moment, most of them were looking at Yu Wenqing with admiration in their eyes. Everyone could see it. Yu Wenqing was courting death. Haha, before Lan Heng could say anything, Lan Jinyan burst out laughing. What a joke! Do you think you'll be able to leave the cloudy Sunbow Sword sect alive just because you're no longer a member of the cloudy Sunbow Sword sect? Let me tell you. If you don't see Duan Xiling today, my grandfather won't let anyone from the cloudy Sunbow Sword sect go. Even if you commit suicide after you announce your departure, my grandfather won't let anyone from the cloudy Sunbow Sword sect go. When Lan Jinyan reached the end of his sentence, he looked at the elders and disciples of the cloudy Sunbow Sword sect whose expressions changed drastically. Listen up. If you don't see Duan Xiling today, all of you will die. Even if you want to leave the cloudy Sunbow Sword sect now, it's too late. Lan Jinyan sneered like a devil from hell. The elders and disciples of the cloudy Sunbow Sword sect who had just stood up fell to their knees again. Sect leader, supreme elder. Please have mercy on us and hand Duan Xiling over. Sect leader, supreme elder. Please hand Duan Siling over. Please, sect leader. Please, supreme elder. Yu Wenqing and Yu Baifeng's expressions darkened when they saw the elders and disciples of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect kowtowing and begging for mercy. Both of them looked at each other with a bitter smile on their faces. I've already left the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect, and I have nothing to do with the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect anymore. I really don't know where Duan Siling is. Yu Wenqing sighed. There was no turning back. She did not expect this would happen. If her disciple, Duan Siling, was still in the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect, she would have no choice but to hand her over. Me too. Yu Baifeng sighed. Her thoughts were similar to Yu Wenqing's. If that's the case, all of you can go to hell. Lan Heng's expression darkened as his celestial origin energy surged out of his body. In just a blink of an eye, his celestial origin energy had transformed into a gust of wind that swept out in all directions. Yu Wenqing and Yu Baifeng's expressions were indifferent. However, their celestial origin energy surged out of their bodies as their celestial weapons appeared out of thin air. It was clear both of them were prepared to fight Lan Heng to the death. At this critical juncture, Lin Fan's eyes widened. Teacher! Teacher! Two voices rang in the air as two beautiful figures descended from the clouds. In just a blink of an eye, they appeared in front of Yu Wenqing and Yu Baifeng. Duan Siling. Lan Jinyan stared at one of the women who had just appeared. His eyes glowed with greed. End of this chapter. Chapter 3375. Siling. Tianwu. The sudden appearance of the two beautiful figures caused Yu Wenqing and Yu Baifeng, who were ready to attack, to be stunned. After that, their expressions changed drastically. They did not expect the two women who had left 2 days ago would suddenly return. Did they not agree to it? Why did they return? At the same time, the disciples of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect pointed at one of the two women who had just appeared and impatiently said to Lan Heng, Senior Lan Heng, Duan Siling is here. That's right. She's Duan Siling. Senior Lan Heng. She's Duan Siling. When the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect's disciples and elders saw Duan Siling, their eyes lit up immediately. It was as though they had seen their savior. Earlier, Lan Heng, the Celestial Emperor from the Cold Drizzle Celestial sect, had threatened to annihilate the entire Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect if he did not see Duan Siling. It was useless even if the sect leader and supreme elder of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect left the sect. He did not even give them a chance to leave the sect. For this reason, previously they had been in despair. However, now that Duan Siling had appeared, they felt like they had finally seen the light at the end of the tunnel. The two women were none other than Duan Siling and Feng Tianwu, who had left the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect 2 days ago. Duan Siling kneeled in front of Yu Wenqing and Yu Baifeng. Teacher, Junior Grand Aunt, I'm sorry for dragging you into this. Feng Tianwu kneeled in front of Yu Baifeng as well. Naturally, she knew the main reason her teacher protected Duan Siling was because of her. It was not because Duan Siling was her junior grandniece. Why did you come back? Yu Baifeng was stunned for a moment. She was so angry that she was trembling. Things had already developed to this point. Why did her disciple and martial nephew come back? How could they bear to do such a thing? Siling, why did you come back? Yu Wenqing's expression darkened. She did not expect Duan Siling to return. She instinctively moved to shield Duan Siling as she stared at Lan Jinyan and Lan Heng coldly. Nian she's Duan Siling? Lan Heng restrained the power of the law of wind. He glanced at the young woman behind Yu Wenqing and asked Lan Jinyan. Grandpa, that's her. Lan Jinyan said excitedly. All right. Lan Heng nodded. Then he waved his hand and said to the disciples of the Cold Drizzle Celestial sect, Leave the betrothal gifts here. As soon as Lan Heng finished speaking, he turned to look at Duan Siling. Senior Lan Heng, a forcibly picked melon is not sweet. Why do you have to do this? Yu Wenqing stood in front of Duan Siling and looked at Lan Heng with an unsightly expression. However, if Lan Heng was so easily persuaded, things would not have developed to this point. Yu Wenqing, it's best if you move aside. Otherwise, I'm afraid your disciple, Duan Siling, We'll have to send her off. Lan Hang stared at Yu Wenqing, his eyes filled with killing intent. Teacher! At this moment, Duan Siling stood up and took a few steps forward to shield Yu Wenqing. She looked at Lan Hang coldly and said, "You're Lan Hang, the former sect leader of the Cold Drizzle Celestial sect? Little girl." Lan Hang smiled indifferently. "It's your fortune to be able to marry my grandson. Don't be ungrateful. If you don't want the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect to die with you, it's best if you come with us." Exclamation point. At this moment, Feng Tianwu stood up and stood next to Duan Siling. She looked at Lan Hang and sneered. "Lan Hang, don't you know what kind of person your grandson is? How dare you say it's Siling's fortune to be able to marry him? Is he worthy of my Siling?" Feng Tianwu's tone was unfriendly. "It's up to me whether he's worthy or not." Lan Hang smiled disdainfully. "If you want me to marry him, you can try to persuade my father," Duan Siling said icily as she narrowed her eyes. A cold gleam could be seen in her eyes. Yu Wenqing and Yu Baifeng looked at each other when they heard Duan Siling's words. They could see the confusion in each other's eyes. "Your father?" Lan Hang raised an eyebrow and asked disdainfully. "Where is he? If he's in front of me, do you think he won't give me any face?" As soon as Lan Hang finished speaking, a cold voice rang in the air. "Humph!" A cold snort rang from the clouds in the sky. The sound attracted everyone's attention before 3 figures descended from the clouds. Everyone looked up and saw a man in the sky. A man and 2 women descended from the clouds. The person in the lead was a handsome young man dressed in purple. His brows were dashing and his eyes were bright. The moment he appeared, the eyes of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect's elders and disciples brightened. What a handsome man! However, when their eyes landed on the face of the woman in snow-white clothes beside the man, their eyes narrowed. Many of them even subconsciously inhaled a breath of cold air. How beautiful! Heavens! There's such a peerless beauty in this world? The white-clad woman leaned against the purple-clad young man and held his arm. Her eyes were calm, but when she looked at Duan Siling, a hint of tenderness could be seen in her eyes. Apart from the purple-clad young man and the white-clad woman, a beautiful golden-clad woman also descended from the sky. "Brother Ling Tian, I overheard the old man telling Siling that you don't dare to disrespect him in front of him." The golden-clad woman looked down at Lan Hang and giggled. "I'd like to see what he's going to do if I don't give him face." Duan Ling Tian smiled faintly. Although his expression was kind, his eyes were filled with killing intent when he looked at Lan Hang. "There's a celestial emperor among them?" Lan Hang's expression turned solemn when he saw the 3 people in front of him. Although he could not see through their cultivation bases, his divine consciousness was blocked. This meant the 3 people in front of him were not simple. When the golden-clad woman and the purple-clad young man spoke to each other, it was obvious they were looking down on him. "You're Duan Siling's father?" Lan Hang asked as he looked at Duan Ling Tian with a solemn expression on his face when the 3 of them landed next to Duan Siling and Feng Tianwu. However, Duan Ling Tian ignored Lan Hang. Instead, he turned to look at Yu Wenqing and smiled faintly. "Sect leader Yuan, thank you for taking care of my daughter for the past 100 years. "You're welcome." Yu Wenqing was startled. After she came back to her senses, she quickly responded humbly. Even her words didn't convey her meaning. At this moment, waves of shock surged in the depths of her heart. She did not expect Duan Ling Tian would return. Not only had her disciple, Duan Siling, returned, but she had also brought her father with her. She had heard from her junior sister, Feng Tianwu, that Duan Siling's father was the disciple of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Therefore, it was highly likely he would go to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Naturally, he was not there 100 years ago. Now that Duan Siling's father was here, Yu Wenqing realized something. She was certain her disciple and junior sister had gone to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven to invite the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Heavens! That was the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. It was the most sacred place in the solitary destructive heaven. The fact that Duan Siling's father was able to stay in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven meant he was highly regarded by the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. If it were not for Duan Xiling, Yu Wenqing would not have been able to meet Duan Xiling's father. At this moment, Yu Wenqing wasn't the only one who was frightened. Even Feng Tianwu's teacher, Yu Baifeng, was terrified. He's Xiling's father? Is he Tianwu's boyfriend? Yu Baifeng looked at Duan Lingtian with a dumbfounded expression on her face. Elder Baifeng. Duan Lingtian looked at Yu Baifeng with a wide smile on his face. Thank you for taking care of Tianwu all these years. It's my pleasure. Yu Baifeng felt slightly awkward. So what if he was a titled celestial lord? She could not help but tremble slightly when she thought about how Duan Lingtian was related to the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Hey, didn't you hear my grandfather's question? He asked if you're Duan Xiling's father. Lan Jinyan said in an unfriendly tone as he looked at Duan Lingtian's back. So, you're the one who wants to marry Xiling? Little Gold asked as she slowly walked toward Lan Jinyan. Her eyes were filled with curiosity as she looked at Lan Jinyan. In just a blink of an eye, Little Gold was standing in front of Lan Jinyan. HM? Seeing Xiao Jin's action, Lan Heng also looked at her with vigilance. Little Gold. At this moment, Duan Lingtian spoke as he slowly turned around. Leave it to me. Little Gold was slightly taken aback when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. However, she did not dare to disobey him. She stuck out her tongue playfully before she turned around and left. Initially, she wanted to tease Lingtian. However, since Duan Lingtian had said he would handle it himself, it would be inappropriate for her to interfere. After all, she could tell Duan Lingtian was truly angry at her. Huan stay with Xiling Huan, or let go of Duan Lingtian's hand and walk to Duan Xiling's side. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian took a few steps forward and faced Lan Heng, Lan Jinyan, and the others. Who are you? Are you going to interfere in this matter as well? Duan Lingtian's gaze swept past Lan Heng and Lan Jinyan before it landed on the remaining middle-aged man among the three leaders. The middle-aged man was none other than Lan Heng's disciple, Lei Zhenshan. He's my disciple, Lei Zhenshan. Lan Heng said in a deep voice. So they're in cahoots? Duan Lingtian nodded. Understood. No. However, as soon as Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, Lei Zhenshan hastily interjected. At the same time, his figure flashed before he reappeared in the distance. Sir, I, Lei Zhenshan, used to be Lan Heng's disciple. However, I'm leaving the cold drizzle celestial sect and severing all ties with Lan Heng. Lei Zhenshan said confidently. Chapter 3376. Lei Zhenshan. A celestial emperor from the cold drizzle celestial sect. He was the disciple of Lan Heng, the former sect leader of the cold drizzle celestial sect. Moreover, he was known as the most talented person in the history of the cold drizzle celestial sect. He was also known as the person who had the highest chance of becoming a titled celestial emperor. Due to this reason, the elders and disciples of the cloudy sunbow sword sect were shocked when they heard Lei Zhenshan's name. Their expressions darkened even further. However, when they heard Lei Zhenshan's next words, they were all stunned. Heavens! What was Lei Zhenshan doing? Leaving the cold drizzle celestial sect? Sever all ties with Lan Hengjin? None of them had expected Lei Zhenshan to suddenly say such words. Moreover, Lei Zhenshan seemed to have nothing to do with Lan Heng and the cold drizzle celestial sect. Duan Lingtian did not expect Lei Zhenshan's reaction. He looked at Lei Zhenshan meaningfully before he decided to ignore him. At this moment, Feng Tianwu's voice transmission rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. She told him what kind of person Lei Zhenshan was, causing a ripple in his heart. Lei Zhenshan is quite a character. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. He must have noticed something. But just because he was unable to confirm his suspicions, he decided to betray his teacher and the sect? Duan Lingtian had a feeling things were not as simple as they seemed. Lei Zhenshan. Lan Heng finally regained his senses. He was the most shocked out of everyone present when he heard Lei Zhenshan's words. Even in his dreams, he did not expect Lei Zhenshan would be so treacherous. What do you mean by that? Lan Heng asked in a deep voice as he glared at Lei Zhenshan. Lan Jinyan, Lan Heng's grandson, also regained his senses at this moment. He looked at Lei Zhenshan in disbelief and anger. Lan Heng. Lei Zhenshan glanced at Lan Heng indifferently and said, "Don't you know what I mean? In order for your son to become the sect leader of the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect, you hastily stepped down from your position and allowed your son to become the sect leader of the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect. Do you think I care about the position of sect leader of the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect? That's fine. Moreover, according to the rules of the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect, there are some things that should belong to the person with the highest innate talent. However, you gave them to your son, Lan Kongxian. If I continue to stay in the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect, I'll only hinder my path to becoming a titled Celestial Emperor. I've been preparing to leave for a long time. Today, I'll take this opportunity to tell you something." Lei Zhenshan said. "You," Lan Heng was enraged. "You unfilial disciple. Have you forgotten who took you in as a disciple and nurtured you to this day?" "Chi." Lei Zhenshan sneered. "Lan Heng, don't flatter yourself. Back then, my innate talent was slightly higher than my younger brother's. You took me in as your disciple, and he had an elder from a second-grade sect as his master. However, that sect decided to nurture him. Currently, he's even stronger than me. If my younger brother and I had followed that person earlier, we would be far stronger than we are now." Lei Zhenshan sneered. "I won't interfere in today's matter." Lei Zhenshan stood in the distance with his arms crossed as he looked at Lan Heng mockingly. Then he turned to Duan Lingtian and said, "Sir, if you're capable of killing them, I won't interfere. Naturally, if you're killed, I won't help you." Lei Zhenshan said. Upon hearing the conversation between Lei Zhenshan and Lan Heng, realization dawned on everyone present, including Duan Lingtian. This was especially true for Duan Lingtian. Earlier, he had a hunch that something was amiss. It seemed like he was right. "Lei Zhenshan, I'll deal with you after I'm done with this matter," Lan Heng said angrily. "Old man, you might be stronger than me, but it won't be easy for you to kill me." Lei Zhenshan sneered. Lan Heng took a deep breath and turned away from Lei Zhenshan. He was afraid he would attack Lei Zhenshan in a fit of rage. If that happened, the people from the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect might take advantage of the situation. Lan Heng's expression darkened as he looked at Duan Lingtian. However, he was interrupted by Duan Lingtian. "Do your best. I'd like to see where you get your confidence from to force my daughter to marry you." Duan Lingtian's purple robes fluttered even though there was no wind. Although his tone was calm, anyone could hear the suppressed anger in his voice. Lan Heng's expression changed slightly when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. An ominous feeling rose in his heart. Duan Lingtian was too calm. However, the arrow was already knocked on the bow. Even if he was wary of Duan Lingtian, he could not back down. Moreover, Duan Lingtian might not let the matter rest even if he retreated. He might as well see how strong Duan Lingtian was. Swoosh! As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, a green storm surged out of Lan Heng's body. His celestial origin energy and the law of wind formed a terrifying storm that seemed capable of destroying everything in its path. Lan Heng, the strongest person in the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect, had comprehended the law of wind. At this moment Little Gold, who was standing behind Duan Lingtian, could not help but chuckle. He's at least a 3-talent Celestial Emperor or a 4-phenomenon Celestial Emperor. I didn't expect him to have yet to comprehend all the profundities from the law of wind. Lan Heng's celestial origin energy surged out of his body as he unleashed all the profundities from the law of wind. However, there were no signs of him comprehending the other profundities. It was clear Lan Heng had only comprehended 8 of the 9 profundities from the law of wind, including the fundamental profundity. "How dare you force my daughter to marry you when you're so weak?" At this moment, Duan Lingtian smiled as well. He extended his right hand, and a 7-colored sword ray shot out. It was his 7 orifices exquisite sword. The moment it appeared, it emitted a terrifying aura. Subsequently, before the crowd regained their senses, the 7 orifices exquisite sword in Duan Lingtian's hand shook. Immediately, a wave of 7-colored energy surged out of the sword and flew up into the sky like a fairy scattering flowers. A few moments later, The energy transformed into a huge 7-colored cage that enveloped Lan Hang and Lan Jinyan. Barf! Lan Hang's expression turned solemn when he sensed the pressure from the cage. On the other hand, Lan Jinyan's face turned pale as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Nyan. Lan Hang's expression changed drastically as he hastily moved closer to Lan Jinyan. The sound of wind whistling in the air rang in the air as he released his storm energy to help Lan Jinyan. You're just a one basic celestial emperor. Even if you've comprehended the law of space and possess an emperor-grade celestial weapon, do you really think you're a match for me? Lan Hang sneered as he stared at Duan Lingtian. Idiot! Duan Lingtian spat twice. With just a thought, the 7-colored cage shrunk rapidly. At the same time, a violent spatial energy surged out of the cage. I'll break your space shackles now. Lan Hang shouted as a green storm surged out of his body in an attempt to break free from Duan Lingtian's space shackles' profundity. However, as soon as his storm energy surged out, it was crushed by the violent spatial energy. Moreover, the violent spatial energy continued to press down on him and sent him flying. Blarg! Lan Hang spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale as he looked at Duan Lingtian fearfully. The fused profundity. Why you've comprehended the fused profundity from the law of space? Lan Hang was still confident in himself a moment ago. But now, his confidence had been completely crushed by the person in front of him. Heavens! The fused profundity. Moreover, it was the fused profundity from the law of space. Who was this person before him? How could he comprehend the fused profundity from the law of space when he was only a one basic celestial emperor? Chi. Zhou Donghuang's expression was indifferent. With a single thought, space cracks appeared within the rainbow cage. In the end, a total of 9 space cracks appeared. Bas. 9-dimensional decapitators whizzed out and then fused together to form an even more terrifying dimensional decapitator. It whizzed through the air and headed straight for Lan Hang. This was another fused profundity that Duan Lingtian had comprehended with the help of the Supreme Divinity. It could fuse perfectly with the space elemental profundity. It could merge the 9-dimensional profundity into one or split the 9-dimensional profundity into one. The space elemental profundity was much more dispersed. No. Lan Hang, the former sect leader of the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect and the strongest person in the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect, cried out in pain. In just a blink of an eye, Lan Hang's legs were severed. Then, the space elemental profundity swirled around his legs and turned them into a pool of blood. Bas! Another ear-piercing and soul-shaking hum rang out. Dimensional slash whistled out, taking away one of Lan Hang's arms once more. Blood splattered everywhere, and it was particularly eye-catching. At this moment, Lan Hang's eyes were filled with despair and remorse. Why did he come? Why did he come? If he had known a 4th-grade sect was so difficult to deal with, he would not have come. Moreover, he would not have helped his grandson force Lan Jinyan into marriage. Who would have thought a mere 4th-grade sect's disciple would have such a powerful backer? However, you can rest assured that the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect will accompany you in death. Duan Lingtian said indifferently as he looked at Lan Hang. It was as though he was talking about something that was not important at all. Lan Hang's eyes widened immediately. Lan Jinyan's face was pale from fear. He did not expect the father of the woman he had set his eyes on to be such a person. His grandfather was completely crushed by the other party, unable to retaliate at all. Chapter 3377. On the other hand, Lei Jinshan, who was standing at the side, was dumbfounded. He was glad he had made the right decision earlier. Otherwise, he would not have been able to escape death today. Earlier, I felt the young man did not take Lan Hang seriously and was extremely confident. That's why I took the opportunity to cut ties with Lan Hang. Naturally, I'm confident I'll be able to escape unscathed if I cut ties with Lan Hang. The reason why Lei Jinshan cut ties with Lan Hang at such a critical moment was because he felt Duan Lingtian was not an ordinary person. Apart from the fact that he had a grudge against Lan Hang, he was even calmer than Lan Hang. In his opinion, since Duan Siling came with the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect, Duan Siling must have told Duan Siling about Lan Hang's strength. However, Duan Ling Tian still dared to come at a time like this. Was he here to seek death? That was impossible. However, even though Lei Jinshan felt that the purple-clad young man in front of him might be stronger than Lan Hang, he did not expect the purple-clad young man to be so strong. He has comprehended the fused profundity? He's only a one basic celestial emperor. Lei Jinshan was confident in his strength. However, as a two-form celestial emperor, he had just comprehended all the profundities from the law of metal and was about to fuse profundities. Duan Ling Tian, on the other hand, was a one basic celestial emperor who had mastered the fused profundities. Earlier, Lei Jinshan had discovered Duan Ling Tian had fused two profundities together. Moreover, Duan Ling Tian's sword was even more terrifying than an emperor-grade celestial weapon. Even if Lan Hang and I join forces, we won't be a match for him. Thinking up to here, Lei Jinshan secretly heaved a sigh of relief and rejoiced at his wisdom. Duan Ling Tian's face was pale. Lan Heng's face was ghastly pale as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. There was only fear in his eyes. All of this is my Lan Heng's fault. Please don't vent your anger on my grandson and the cold drizzle celestial sect. Now, Lan Heng also realized that he would definitely die today. The strength of the purple-clothed youth in front of him was not something he could contend against. Humph. Hearing Lan Heng's words, Duan Ling Tian snorted coldly. Then he opened his big hand. It was as if he was using the wind as a knife. He swept through the void and entered the colorful cage without any hindrance. Puchi! With a soft sound, Lan Jinian's body broke apart at the waist, and Lan Jinian cried out in pain, "Grandpa! I don't want to die! I don't want to die!" Lan Heng's pupils shrank as he hurriedly said, "Sir, please spare my grandson's life." However, Duan Ling Tian turned a deaf ear to Lan Heng's words. Then, he turned to look at his daughter, Duan Xiling. The coldness on his face disappeared and was replaced by a doting smile. "Xiling, do you want to kill them yourself?" "All right." Duan Xiling's frost dream stared at Lan Heng and his grandson. It was because of these two that her beloved teacher was put in a difficult position, and even threatened to leave the cloudy Sunbow sword sect. She knew very well how her teacher, Yu Wenqing, felt about the cloudy Sunbow sword sect. She could imagine how painful it was for her teacher to leave the cloudy Sunbow sword sect. Duan Xiling blamed herself for this. After all, she was the cause of all this. Naturally, it was not her fault. She was forced to do so by the grandfather and his grandson. "Father, I'll capture them now." Duan Ling Tian nodded and turned around. With a wave of his hand, Lan Heng and Lan Jinian's bodies were brought to Duan Xiling. "Spare me! Spare me!" Lan Jinian begged for mercy in horror. A hint of despair could be seen in Lan Heng's eyes as well. Swoosh! Duan Xiling raised her hand, and a celestial sword appeared in her hand. The sword was like a rainbow as it instantly killed Lan Heng and his granddaughter, who were completely suppressed by her father's strength. "Father!" After killing Lan Heng and his granddaughter, Duan Xiling threw herself into Duan Ling Tian's arms and cried loudly. It was as though she had finally released all the pent-up emotions that she had been suppressing for days. Duan Ling Tian gently patted Duan Xiling's back to comfort her. However, he did not say anything as he looked at Duan Xiling lovingly. He had not seen his daughter for more than 200 years. Initially, he thought he would only be able to see her after 700 years in the Divine Offering Land. He did not expect she had already left the Divine Offering Land and had stayed in the solitary destructive heaven for more than 100 years. Yesterday, when he saw his daughter, it could be said that he was wild with joy because this was a great surprise for him. However, when he learned about the difficulties his daughter and Tian Wu faced, he immediately asked them to lead the way to the cloudy Sunbow sword sect. They arrived early in the morning, but they did not show themselves. They only showed themselves at the critical moment. He's really Duan Xiling's father? Heavens! Duan Xiling's father is a celestial emperor? Moreover, he's such a powerful celestial emperor. He's too strong. The elders and disciples of the cloudy Sunbow sword sect regained their senses after Lan Heng and his grandson were killed by Duan Ling Tian. When they looked at Duan Ling Tian again, their eyes were filled with respect and admiration. He was too strong. Lan Heng, the strongest person in the second-grade cold drizzle celestial sect, was a four-phenomenon celestial emperor. However, Duan Ling Tian had easily toyed with him. How strong was Duan Ling Tian? Was he close to becoming a titled celestial emperor? A titled celestial emperor? Apart from the elders and disciples of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect, even Yu Wenqing and Yu Baifeng were shocked by Duan Ling Tian's strength. Although they knew Duan Xiling's father had become a disciple of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, they did not know how strong Duan Xiling's father was. It was only now that they realized Duan Xiling's father was much more terrifying than they had imagined. Initially, they thought Duan Xiling's father had to rely on the strength of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven to suppress Lan Hang from the cold drizzle celestial sect. They did not expect Duan Xiling's father would be able to defeat Lan Hang so easily. Sect leader Yuwen. Duan Ling Tian patted Duan Xiling's head after she left his embrace. Then, he looked at Yu Wenqing and said, "To thank you for taking care of my daughter, I'll give you a gift." Xiling's father, you're being too polite. There's no need for this gift. I've been with Xiling for more than 100 years. I've long treated her like my own daughter. Yu Wenqing quickly declined. Sect leader Yuwen, don't reject it. If you don't accept the gift, it'll only benefit others. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled. HM? Yu Wenqing was confused. Sect leader Yuwen, if you and elder you are interested, you can follow me to the cold drizzle celestial sect. Duan Ling Tian looked at Yu Wenqing with a mysterious smile on his face. Then, he looked at Lei Zhenshan and said indifferently, I plan to visit the cold drizzle celestial sect. Can you lead the way? I'm willing to serve you, my lord. Lei Zhenshan replied respectfully before he led the way. At the same time he thought to himself, the cold drizzle celestial sect is finished. After Lei Zhenshan left, Duan Ling Tian, Duan Xiling, Feng Tianwu, Huan and Little Gold followed Lei Zhenshan. At this moment, the people from the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect, including Yu Wenqing and Yu Baifeng, finally regained their senses. They finally understood what Duan Ling Tian meant by gift. The Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect was a second-grade sect. Its estate had a king-grade celestial crystal vein. Due to this, the heaven and earth spirit energy in its estate was much more abundant than the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect's estate. There was only one Duke-grade celestial crystal vein in the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect. Is Duan Xiling's father really planning to annihilate the Cold Drizzle Celestial sect? Is he planning to give the Cold Drizzle Celestial sect's estate to the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect? Heavens! Isn't this gift a little too scary? The elders and disciples of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect were shocked when they regained their senses. Their eyes lit up with excitement. Was it time for the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect to move to a better estate? Under normal circumstances, even if the Cold Drizzle Celestial sect gave the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect their estate, it would be difficult for them to defend it. However, if it was a gift from a powerhouse like Duan Xiling's father, no one would dare to snatch it from them. This was the deterrent effect of a powerhouse. Even if Duan Ling Tian snatched the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect's estate, he would still have to defend it tomorrow. Moreover, he would offend a powerhouse. If possible, no one would want to offend a powerhouse like Duan Ling Tian. As for those who were stronger than Duan Ling Tian, they would not be interested in the Cold Drizzle Celestial sect's estate. I've said it earlier. I, Yu Wenqing, am no longer the sect leader of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect. Yu Wenqing's expression darkened when she heard the discussion among the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect's elders and disciples. She could feel a surge of anger rising in her heart. Earlier, these people wanted to push her favorite disciple, Duan Xiling, to her death. How dare they accept the gift from her disciple's father? How laughable! Although Yu Wenqing knew they were forced to do this, she could not help but feel angry when she saw their expressions. All of you, it's better for you to guard the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect's estate. Yu Baifeng glanced at the elders and disciples of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect indifferently before she moved to follow Duan Ling Tian and the others. Yu Wenqing, naturally, followed closely behind. Sect Leader. Supreme Elder. Sect Leader, Supreme Elder. We had no choice earlier. Otherwise, we would have died. We can give up the Cold Drizzle Celestial sect's estate, But the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect can't do without you. That's right, sect leader Supreme Elder. We can't do without you. The expressions of the elders and disciples of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect changed drastically as they followed Yu Wenqing and Yu Baifeng. If Yu Wenqing and Yu Baifeng left, the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect would not even be considered a 4th grade sect. At most, it would only be a 5th grade sect. Moreover, once the news spread, they might not be able to withstand the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect's estate. Chapter 3378. In the Devata realms, the grade of a force was directly related to the number of powerhouses in the force. For example, a grade 4 force, whether it was a grade 4 clan or a grade 4 sect, had to have at least one titled celestial lord. Otherwise, they would not be able to protect their territory. Therefore, a force without a titled celestial lord was not considered a grade 4 force. For example, when Duanling Tian was in the Spirit Overarching Heaven Southern Heaven territory, the strongest sects and the 10 major clans were grade 5 forces. None of them were grade 4 forces. This was because although there were many celestial lords among them, none of them were titled celestial lords. In fact, there was only one titled celestial lord in the entire Southern Heaven territory, the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord. Sect leader. Supreme Elder. A few elders of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect who had caught up to Yu Wenqing and Yu Baifeng who were flying at full speed kneeled in the air and blocked their path. While Yu Wenqing and Yu Baifeng were forced to stop moving, the elders and disciples of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect who had caught up to them also knelt around Yu Wenqing and Yu Baifeng. Sect leader. I know you're angry. However, there's only one person on one side and the entire sect on the other. We have no choice. Supreme Elder. The Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect can't do without you. Naturally, Duanling Tian and the others were unaware of Yu Wenqing and Yu Baifeng's predicament. However, Duan Xiling could not help but frown. This is bad. Earlier, teacher said she would leave the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect. With her temper, it's almost impossible for her to change her mind. Xiling, don't worry. At this moment, Feng Tianwu shook her head and said, no matter how stubborn senior sister is, the elders, senior sisters, and junior sisters of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect won't let her go. If everyone begs her to stay, she won't be able to leave. Even my master won't let her go. Feng Tianwu smiled. You should know that the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect is a 4th grade sect because of my teacher. She's a titled celestial lord, so no one would dare to offend her. Duan Xiling nodded and said, you should know that the reason the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect is a 4th grade sect is because of my teacher. The best resource in a 4th grade sect is a Duke grade celestial crystal vein. However, a single vein of that grade is only enough to tempt some celestial lords. Even titled celestial lords might not be interested in it. However, if senior sister really leaves the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect, it's impossible for teacher to continue staying in the sect. At that time, without senior sister and master's protection, the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect will become a 5th grade sect. Those elders and that group of senior and junior sisters will not allow senior sister and teacher to leave. Feng Tianwu said. Before Duan Xiling could reply, Little Gold frowned and said, are they that shameless? Previously, they forced Xiling's teacher and your teacher to leave the Cloudy Sunbow Sword sect. At that time, they didn't even ask your teacher to stay. However, now that the crisis has passed, they've changed their minds. Aren't they a little too shameless? Little Gold was slightly puzzled. In her world, black was black, and white was white. Of course, to her, even if her big brother Ling Tian and the people around her big brother Ling Tian were evil, she was willing to follow them to the end without any regrets. That's how realistic they are. Feng Tianwu said with a sigh, moreover, it's not their fault. No matter who it is, they wouldn't be willing to sacrifice their lives for a single person. I can understand them. Duan Xiling nodded in agreement. Soon after, Duan Lingtian and the others arrived at the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sex Estate under Lei Zhenshan's lead. Lei Zhenshan was the vanguard. Bas, 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 bas. As Lei Zhenshan's figure flashed, he sent out numerous saber rays, killing the patrolling disciples of the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect. The patrolling disciples of the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect could not figure it out until the moment they died. Why did Elder Lei of the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect suddenly attack them without saying a word? Lei Zhenshan took the lead, unleashing a massacre while revealing a bitter smile. Although he hated Lan Heng, it did not mean he hated the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect. He was killing the people from the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect to save his own life. He was not sure if the purple-clad young man behind him would spare his life or not. For this reason, he tried his best to put on a good show in the hopes that the purple-clad young man would show mercy. Lei Zhenshan, what's the meaning of this? Lei Zhenshan's massacre quickly attracted the attention of the high-ranking officials of the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect. Lan Kongxian, the sect leader of the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect, personally led a group of people to intercept Lei Zhenshan. Lan Kongxian was a middle-aged man who bore some resemblance to Lan Heng and Lan Jinyan. He was dressed in a long green robe and had a dignified expression on his face. At this moment, he was looking at Lei Zhenshan with a dark expression on his face. Lan Kongxian, your son, Lan Jinyan, and your father, Lan Heng, are both dead. It's best if you stop struggling. Lei Zhenshan sighed. The expressions of the people from the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect changed when they heard Lei Zhenshan's words. When they heard Lei Zhenshan's words, their first thought was that they did not believe Lei Zhenshan. However, when they saw the strangers behind Lei Zhenshan, an ominous premonition arose in their hearts. Aren't you Feng Tianwu, the disciple of Yu Bai Feng, the supreme elder of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect? One of the high-ranking officials from the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect recognized Feng Tianwu. Isn't that Duan Xiling, the disciple of Yu Wenqing, the sect leader of the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect? Lei Zhenshan went to the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect with the old sect leader and the young sect leader, right? What's going on? Soon after, another high-ranking official from the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect recognized Duan Xiling. You talk too much. The expression of Lan Kongxian, the sect leader of the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect, changed drastically when the golden-clad young woman stepped forward. Then, her body began to fade away. In the next moment, roar! Accompanied by an earth-shattering roar, the golden-clothed woman disappeared and was replaced by an enormous being that was as large as a mountain. It was a huge rat with a dark gold body and red eyes. Swoosh! Swoosh! The huge rat seemed clumsy, but it moved at lightning speed. In just a blink of an eye, it arrived in front of the high-ranking officials from the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect, led by Lan Kongxian, the sect leader of the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect. Bang! Apart from Lan Kongxian and the other two celestial emperors from the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect who managed to dodge, the other high-ranking officials from the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect exploded. Their bodies were reduced to a bloody mist in just a blink of an eye. Ever since I became a celestial emperor, I haven't fought with all my might. Today, I'll play with the three of you. The giant rat grinned. It looked like a giant, but its voice was that of a young woman. It sounded very strange. Little Gold. Feng Tianwu was dumbstruck. Even though it wasn't the first time she'd seen Xiao Jin, it was still the first time she'd seen Xiao Jin make a move after reuniting with it this time. In just a blink of an eye, Lan Kongxian, the sect leader of the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect, and the other two high-ranking officials from the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect were sent flying by the huge rat. Blood spurted from their mouths. How boring. Too weak. With 3 slaps from the huge rat, Lan Kongxian, the sect leader of the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect, and the other two high-ranking officials from the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect were killed. Lei Zhenshan, who was standing at the side, trembled in fear. Even this greater rat was more powerful than him. From today onward, the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect is no more. If you don't want to die, leave now. Xiao Jin withdrew her true form and transformed back into a beautiful young woman with a graceful figure. When her voice reverberated in the air, it contained a vast amount of celestial origin energy. In the beginning, some of the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect's disciples were unaware of the situation. However, when they learned about the calamity the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect was facing, they quickly fled the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect's estate. In less than an hour, the Cold Drizzle Celestial Sect's estate was empty. Meanwhile, the people from the Cloudy Sunbow Sword Sect, led by Yu Wenqing and Yu Bai Feng, finally arrived. Sect leader Yu, There's no one left in the cold drizzle celestial sex estate. This place is my gift to you, Duan Lingtian said to Yu Wenqing with a smile. Then, he looked at Yu Baifeng and said, from today onward, if you have any problems, you can send a message to Si Ling or Tian Wu. I'll do my best to help. If you're free, you can also look for Si Ling and Tian Wu in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Although the elders and disciples of the cloudy Sunbow sword sect had witnessed Duan Lingtian's strength, they knew Duan Lingtian had an extraordinary background. However, when they heard Duan Lingtian's words, they were dumbfounded. The heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven? Duan Si Ling's father was from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven? All right. Yu Wenqing and Yu Baifeng nodded. Their faces were filled with smiles. After all, they had learned from Duan Si Ling and Feng Tianwu that once Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, returned, he would officially accept Duan Lingtian as his disciple. If it was any other time, they would have looked up to Duan Lingtian. And now, thanks to the blessing of their disciples, they had formed a good relationship with such an existence. Si Ling, Tian Wu, you should catch up with your teacher. After that, we'll return to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. After that, we'll discuss how to look for little Fei and Yen Tian. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had learned that Duan Si Ling and Yu Baifeng had left. His daughter, Duan Si Ling, and Feng Tianwu had left the divine offering land. Even his wife, Li Fei, his son, and his parents, Duan Ruffing and Li Ro, had been sent away by Ker's third uncle, Xia Jie. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was unaware of their whereabouts. On the other hand, Feng Tianwu and Duan Si Ling had Li Fei, Duan Yen Tian, Duan Ruffing, and Feng Wu Dao's soul pearls. However, they had not received any replies when they tried to send messages through their soul pearls. Duan Lingtian wondered if those people did not have communication celestial talismans or if they were not in the solitary destructive heaven. Chapter 3379. Before Feng Tianwu, Duan Si Ling, and the others were sent out of the divine offering land by Xia Jie, the third master of the Xia clan, he had given them a pile of soul pearls so they could exchange soul pearls with each other. In order to preserve their soul pearls, he had given Feng Tianwu, Duan Si Ling, and the others high-quality soul pearls from the realms of gods. It would not be a problem for the soul pearls to retain their soul energy for 10,000 years. Xia Jie knew that he could only guarantee that they would be sent to a mundane realm, but he didn't know which mundane realm they would be sent to. In fact, they might even be sent to multiple mundane realms. Giving them soul pearls would make it easier for them to reunite after they ascended to the Devata realms. It was impossible for them to reunite in the mundane realms unless they were together from the beginning. After all, there were many mundane realms. Even if there were communication celestial talismans in mundane realms, they would not be able to communicate even if they were in different realms. It would only be convenient for them to communicate after ascending to a Devata realm. Even if they were not in the same Devata realm, they could travel to different Devata realms to contact each other. As long as they could contact each other, they would be able to meet up. However, Xia Jie had not given Feng Tianwu and the others any immortal message talismans. Time was of the essence, and Xia Jie did not have many immortal message talismans. Elder brother Duan, when Si Ling and I arrived in that mundane realm, apart from a few people, we had all the soul pearls in our possession. After leaving the cold drizzle celestial sect and the cloudy sunbow sword sex estate, Feng Tianwu said to Duan Lingtian solemnly on their way back to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, I have all the soul pearls of the 7 absolute sex disciples. However, apart from senior sister Mu Yi's soul pearl, the other soul pearls have all shattered. Mu Yi, the successor of the prophet prodigy, the second absolute of the 7 absolute sect, was a heaven-defying Tao cultivator. Previously, when Yun Qingyan had brought Duan Lingtian's friends and family to the divine offering land, Mu Yi had been taken away as well. She had only left the divine offering land after Xia Jie had sent them away. As for where it went, it was still uncertain. However, from what Feng Tianwu had just said, only Duan Lingtian, Mu Yi, and Duan Lingtian were still alive. The others were all dead. They all died. Upon hearing Feng Tianwu's words, Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically. His eyes were filled with hatred as he clenched his fists tightly. Yun Qingyan, Yun Qingyan. If I don't kill you, I, Duan Lingtian, swear I'm not human. Wait for me. Wait for me. I'll look for you in the divine offering land when the spatial tunnel between the realms of gods and the Devata realms is opened. The current Duan Lingtian had completely lost his composure. Killing intent swept out from his body, causing the surrounding people to feel traces of an oppressive aura. Are the others' soul orbs still there? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at Feng Tianwu. Sealing and I have Sister Fei Er's soul orbs, Nian Tian's soul orbs, Uncle Ru Feng's soul orbs, Li Ro's soul orbs, Xuanai's soul orbs, and my father's soul orbs. Their soul orbs are still intact. As for Senior Bai Li Hong and the others' soul orbs, I don't have them. However, my father has Senior Bai Li Hong and the others' soul orbs. If we can find my father, we'll be able to confirm if Senior Bai Li Hong and the others' soul orbs are still intact. Feng Tianwu said. All right. Upon hearing Feng Tianwu's words, Duan Lingtian sighed in relief. At the same time, he prayed inwardly that his Senior Bai Li Hong and the others were fine. Otherwise, he would not be able to forgive himself. After all, the whole thing was an unexpected calamity to the others. It was all because of him. If Yun Qingyan did not hate him and wanted to force Ke to leave him, his family and friends would not have been forcibly brought to the divine offering land by Yun Qingyan. Let's return to the heavenly palace and sort out the names of the Devata realms. Tianwu, Xiling, give me their soul orbs, and I'll go look for them. Duan Lingtian said as he looked at Feng Tianwu and Duan Xiling based on his words. He was prepared to visit all the Devata realms to see if he could find his family and friends. Based on the time, based on the heaven and earth spirit energy in the divine offering land, as long as they're still alive, there's a high chance they've ascended to a Devata realm. Duan Lingtian said. Elder brother Duan, I'll go with you. Feng Tianwu said solemnly. Father, I want to go as well. Duan Xiling chimed in as well. Based on Duan Lingtian's words, they could tell Duan Lingtian wanted them to stay in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven so he could search for his family and friends. Both of you can stay in the heavenly palace and cultivate. Duan Lingtian said with a smile. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he seemed to have thought of something as he said, All right, let's go together. The cultivation environment in my little world is much better than the cultivation environment in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Although the cultivation environment in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven was not inferior to the cultivation environment in Duan Lingtian's little world, it was still inferior to the cultivation environment in his little world. The heaven and earth spirit energy in his little world came from the ruins of the realms of gods. Feng Tianwu and Duan Xiling's innate talent had improved greatly after absorbing the heaven and earth spirit energy from the realms of gods. It did not take long before Duan Lingtian and the others returned to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. After returning to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, Duan Lingtian went to Hualao and asked, Hualao, do you know the names of the 81 Devata realms? Hualao was slightly taken aback by Duan Lingtian's question. Then he shook his head and said, I don't have time to remember them. Why are you suddenly asking about this? I want to look for someone. Duan Lingtian explained his plan to Duan Lingtian. Upon hearing this, Hualao nodded and said, I understand. Give me 2 days to sort it out for you. Thank you, Hualao. Duan Lingtian thanked Duan Lingtian before he bade farewell to Hualao and returned to the solitary destructive heaven. Huan was a sensible girl. After returning to the solitary destructive heaven, Huan did not stick to Duan Lingtian like she did in the past. Instead, she gave Duan Lingtian some alone time with Feng Tianwu and Duan Xiling. In the next 2 days, Duan Lingtian did not cultivate. Instead, he spent time with Feng Tianwu and Duan Xiling and listened to them talk about what had happened after they left the divine offering land. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat when he heard about their adventures. Although he knew they had managed to escape, he could not help but feel anxious. Father, Huan has a special relationship with you, right? Duan Xiling looked at Duan Lingtian meaningfully and asked with a faint smile on her face after she was done with her story. Meanwhile, Feng Tianwu looked at Duan Lingtian cautiously. Upon hearing this, Duan Ling Tian glanced at Feng Tianwu before he sighed. Then, he recounted how he met Huan got to know her, and fell in love with her. Tian Wu. Duan Ling Tian looked at Feng Tianwu affectionately before he said with a smile, "After we rescue Ke, I'll give you a grand wedding." "Elder brother Duan, I don't mind," Feng Tianwu said softly. "This is my promise to you. It won't change. My feelings for you will never change," Duan Ling Tian said solemnly. Back when they were still in the mundane realm, Huan had almost died for him. How could he let her down when she was willing to sacrifice her life for him? Moreover, it was true that he liked her. "Mother," a hint of worry appeared in Duan Xiling's eyes when she heard Duan Ling Tian mentioning her mother. "Father, do you think mother will be fine?" "Of course." Duan Ling Tian nodded confidently. There were a total of 81 Devata realms in this world. Duan Ling Tian had learned about this even before he ascended to the Divine Ascension realm in the mundane realm. "Hualao, are you coming with us?" Duan Ling Tian had obtained a memory celestial talisman from Hualao that contained the names of the 81 Devata realms. Therefore, he had heard from Hualao that he was planning to go with them. "Yes." Hualao nodded with a smile. "It's been a long time since I left the heavenly palace. This time, I'll go with you. Moreover, Meng Luo will be worried if I don't go with you. Perhaps he'll decide to go with you. Do you want him to go with you, or do you want me to go with you?" Hualao asked with a smile. In Meng Luo's eyes, you're the only young master in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. If something happens to you, he won't be able to answer to Lord Heavenly Emperor. You won't be able to understand how important Lord Heavenly Emperor is to you. Hualao said. "Has Senior Feng Qingyang ever blamed me?" Duan Ling Tian was slightly embarrassed. After all, he was the reason Feng Qingyang's main body was trapped in the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. "I've asked Lord Heavenly Emperor about this," Hualao said with a smile. "Lord Heavenly Emperor said he doesn't blame you. Instead, he wants to thank you for giving him such a fortuitous encounter in the Azura Hell. If he had cultivated normally, it would have taken him at least a few thousand years or even 10,000 years to reach his current level." Duan Ling Tian sighed in relief when he heard Hualao's words. Naturally, the guilt in his heart did not lessen. Perhaps, the only way for him to feel better was to apologize to Senior Feng Qingyang and ease the guilt in his heart. "Hualao, let's go." Duan Ling Tian beckoned to Hualao before the two of them made their way to the first Devata realm through the transportation formation in the Heavenly Palace. In the Jade Emperor Heaven, Duan Ling Tian and Huan had been to this Devata realm before. They had even gone to the Nando territory to join the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect. After that, they had gone to the Boundless Heaven's Heavenly Pool Palace. Let's see if they've responded. After arriving at the Jade Emperor territory in the Jade Emperor Heaven, Duan Ling Tian used the soul pearls given to him by Feng Tianwu to send messages to Li Fei, Duan Rufeng, and Duan Yen Tian before waiting for a response. While waiting for a response, Duan Ling Tian teleported to the Nando territory. "It's been a while since we left the Heavenly Pool Palace. If Senior Zhuge Feng and Senior Zhuge Yun are paying attention to the matters in the Heavenly Pool Palace, they must be worried about us. I should go and greet them." Chapter 3380. Su Li. Duan Ling Tian sent a message to Su Li as he stood outside the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect's estate. He had not seen Su Li since he left the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect. Soon after, Su Li came out. His eyes lit up when he saw Duan Ling Tian. "Duan Ling Tian, I heard from the leaders of the Ganjiang progeny and the Mo Xie progeny that you went to the Boundless Heaven's Heavenly Pool Palace to attend to some matters. They also told me not to look for you rashly. Have you dealt with the matter there?" "Yes." Duan Ling Tian nodded. With just a thought, he summoned Little Gold out of his little world. "Su Li, look at who this is." It was a young woman in a golden dress. She was beautiful and had a graceful figure. As soon as she appeared, she looked at Su Li with a faint smile. "Su Li, long time no see." Little Gold took the initiative to greet Su Li. However, at this very moment, Su Li looked at the lady in front of him with a dumbfounded expression. You, you know me? It seems like our young master Su Li has a short memory. How sad. Xiao Jin shook his head and pretended to sigh. You. Su Li was even more confused now. Who are you? It's impossible for me not to remember anyone I know. However, in my memories, there is no such person as you. There was one thing Su Li did not say. For some reason, he felt a sense of familiarity even though he was certain he had never seen this young woman before. Little Gold, stop joking with Su Li. Duan Lingtian laughed. Little Gold? Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, a thought appeared in Su Li's mind. He remembered the little girl dressed in golden robes when he was still in the mundane realm. It's her. Su Li understood. No wonder she gave him a feeling of déjà vu, and he was sure that he had never seen her before. It turned out that the little girl from back then had grown up. Su Li, you're amazing. I heard about you from Brother Ling Tian. I didn't expect you to come to the Devata realm and have such a high cultivation base. Xiao Jin said with a smile. I didn't expect to meet an old friend from the mundane realm after Duan Ling Tian in the Devata realms. Su Li sighed. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Li looked at Duan Lingtian and asked, Duan Lingtian, now that you've returned, you won't be leaving, right? Although Duan Ling Tian had left the Thousand Tribulation Sword sect with Huan Su Li had learned from the leaders of the Ganjiang progeny and the Mo Xie progeny that they had only left the Thousand Tribulation Sword sect temporarily. In the future, he might still return. Duan Lingtian shook his head when he heard Su Li's words. I came back to see you and the two progeny leaders. I might come back to the Thousand Tribulation Sword sect in the future, but I won't be staying for long. I'm currently in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Duan Lingtian smiled. The heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven? Su Li was stunned for a moment before his eyes lit up. I remember you told me the legacy you obtained in the mundane realm was left behind by Senior Feng Qingyang from the Fog Rain progeny, the first absolute of the Seven Absolute sect in the Saint Province realm. After Senior Feng Qingyang ascended to the Devata realms, he became the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. The last time they met, Su Li had heard Duan Ling Tian mention this while they were chatting. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Has Senior Feng Qingyang officially accepted you as his disciple? Su Li asked again. Not yet. Duan Ling Tian shook his head. Senior Feng Qingyang hasn't returned yet. Although I've gone to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, I'll have to wait for him to return before I can officially become his disciple. Feng Qingyang was the only master Duan Ling Tian acknowledged. Then, I'll congratulate you in advance. Su Li smiled. Let's go. I'll bring you to the two progeny leaders. As soon as Su Li finished speaking, he led Duan Ling Tian and Hua Lao into the Thousand Tribulation Sword Sect's estate. At this moment, the floating islands appeared in front of Duan Ling Tian. As for Little Gold, she had returned to Duan Ling Tian's little world. The cultivation environment in Duan Ling Tian's little world was far better than any place in the Devata realms. Even divine crystals could not compare to cultivating in the little world. At this moment, the divine tree of life stood in the center of Duan Ling Tian's little world. It was emitting a divine light. Two Ning dragons were lying at the foot of the tree of life as if they were in a deep slumber. The light of the tree of life fell on their bodies like stars. Upon closer inspection, one could see a five-colored energy circling the divine tree of life. It was none other than the five divine elements in Duan Ling Tian's body. The seventh form profound divine metal, the clear heavens divine wood, the world-cleansing divine water, the chaos divine earth, and the eighth form chaos divine flame. Among the five-colored energy, the fiery red energy was the most eye-catching. After all, it was the eighth form chaos divine flame. At this moment, four figures could be seen sitting near the center of the divine tree of life. They were none other than Little Gold, Huan Feng Tianwu, and Duan Xiling. After Duan Ling Tian had become a celestial emperor, the size of his little world had increased. A barren land had appeared outside the green land. However, upon closer inspection, one could see that the barren land was slowly being absorbed by the green land. Now, that barren land was also being assimilated by the green land. It wouldn't be long before it would be as green as a painting, with birds chirping and flowers blooming. Progeny leader. Senior. When Duan Ling Tian saw Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yun again, the siblings did not seem to have changed much. Duan Ling Tian had also summoned Huan a moment ago. Did everything go well? Zhuge Yun asked with a smile. Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded. We've rescued Huan Er's parents. Under Zhuge Yun's curious questioning, Duan Ling Tian told her everything that had happened. Apart from the fact that he possessed the 5 divine elements, he did not hide anything else. You should have told us so that we could have helped you. Although the 2 of us might not be a match for the Grand Elder of the Dragons, we're not afraid of the Palace Master of the Heavenly Pool Palace. Zhuge Yun said as she looked at Duan Ling Tian with a reproachful expression on her face. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian had a better understanding of Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yun's strength. If they joined forces, they would not be afraid of the Palace Master of the Heavenly Pool Palace. In other words, they were on par with the Palace Master of the Heavenly Pool Palace. The Jade Rainbow Celestial Emperor, Meng Chuan. I didn't expect you to join the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. Moreover, you're destined to become the direct disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. Duan Ling Tian had told Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yun about the current situation, so Zhuge Yun could not help but sigh. I didn't expect that the 2 of us would end up with nothing, even though we managed to recruit a disciple for each of our progenies. Zhuge Yun sighed. Senior, if you need help in the future, just send me a message. As long as it's within my power, I'll do my best to help. Duan Ling Tian said solemnly with a solemn expression on his face. Naturally, he felt guilty toward Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yun. After all, both of them were rather aloof in the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect. They rarely came out for others, but they came out for him and Huan Er. Moreover, they even recruited them into the Ganjiang progeny and the Emosia progeny. After that, they even went to the Heavenly Pool Palace of the Boundless Heaven to gather information for them. However, it was destined that they would not be able to stay in the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect. Little fellow, why are you in such a hurry? I was just joking. Zhuge Yun laughed and said, It's an opportunity for us to have a relationship with you, the future disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. Perhaps, we'll be able to use your name in the future. Zhuge Yun smiled. After staying in the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect for half a day, Duan Ling Tian and Huan bade farewell to Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yun. At the same time, he realized the people he was looking for were not in the Jade Emperor Heaven. Otherwise, they would have replied to his message. Naturally, there was another possibility. If Li Fei, Duan Rufeng, Duan Yen Tian, and the others were in closed-door cultivation in the Jade Emperor Heaven, it was not surprising that they did not receive his message in time. However, Duan Ling Tian had already made preparations for this. In his message, he told Li Fei and the others that he was in the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. If they were in closed-door cultivation, they could send a message to him. At that time, he would personally bring them to the Heavenly Palace. Where's our next stop? After Duan Ling Tian bade farewell to Su Li and left the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sex Estate, Hua Lao asked, Our next stop? Duan Ling Tian raised an eyebrow. His eyes shone brightly as he said, Let's go to the Spirit Overarching Heaven. The Spirit Overarching Heaven was the Devata realm where Duan Ling Tian had first ascended to. He had stayed in the Spirit Overarching Heaven for a long time. This time, Duan Ling Tian had been transported to the Southern Heaven territory of the Spirit Overarching Heaven and the Profound Nether Mansion's estate. Since I'm here, I should make a trip to the Profound Nether Mansion and meet the Pavilion Master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion. After sending out the messages, Duan Ling Tian waited for a reply before he brought Hua Lao to the Profound Nether Mansion. The Profound Nether Mansion had not changed much. Everything was the same as before. The old man, the Pavilion Master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion, was, naturally, happy to see Duan Ling Tian. However, when he learned about Duan Ling Tian's current strength, he was shocked. Although he was mentally prepared, he did not expect Duan Ling Tian to be so far ahead of him. Let's continue to the next stop. After a moment of hesitation, Duan Ling Tian decided to go to the Boundless Heaven. However, before they arrived at the Boundless Heaven, Duan Ling Tian looked at Hua Lao and asked, Hua Lao, there's a rift between me and the Heavenly Palace of the Boundless Heaven. I'm afraid even the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven views me as a thorn in his side. It should be fine for the two of us to go to the heavenly palace, right? Duan Ling Tian asked worriedly. Perhaps, we should return to the solitary destructive heaven and invite Senior Meng Luo along. With Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor, around, Duan Ling Tian felt much more at ease. He planned to go to the heavenly palace of the boundless heaven to meet his teacher, Su Lang, and his senior brothers and sisters to apologize to them. The Literature Pavilion. Chapter 3381. There's no need for that. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Hua Lao smiled faintly. Then he narrowed his eyes and said, I've never seen the palace master of the heavenly pool palace before, but I've seen the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven once after he returned from the Azura Hell. He and many other heavenly emperors came to congratulate Lord Heavenly Emperor when they learned that Lord Heavenly Emperor had returned and reclaimed his position as the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. I've seen him that time. A hint of disdain could be seen in Hua Lao's eyes as he said, the heavenly emperors who came to congratulate Lord Heavenly Emperor were only ordinary heavenly emperors from the 81 Devata realms. Even if the stronger heavenly emperors wanted to congratulate Lord Heavenly Emperor, they would only send someone to congratulate Lord Heavenly Emperor. Only the weaker heavenly emperors would personally visit the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven to congratulate Lord Heavenly Emperor. The Lord Heavenly Emperor that Hua Lao was referring to was none other than Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Even if the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven is extremely courageous, he wouldn't dare to touch you, Hua Lao said confidently. Upon hearing Hua Lao's words, Duan Lingtian felt relieved. At the same time, he realized how terrifying Feng Qingyang was. Even the heavenly emperor of a Devata realm had personally visited the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven to curry favor with Feng Qingyang. In that case, let's head over there, Duan Lingtian said to Hua Lao before the duo teleported to the boundless heaven's boundless territory. It was close to the heavenly pool palace. Although there was a transporting formation in the heavenly pool palace, it only allowed people to leave the heavenly pool palace. Therefore, it was impossible for anyone to leave the heavenly pool palace through the transporting formation. After arriving in the boundless heaven, the first thing Duan Lingtian did was to send a message to the person who had left the soul mark on the soul pearl to see if there was a response. If there was a response, he would be able to locate the person. Duan Lingtian. When Duan Lingtian and Hua Lao arrived at the heavenly pool palace's encampment, the patrolling elders and disciples of the heavenly pool palace immediately recognized them. In the past, Duan Lingtian was considered a celebrity in the heavenly pool palace. His performances in the prodigy arena had attracted the attention of almost everyone in the heavenly pool palace. Everyone, I'm here to look for my teacher, Su Lang. Duan Lingtian smiled at the patrolling elders and disciples of the heavenly pool palace. The patrolling elders and disciples of the heavenly pool palace looked at Duan Lingtian warily. They had heard that Duan Lingtian had personally injured Lei Ying, the merciless celestial emperor of the heavenly pool palace. Duan Lingtian's strength was not something they could contend against. Don't worry, I don't have any ill intentions. I'm just here to visit my family, Duan Lingtian said when he saw the uneasy expressions on the patrolling elders and disciples of the heavenly pool palace. Then, he brought Hua Lao with him to the place where Su Lang, the verdant prairie celestial emperor, cultivated. When the patrolling elders and disciples of the heavenly pool palace saw Duan Lingtian and Lei Ying leaving, they looked at each other with a hint of fear in their eyes. Duan Lingtian is back? It said that Duan Lingtian was only able to leave because the Grand Elder of the Dragons, Ji Yunyan, the fragmentary element celestial emperor, helped him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to leave. The palace master wasn't the only one who was furious. Even the heavenly emperor of the boundless heaven was furious. However, since the heavenly emperor couldn't do anything to Ji Yunyan, he had no choice but to let the matter rest. Shouldn't Duan Lingtian be hiding? Why did he come to the heavenly pool palace so brazenly? Is he seeking death? It doesn't seem like he's here to seek death. I wonder who the old man behind him is. Is he the Grand Elder of the Dragons? How's that possible? That old man is following behind him as though he's a follower. Why would the Grand Elder of the Dragons act like that in front of him? While the patrolling disciples of the Heavenly Pool Palace were whispering among themselves, the leading elder had already sent a message to the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace, Yu Fengyu, the Meng Chong Celestial Emperor. After sending the message, the Heavenly Pool Palace's elder said to the patrolling disciples who were still whispering among themselves, I've already informed the palace master of this matter. What happens next is out of our control. All of you, follow me and continue patrolling. While the patrolling disciples continued, Duan Ling Tian had already arrived at the place where Su Lang, the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor, cultivated. He went straight to Su Lang's place. Teacher. Su Lang's expression did not change much when he saw Duan Ling Tian again. However, a hint of excitement could be seen in his eyes when he saw Duan Ling Tian. His expression changed as he asked, Duan Ling Tian, why are you back? In Su Lang's opinion, Duan Ling Tian had completely offended the Heavenly Pool Palace and the Heavenly Palace of the Boundless Heaven by releasing the prisoners from the Thousand Chains prison, especially the titled Celestial Emperors. However, Duan Ling Tian had returned in less than 100 years. Was he not afraid of death? Teacher, I came back to visit you and my senior brothers and sisters. I've already sent a message to them. I'm sorry about what happened last time. Duan Ling Tian said apologetically. I don't need your apology. Just go as far as you can. Once the palace master and the others arrive, you won't be able to leave even if you want to. Su Lang said impatiently. Naturally, Su Lang was happy that Duan Ling Tian had returned. However, when he thought about how Duan Ling Tian was opposing the Heavenly Pool Palace, he could not help but feel worried for Duan Ling Tian. At the same time, he hoped that Duan Ling Tian would leave as soon as possible. At the very least, Duan Ling Tian should not return until he was strong enough to not fear the Heavenly Pool Palace and the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven. Almost at the same time as Su Lang's voice fell. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Accompanied by the swift sound of wind, 6 figures quickly converged from all directions. In the blink of an eye, they arrived outside Su Lang's cultivation area and descended from the sky. Eldest senior sister, second senior brother, third senior sister, fourth senior sister, fifth senior brother, sixth senior brother. Duan Ling Tian hurriedly turned around to greet them when he saw them. The 6 people who had arrived were Duan Ling Tian's 3 senior sisters and 3 senior brothers. The 6 of them were led by Xueqi, his 3rd senior sister, Hu Mei, and his 6th senior brother, Hong Fei, followed closely behind. They winked at Duan Ling Tian. It was obvious they did not hate Duan Ling Tian for what he had done to Duan Ling Tian. Lu Ji, the 2nd senior brother, still had a cold expression on his face. However, when he saw Duan Ling Tian looking at him, he nodded at Duan Ling Tian and smiled. Wan his 4th senior sister, and his 5th senior brother, Ouyang Chi Fei, smiled at Duan Ling Tian as well. However, Xueqi, the eldest senior sister, looked at Duan Ling Tian with hostility. Our little junior brother still remembers to come back? Xueqi looked at Duan Ling Tian and clicked her tongue as she teased. I'm sorry. Eldest senior sister. Duan Ling Tian smiled wryly as he apologized. Although Xueqi had been rude to him when he was escaping from the Heavenly Pool Palace, the truth was she had been thinking of ways to help him escape. He was indebted to this eldest senior sister. He also knew how much pressure this eldest senior sister would have to bear for doing that. You can't have forgotten what I told you back then, right? Xueqi said to Duan Ling Tian with a dark expression on her face. Back then, I told you that if I see you again, I'll personally capture you and bring you back to the Thousand Chains prison. Are you taking my words for granted? I'll give you 3 breaths to disappear from my sight and leave the Heavenly Pool Palace. Otherwise, I'll immediately capture you and bring you back to the Thousand Chains prison. Xueqi said to Duan Ling Tian with hostility in her eyes. As soon as Xueqi finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian's senior brothers and senior sisters' voices resonated in his ears in a timely manner. Little junior brother, hurry up and leave. Once the palace master and the others arrive, you won't be able to leave. Little junior brother, let's go. Don't blame first senior sister. She has good intentions. She wants you to leave safely. Little junior brother, if you want to see us, just send us a message. We'll leave the Heavenly Pool Palace to see you. There's no need for you to come to the Heavenly Pool Palace and risk your life. Upon hearing these voice transmissions, Duan Ling Tian felt warmth in his heart. Duan Ling Tian was about to say that since he dared to come to the Heavenly Pool Palace, he was not worried the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace would come looking for him. Duan Ling Tian. A deafening voice rang in the air. Duan Ling Tian could not help but turn to look at his senior brothers and sisters. Lei Ying? Upon hearing the voice, Duan Ling Tian recognized the owner of the voice. It was none other than Lei Ying, the merciless celestial emperor. Scram. Upon hearing the voice, Xueqi stepped forward and looked at Duan Ling Tian coldly. Xueqi, he won't be able to leave today. Lei Ying, the merciless celestial emperor who had spoken first, and Yu Fengyu, the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace, appeared as well. Apart from that, a few other titled celestial emperors from the Heavenly Pool Palace also appeared. However, Yang Shao Tian, the Howling Heaven Celestial Emperor, was not present. Previously, after Ji Yunyan, the patriarch of the Dragon's clan, left, Yang Shao Tian only stayed in the Heavenly Pool Palace for a short while before he left for the Five Emperors' Heaven. His direct disciple, Sun Xing, was also brought away by him. Duan Lingtian, there's a path to heaven, but you chose to barge into hell. Since you're here today, you'll stay here forever. Gu Chongjiang, the martial dragon celestial emperor, said coldly as he glared at Duan Lingtian. Although the other titled celestial emperors did not say anything, they looked at Duan Lingtian as though they were looking at a dead man. Although it was only because Ji Yunyan, the grand elder of the dragon clan, had interfered, they were still ashamed of the fact that the titled celestial emperors had escaped from the Thousand Chains prison. Moreover, they did not dare to resent Ji Yunyan, the grand elder of the dragon's clan. For this reason, they could only vent their anger on Duan Lingtian. Now that Duan Lingtian had returned to the Heavenly Pool Palace, how could they let go of this opportunity to vent their anger? Everyone's here. Duan Lingtian smiled indifferently as he looked at Yu Fengyu and the others. Apart from Yang Shao Tian, the Howling Heaven Celestial Emperor, all the titled celestial emperors from the Heavenly Pool Palace were gathered here. Chapter 3382. Apart from Yu Fengyu, the Cloud Zither Celestial Emperor, and the Cold Gloom Celestial Emperor, the rest of the titled celestial emperors from the Wandering Saint Palace glared at Duan Lingtian menacingly. The Profound Heaven Celestial Emperor and the Merciless Celestial Emperor, in particular, looked as though they wanted to devour Duan Lingtian alive. Sect Leader. Su Lang stepped forward and looked at Yu Fengyu as he said in a deep voice, Duan Lingtian came to the Heavenly Pool Palace today to see me, his former teacher. I won't interfere in the enmity between him and the Heavenly Pool Palace. However, since he's here to see me, I can't just stand by and watch you make a move against him. After he leaves this time, I don't care what you do. However, since he came back to see me today, no matter if it's fake or not, I won't watch you make a move on him. Su Lang's eyes were sharp as he stepped forward and stood in front of Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat when he saw Su Lang's actions. His teacher was willing to protect him in the face of a group of titled celestial emperors from the Heavenly Pool Palace? Su Lang knew his teacher was powerless to protect him, and yet, his teacher had stepped forward to protect him. Moreover, his teacher was facing the strongest people in the Heavenly Pool Palace and titled celestial emperors who were on par with him. Su Lang. Lei Ying, the merciless celestial emperor, glared at Su Lang and said in a deep voice, Not only did Duan Lingtian kill my son, but he also released the prisoners in the Heavenly Pool Palace's Thousand Chains prison, including the titled celestial emperors. Do you still want to protect him at a time like this? Lei Ying sneered when she finished speaking. She knew Su Lang's actions were futile. After all, the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace would never allow Duan Lingtian to leave. Su Lang. The Profound Heaven Celestial Emperor looked at Su Lang coldly and said with a sneer, You seem to have a close relationship with him. However, he won't be able to escape death today. If you want to interfere, I don't mind sparring with you to see if you've improved over the years. The Profound Heaven Celestial Emperor's tone was filled with contempt and disdain. Su Lang, You'd better mind your own business. Xuelang, don't make a mistake. The Martial Dragon Immortal Emperor and the Smoke Wave Immortal Emperor warned Xuelang too. Xueqi. At the same time, Yu Fengyu, the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace, looked at Xueqi who was standing in the distance and said, "Persuade your father." Upon hearing Yu Fengyu's words, the group of titled celestial emperors from the Heavenly Pool Palace shifted their attention to Xueqi. After all, Xueqi's strength was on par with Yu Fengyu, the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace. In the Devata realms, the strong were revered. For her to possess such strength at such a young age, given enough time, she would definitely grow even stronger. At the very least, she would surpass the strongest person present, the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Before Xueqi could respond to Yu Fengyu, Lu Ji and the others who were standing behind Xuelang stepped forward and stood in a row to protect Duan Lingtian. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian's eyes widened slightly. Even Elder Hua, who was standing behind Duan Lingtian, had a hint of admiration in his eyes when he looked at Xuelang and the others, even though this was his first time meeting them. Eldest senior sister, you're the only one left. At this moment, Hu Mei turned around and winked at Xueqi. Xueqi smiled faintly before she stepped forward and stood in a row to protect Duan Lingtian. She was responding to Yu Fengyu and the others with her actions. Naturally, she would not stand idly by. This is too much. Lei Ying, the merciless celestial emperor, said with an unsightly expression on her face as her body trembled in anger. Palace Master, in my opinion, Xuelang and Xueqi are ingrates. Since they want to protect Duan Lingtian, let's annihilate them. Moreover, we have to eliminate them completely. Lei Ying's words were venomous. Xueqi, with your innate talent, you're destined to go far in the future. Are you really going to make an enemy out of the Heavenly Pool Palace for a traitor? The profound Heaven Celestial Emperor looked at Xueqi with a hint of dread in his eyes. He was not afraid of Xuelang, Xueqi's father. However, Xueqi's strength had already surpassed his many years ago. Now, she had definitely left him far behind. If they were to fight one-on-one, Xueqi would definitely be able to easily defeat him. Xueqi. At the same time, the Cold Gloom Celestial Emperor and the Cloud Zither Celestial Emperor, who had remained silent all this while, spoke up one after another. They were Xueqi's seniors, and they had watched her grow up. Although they were amazed by her current achievements, they were also looking forward to seeing how far she would go in the future. After all, they did not want her to go astray. I don't care if he's a traitor or not. Xueqi looked at the group of titled celestial emperors with an indifferent expression on her face as she said, "All I know is that he's my junior brother. He only returned to the Heavenly Pool Palace to apologize to all of us. No matter who dares to lay a finger on my junior brother, they'll have to go through the chain in my hand first." When Xueqi's voice fell, a grayish energy appeared in her hand. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a chain that was several meters long. The chain looked thick and heavy, but in Xueqi's hand, it seemed to be weightless. Xueqi. Yu Fengyu finally spoke up. As the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace, it was time for him to set a good example. You're so talented that I even plan to pass the position of the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace to you. As long as you don't protect Duan Lingtian today, I promise I'll pass the position of the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace to you after 10,000 years. Upon hearing Yu Fengyu's words, not only were Duan Lingtian, Xuelang, and the others stunned, but even the titled celestial emperors around Yu Fengyu were shocked as well. None of them had expected Yu Fengyu to make such a promise to Xueqi. You have to think carefully. Yu Fengyu continued to say, one wrong step and you'll be doomed. You have a bright future ahead of you. There's no need for you to die here. I know you might not be interested in the position of the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace. In fact, as long as you work hard, you might even be able to become a heavenly emperor of a Devata realm in the future. Based on Yu Fengyu's words, it was clear he thought highly of Xueqi. Palace Master, please let him go this time, Xueqi said. Clearly, she was not swayed by Yu Fengyu's words. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian's gaze turned complicated. After all, he had never interacted with his eldest senior sister before, and yet, She was willing to go to such lengths for him. Hualao, should we reveal our identities? Duanling Tian asked Hualao through voice transmission. I think it's about time. There's no need for them to waste their time here. While Duanling Tian was waiting for Hualao's reply, Yu Fengyu's expression darkened. Yu Fengyu, the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace, was furious. Xueqi, since you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, don't blame us for being ruthless. As soon as Yu Fengyu finished speaking, the celestial origin energies of the titled celestial emperors around him surged out of their bodies like balls of flames. Today, the Heavenly Pool Palace will wipe out Su Lang's faction. Yu Fengyu ordered coldly. Yes, sect leader. Yes, sect leader. As soon as Yu Fengyu finished speaking, the titled celestial emperors around Yu Fengyu unleashed their celestial origin energy that had been boosted with profundities from the law of heaven. Then they spread out and surrounded Duanling Tian and the others, glaring at Duanling Tian and the others. As soon as Yu Fengyu gave the order, they would make their move at lightning speed. Hualao, Duanling Tian said as he looked at Hualao. At the same time, his celestial origin energy surged out of his body like gray flames. Faint spatial tears could be seen in his celestial origin energy. Since the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven isn't here, they're not qualified to ask for our names. After replying to Duanling Tian, Elder Hu leaped up into the air. His fiery red robe fluttered in the wind as flames ignited on his body. He emitted a scorching aura as though a scorching sun was blooming. Hualao's power. Duanling Tian muttered to himself. He discovered that Hualao's aura was terrifyingly hot when he used his celestial origin energy that had been boosted with the law of fire. Could it be that Hualao's true form is the three-legged golden crow? The three-legged golden crow possessed the power of the sun. When they were in the mundane realm, Hualao had passed on the power of the sun to Duanling Tian. However, the power of the sun was weak and could not be compared to Hualao's true form. Are you trying to kill my young master? Hualao said as he looked at the merciless celestial emperor, Lei Ying. Without waiting for Lei Ying to regain her senses, he waved his hand. In the next moment, boom, boom, boom. As Elder Hu raised his hand, a 7-storied pagoda flew out of his hand. It emitted a blazing light in the air and immediately flew towards Lei Ying. In the blink of an eye, it had arrived above Lei Ying's head. Die! Elder Hu shouted coldly in front of the crowd. In the next moment, the flames around the 7-story pagoda surged. Then, as Hualao pressed his hand down, the pagoda fell like a gigantic mountain. The flames around the pagoda seemed mysterious. Lei Ying instinctively took out her celestial artifact to defend herself against the 7-story pagoda. However, her attack had only just reached the air when it was directly crushed by the 7-story pagoda. The entire process seemed to be effortless. Boom! When the crowd regained their senses after witnessing the 7-story pagoda's power, a loud noise rang in the air. It was the sound of the pagoda destroying Lei Ying's attack. Be careful! The group of titled celestial emperors, led by Yu Fengyu, the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace, cried out in alarm when they saw this. It did not cross anyone's mind that the old man who had been following behind Duanling Tian like a follower would possess the strength to directly crush Lei Ying. Chapter 3383. Lei Ying. The profound heaven celestial emperor was, without a doubt, the closest person to Lei Ying. He was the only titled celestial emperor present who had the chance to help Lei Ying. The profound heaven celestial emperor made his move. A dazzling sword ray rose into the air before it merged with his body and shot toward the 7-story pagoda. Boom! Alas, as soon as Yu Fengyu and the others made their moves, the 7-story pagoda fell again. The profound heaven celestial emperor's full-powered attack collided with the pagoda. Bang! Following an earth-shattering boom, Yu Fengyu and the others saw a scene that shocked them to the core. As the pagoda descended, the profound heaven celestial emperor, who had fused with his sword, was instantly crushed. It was as if his strength couldn't withstand a single blow from the pagoda. That was not all. Swoosh! Even the profound heaven celestial emperor was crushed by the 7-story pagoda's power. Like a watermelon that had fallen into the water from a height of 10,000 meters, His blood splattered everywhere. Even his clothes and hair were gone. Only his Sumeru ring and his immortal sword were left, which had been ejected. The profound Heaven Celestial Emperor, one of the strongest titled celestial emperors in the Heavenly Pool Palace, had died just like that. Among all the titled celestial emperors in the Heavenly Pool Palace, only Yu Fengyu was stronger than the profound Heaven Celestial Emperor. Even the strongest titled celestial emperor, the Cold Gloom Celestial Emperor, was only on par with the profound Heaven Celestial Emperor. Moreover, the Cold Gloom Celestial Emperor specialized in sneak attacks. If they fought head-on, even the Cold Gloom Celestial Emperor might not be a match for the profound Heaven Celestial Emperor. Naturally, Yu Fengyu was the only titled celestial emperor in the Heavenly Pool Palace who was stronger than the profound Heaven Celestial Emperor. Those who were not titled celestial emperors, such as Xueqi, were also stronger than the profound Heaven Celestial Emperor. Boom! Lei Ying stared blankly at the scene of profound Heaven Immortal Emperor being killed. She didn't expect the old man in the red robe to be so powerful. She was not a match for him at all. Sect Master, save me! When Lei Ying regained her senses, she knew only Yu Fengyu, the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace, would be able to save her from the red-clad old man's clutches. Stop! Since the profound Heaven Celestial Emperor had sacrificed his life to fend off the pagoda's attacks, Lei Ying had managed to survive a little longer. Yu Fengyu, the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace, was able to save Lei Ying in time. As for the others, even Yu Han Celestial Emperor, they stopped moving. When they looked at the red-robed old man again, there was only fear in their eyes. This red-robed old man could easily kill the profound Heaven Immortal Emperor. What was the point of them going up? Perhaps if they went up together, they would still have a chance. However, the death of the profound Heaven Celestial Emperor was too shocking for them. No one was willing to be the first to step forward for fear of following in his footsteps. Whoosh! After all, Yu Fengyu was the strongest person in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Perhaps, Xueqi's strength was on par with him, but his strength was undeniable. However, just as Yu Fengyu was about to make a move, a sword suddenly flew out from the second floor of the pagoda. The sword carried an extremely sharp aura, and it flew towards Yu Fengyu like a hidden weapon. It's the Jasper Celestial Sword. After so many years, Duanling Tian finally saw the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and the Jasper Celestial Sword on the second level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. Although these two items were not as good as his Seven Orifices Exquisite Sword, he could not help but feel excited. The scenes of the past in the mundane realms and the Saint Province realm also flashed through his mind. The Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda had accompanied him for a long time in the mundane realm. As the pagoda spirit of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, Hualao was like an elder to him. Back then when he thought Hualao had died, he was filled with grief. How could Duanling Tian not feel excited when he saw the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and the Jasper Celestial Sword again? Swoosh! No one had expected the Jasper Celestial Sword to appear. Even Duanling Tian, who was familiar with the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, did not expect the Jasper Celestial Sword to fly out of the pagoda at this moment. Damn it! Although the sudden appearance of the Jasper Celestial Sword did not pose much of a threat to Yu Fengyu, he had no choice but to stop trying to save Lei Ying. Otherwise, even if the sudden appearance of the sword did not kill him, it would have severely injured him. As the palace master of the Heavenly Pool Palace, he was the strongest among the titled celestial emperors in the Heavenly Pool Palace. If he was severely injured, the battle would be in his favor. Under normal circumstances, he would have considered saving Lei Ying's life at the cost of being severely injured. However, at this moment, there was no need for him to consider it. No! As Lei Ying's mournful and unwilling screams rang out, the pagoda continued to descend, enveloping Lei Ying. Bang! In the next moment, Lei Ying followed in the footsteps of the profound Heaven Celestial Emperor and died. The entire place fell silent. In just a blink of an eye, two titled celestial emperors had been killed. Moreover, the two titled celestial emperors were quite strong. Who was this red-clad old man? Who are you? Yu Fengyu asked with a grim expression on his face as he looked at the red-clad old man. At this moment, the old man raised his hand and the seven-story pagoda flew back into his hand. It turned back into Ling Long and was casually held in his hand. You don't deserve to know who I am. Hua Lao glanced at Yu Fengyu indifferently. Yu Fengyu's expression turned even more unsightly. However, he did not dare to act recklessly. Based on the red-clad old man's strength, he knew he was no match for the red-clad old man. Even if he made a move, he would only embarrass himself. Even if Su Lang and his daughter did not make a move, the remaining titled celestial emperors from the Heavenly Pool Palace might not be able to defeat the red-clad old man, let alone Su Lang and his daughter. Don't you think your words are a little too harsh? Yu Fengyu said in a deep voice. Do you know that my grandfather is the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven? Haha. Hua Lao looked at Yu Fengyu and chuckled. If I didn't know your grandfather is the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven, do you think you'd be able to survive? Do you think I can't kill you because I'm focused on that woman? As soon as Hua Lao finished speaking, a mocking smile appeared on his face. Yu Fengyu's expression changed drastically. His eyes widened in shock. He did not expect the red-clad old man to know his grandfather was the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven. However, since Yu Fengyu knew Yu Fengyu's grandfather, why would he still help Duanling Tian? Did he not know Duanling Tian had not only offended the Heavenly Pool Palace, but he had also offended Yu Fengyu's grandfather, the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven? However, when Yu Fengyu recalled he had already sent a message to his grandfather, and his grandfather had said he would come over immediately, he felt much more at ease. I'd like to see if this old man still dares to act so arrogantly when grandfather arrives. Although the red-clad old man was strong, he was still far from being a match for Yu Fengyu's grandfather. Little junior brother. Who's this person? I thought he was just a servant when he followed you around like a lackey. I didn't expect him to be so strong. It's obvious he's stronger than our palace master. Now, our palace master doesn't even dare to make a move. At this moment, Duanling Tian's sixth senior brother, Hong Fei, sent a voice transmission to him through voice transmission. After a while, a few voice transmissions entered his ears one after another. It was none other than his other senior brothers and senior sisters who were asking him who Elder Hua was. Among them, Hu Mei even said she thought she was doomed today. She did not expect Duanling Tian, her little junior brother, to have such a trump card. At this moment, even Su Lang and Xueqi were shocked when they looked at Hua Lao. Sir, my grandfather, the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven, will be here soon. Yu Fengyu looked at Hua Lao and said in a deep voice, I advise you to stay and give him an explanation. If you leave, you'll offend my grandfather. Are you really going to make an enemy out of my grandfather for a brat? I forgot to tell you that Duanling Tian has not only offended the Heavenly Pool Palace, but he has also offended the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven, my grandfather. He released one of my grandfather's prisoners in the Heavenly Pool Palace's prison. My grandfather was so furious that he even said he wanted to kill Duanling Tian with his own hands. Based on Yu Fengyu's words, it was clear he wanted to use his grandfather to pressure Hua Lao so Hua Lao would retreat. Upon hearing Yu Fengyu's words, Su Lang and Xueqi's expressions changed slightly. Then they sent voice transmissions to urge Duanling Tian to leave. Otherwise, once the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven arrived, he would not be able to leave even if he wanted to. This was the best time for him to leave. Teacher, it's all right. Eldest senior sister, it's good that the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven is here. This matter has to be resolved. Once it's resolved, it won't be a problem for both of you. Duanling Tian sent voice transmissions to Su Lang and Xueqi respectively. He was not in a hurry to leave today. If he left now, he would definitely cause trouble for Su Lang, Xueqi, and his other senior brothers and senior sisters. This was not something he wanted to see. Su Lang grew anxious upon hearing Duanling Tian's reply. However, no matter how Su Lang tried to persuade him, Duanling Tian showed no signs of leaving. He only told Su Lang not to worry. On the other hand, Xueqi looked at Duanling Tian meaningfully. She felt her little junior brother was unfathomable. Based on the current situation, he seemed to be very confident. Where did he get his confidence from? His opponent was the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven, not a nobody. Little junior brother. At this moment, Duanling Tian's other senior brothers and senior sisters were also sending voice transmissions to persuade Duanling Tian to leave. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.